my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities.
Championship Sunday of the C3 LAN. We have a great day of Rocket League set up for you. We're going to start off down in the lower bracket. First match, we have UNCP versus Clemson. How are you feeling about this one?
You know, I'm really excited for this one, especially because Clemson is such a great team. We've seen a lot out of them. Same with UNCP. I think this is going to be a great match. Like I said, I'm really excited to see what comes out of this match.
Now, of course, we're going to have to wait to get to these upper bracket matches. Got to run through this whole lower bracket today.
Right.
Starting off here in this lower round one. Off stream, we have USCB versus ECUB, and then after this, we're going to switch over to UNC Wilmington versus the winner of that game.
Right.
But let's go ahead and get straight into this one. UNCP versus Clemson. We're going to see if we can get that one going right about now.
Absolutely.
All right.
Starting off here, we got UNCP with possession in their half.
Nice how pushed up on defense. And
well, that was a quick start.
That was quick. Clemson starting off early.
That was a very, very quick start for Clemson.
I had to figure out which team was which here.
I know.
Clemson makes it known that they're the first one to score here in game number one. Mesa setting that up off the backboard, and Chosen going to get started early here for Clemson.
Yeah, Clemson's looking to secure that lead early, but probably not get complacent. We see Chosen going up in the air, hands it off to Massow. Massow is not able to complete that pass midfield.
Now, Clemson had a little bit of an issue struggling early yesterday against ECU. Ended up dropping that series. Going to be interesting to see if they can bounce back here in lower round one. Try to see if they can start making that lower bracket run.
Absolutely. And UNCP is a very different team from ECU, so we'll see how their playstyle fares against them. But so far, with one goal up, seems to be doing quite well.
UNCP always seems to be starting this game out on the back foot. And maybe they can try to find their way onto the offensive end, but it's been all Clemson so far as Canovo takes a shot. That one's going to be saved away by Guinea.
This game so far has been Clemson's game to win and lose, as they've had the most possession, and obviously being up the goal, that puts UNCP at a position of needing to score quickly here.
He's going to find a shot. That one's going back post. It's off the post and out, straight up in the air. Canovo's going to be able to get it away.
Great shots. Unfortunately, not on target, but they'll have more opportunities as Fitz goes up. Not able to get the shot on target.
So he's going to take over and try to get it up to Chosen. That's a great passing play coming out of Clemson. Chosen finds the shot, and it seems like they've found their footing here in the second day.
Absolutely. Clemson, like I said, these passing plays, we saw it in the first goal. We're seeing it again in the second. I'm wondering if UNCP is going to start noticing that and cutting off some passes midfield.
Definitely. Going to have to start getting on top of that Clemson offense. This is a best of 3, so any adjustment you're going to make, you're going to have to make it quick, because all of a sudden
3 games to work with. Yeah, it's not as much as the 5 games. So they're really going to have to make something happen quickly here.
Boston. He's going to put this into the corner, see if he can test Chosen, but he's going to get demoed for his effort.
Big 50, but Canovo clears it, but only as far as Fitz.
Fitz trying to get UNCP onto the board here, trying to apply a little bit more pressure, but Clemson's been able to handle it really well.
Absolutely. Seeing a little bit of boost starving here out of Clemson, and a shot that goes very close to the UNCP net.
Mesa not able to find the double tap, not enough boost in the tank, and it allows UNCP to break out. Maybe an opportunity down the other end. Try to get one.
Shot
They'll
opportunity.
Get it back.
Fitz will take the lead. Well, not the lead, but he'll close the lead by 1 goal.
It will cut this one in half. Still 2.5 minutes left to go in game number 1. We might have ourselves a series on our hands here.
Absolutely. Like I said, UNCP is by no means a team to take lightly. They can make these comebacks happen.
Chosen. He's got a lot of boost to work with. Put it over the crossbar, and Canovo not going to be able to put that on target. Now Fitz on the counterattack. Doesn't get through Chosen. Clemson playing good job on the defensive end, but there's a miss. Could be an opportunity here.
And that's a free shot by UNCP, and they tie the game up, and at this point it's basically 0-0. It's anybody's game to lose or win.
They're back down to square one here in game number 1. UNCP made this comeback relatively quickly. Only in the first, 15 seconds, they managed to bring this one back here. So
Right. I'm thinking probably in the latter half of this game, or at least in the latter half of this series, we're going to start seeing a lot more physicality come out of both teams here, as Canovo says, I don't need any physicality. I'm just going to shoot it top left every time.
that is a picture-perfect placement. Mesa got to put it off the backboard for him, and nobody really ready yet for UNCP, and that's just going to be a picture-perfect shot in the top left corner.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, we haven't seen the best defense out of either team here. However, the offenses have been the real scorers of this game.
They both seem to be showing the ability to score, which is always the first thing you look at. Is if a team has held off the scoreboard for a long time, well,
and that is just completely open. It's this defense that I'm talking about here. We're not really seeing a whole lot of either team. These goals have primarily come out of open nets, but there have been a few good shots here and there.
Chosen putting in work there, getting the 50, then trying to find the bump on the last man, always looking for work on that last man, trying to open up as much space as he can for Clemson here in lower round number 1.
Absolutely. Clemson finds the ball in their corner. Chosen has control. Decides to play it out mid. Gets it past almost all 3 UNCP members.
He's going to try to bring this game back once again. They've already been down 2 goals. Can they find the comeback once again? This time a lot less time on the clock.
Right, 2 minutes left. It's still time to get that. Even enough time to maybe get a lead. Canovo almost puts the lead up another goal, but not quite.
Canovo's going to pinch this midfield, but no one there for Clemson, but a miss on the back line is going to keep UNCP from breaking out.
So a bit of an unfortunate pre-flip there from AJ. He had the right idea, but not able to connect. Canovo in a dangerous spot. Massau can't find his teammate.
Canovo's circling the net like a shark, looking for more ways to get through, but defense has held strong for the past minute or so.
So I'm thinking Clemson and UNCP might have heard my comment about defense and maybe decided to start doing something, because we're starting to see a lot more intentionality. But Massau misses that open shot. Canovo can't follow through.
Even up 2 goals, that's one that you feel should go in at that point. You have a perfect infield pass. That's a great counter.
And absolutely a wonderful counter, textbook. He saw the opportunity, the big miss out of Massau and Clemson, and AJ is able to capitalize off that.
UNCP really punishing Clemson for that mistake on the offensive end, going straight back down the other end, immediately scoring, and now just under a minute left, still plenty of time to make this comeback.
Absolutely, and a quick shot off of kickoff from UNCP, but Clemson denies any pressure.
And you got to find a way to get the UNCP back up onto offense, but Canovo, he just wants to score another one. That one bouncing down towards the net. Getting called into action once again back there.
Chosen trying to find any teammates that are there. Canovo will pick up what's left of those scraps.
Boston taking this one high to the air, but Masau, he's already on it. Got to put this past him, and Chosen will continue this up to the midfield line. Counterattack opportunity.
Fortunate touch by Guinea, not what he wanted, but a miss by Canovo. Another shot opportunity that probably should have been on net for Clemson.
Chosen trying to keep UNCP off of the offensive end, but that's a flagrant touch. That one flies its way across the net. No one there to punish, but UNCP on the offensive end in the last 5 seconds. They're going to have to do it right now.
UNCP's got pressure to work with, but unfortunately not the time.
Not enough going for him. Clemson going to take game number 1 in a fairly back and forth affair here.
Absolutely. You know, Clemson really started that game off with a lot of pressure, and then UNCP was able to respond pretty quickly. Unfortunately, it wasn't quickly enough and ended up losing that lead fairly quickly in the latter half of that game. But I think it's close. You know, it's not a blowout game like I said yesterday. These games especially are going to get a lot closer now that we're in that lower bracket. These are teams that could easily make these reverse sweeps happen.
I was a little bit worried about this one, seeing it was a best of 3, but after that first game, even though UNCP lost, it was close enough that I can feel they can take this next game and really put a lot of pressure on Clemson going into that third game, see if they can maybe find an upset here.
Right. I think the biggest struggle for both these teams right now has been their defense. Again, we haven't seen a whole lot of saves happening. A majority of these goals have either been open nets or, you know, ground pinches, something rolling in, when we should probably be seeing a lot more out of these defensives. So
we do need to see the defense coming out a little bit more. Of course, UNCP still getting 5 saves on the board that game, but
right.
Clemson only had to make 2.
Absolutely, right? The saves don't go unnoticed, but unfortunately, they're going to have to make a lot more if they want to contend with these teams.
They're going to have to. Well, we'll see if they can manage to make this mid-series adjustment going into game number 2.
We're going straight into the next game.
Masal off the kickoff, going to lose it to the back corner to Canovo, but Guinea gets 2 really solid 50s to get UNCP onto the offensive end first.
Absolutely, ball lofted middle. Fitz with a good touch, maybe not quite what he's looking for. That's over. Going to be AJ's ball to touch. Gets the 50.
It's trying to keep this one away from Clemson. They're doing a good job 15 these balls off to the side, but Clemson slowly pushed them further and further back into their defensive end.
And a very good shot from Clemson, but unfortunately the save from UNCP was a little bit too much.
This could be open net if Guinea can put this on target. That's a big bank. Can Canovo get back in time? He just does over the crossbar, and Chosen's going to pick that up.
Also,
Selectively take it out of the back.
A rather interesting car design from Massow, and it'll work out for him. The Batmobile, I don't think I've seen this today or in the last couple of days here, but I guess he's probably not regretting that decision.
He might know something that we don't. The Batmobile, putting it at the back post far enough away that no defender can get to it. Clemson's going to jump out early once again here in game number 2.
Absolutely. Canovo off the kickoff, pretty neutral, lands down to Chosen, but AJ will beat him to the ball.
So I got to push this out of the corner, try to test UNCP on the back line. They haven't been too confident with the balls over their head. That's another great shot coming in, but Guinea, he's on that one.
Guinea, good clear away. Almost the counter that he was looking for, but not quite. Clemson is able to deny a lot of that pressure, and nobody's in net. There should be an open shot, and it will be for Canovo.
It's a great demo from Chosen, really being able to recognize that there is only one man left back and manages to find him on the demo.
Absolutely. You can see him boosting real hard there to try and avoid contact with that ball. Otherwise, he might have put that out of Canovo's reach, but he's able to stay clear.
Jay on the kickoff. Going to pass this one neutrally, but Guinea not going to be able to win that one off the kickoff. Down 2 goals and on the defensive end once again.
Guinea taking control midfield. Not quite in Massow's control. Out to Chosen. Almost an opportunity there for UNCP, but not quite.
Chosen gets around 2 defenders. Even might be able to get around Guinea as well. Canova's going to put it in the bottom corner. Chosen doing everything for Clemson so far.
Absolutely. You have to wonder what's going on in UNCP's head right now. They're watching their defense kind of flounder about here. And like I said, defense is going to be, I think, the winner of these games. Both teams have great offense, but it's that defense that's really going to shine through.
Now, they have played from behind this first game once already. They came back with that 2-goal lead, but Clemson reestablished it quickly. They're going to have to find a lot more offense if they want to be able to keep up with Clemson's scoring.
Absolutely. They've not come back from a 3-0 lead yet, but that's not to say they can't. Massow taking control in that corner. I think we're going to see a lot more control out of Clemson as they already have secured the lead. So if they can secure control, they don't have to worry too much.
AJ trying to take control on the sidewall, but he's got no boost to work with. They're trying to steal a big pad, but he can't even get that one. As UNCP's offensive stint is going to come to an end rather quickly.
Absolutely, Massow clearing it out of midfield. Massow looking for the demo. He'll find it, but a good clear from Fitz.
Fitz will keep it out of the net temporarily. He'll be able to get it clear up, maybe a 1-2-3 passing play, but the touch is just behind AJ, allowing Massow to come back in, push this middle, but he's got to block his team's shot.
That's so unfortunate. I don't think they're going to be kicking themselves too hard about that. Like I said, they've already secured that 3-0 lead, but they might kick themselves if UNCP can figure out how to make that comeback. But that's an absolute flounder on the goal line, and Massow's going to take full advantage of it.
Massow manages to make up for that one he took away from Canovo. Managed to get it back for Clemson.
3 defenders on the goal line. You have to consider, maybe they're starting to panic here. Maybe the nerves are getting to them. Maybe that was just an unfortunate situation, but they've got to figure out what they're doing on that defensive line.
AJ got to try to go for his own solo play, but unfortunately backflips in the midfield, and this ball's going to be cleared all the way back down to the UNCP end. There's another shot coming in. That one just knocked away off the goal line by Fitz.
Absolutely. Fitz seems to be a little bit of a defensive MVP, but unfortunately it's not going to matter as AJ's not able to get the kind of touch or angle he needs to save that ball.
Chosen just beats him to the ball here, gets it over the last man, and AJ's just not back in time.
Absolutely, and with a 5-0 lead, it's looking like this game is Clemson's to win, and UNCP is going to have to maybe figure out what they're going to do in this next and last game.
Still just about 2 minutes left to go, but they're going to have to really get the offense going right now.
Absolutely, it's not impossible, but it's looking improbable as the time ticks down. And with next game potentially being match point for Clemson, UNCP is going to have to make some dire changes here in that last game.
Chosen takes to the skies, gets around one, but the shot doesn't quite get through as Guinea's going to try to counterattack up to AJ, but that's going to be stifled by Masao.
A lot of back and forth here at the end of this game. Fitz with a very nice wave dash pass to AJ, but AJ's not quite on the same page.
Guinea going to try to set this up, and he's shut down by Canovo immediately.
Masao sitting on the back post, making sure nothing's getting through.
Clemson just trying to drain the last minute off the clock here. Still that 5-goal lead, keeping UNCP off the scoreboard. This one got to bounce back to the corner once again. Still no pressure for UNCP.
A bit of poor control from UNCP. Seeing a little bit of panic maybe occurring here. Definitely not getting these controlled touches they're looking for. And Fitz, maybe with an open net, but Masao says not quite.
That counterattack just not quite fast enough to get through Clemson. But hang on, that's a shot, bounce shot from Fitz. It's going to find its way in.
Absolutely.
30 seconds left. It's going to take a lot of kickoff goals, but at least they get on the board here in game number 2.
UNCP is not going down without a fight, and like you said, at least they can get out of this game maybe with a little bit of confidence and a little bit more momentum than they would have if they hadn't scored.
Chosen off the kickoff. Maybe got to try to find one clip before the end of the day. He's got control of the ball. Flip reset, but Fitz doesn't want anything to do with it. Masao going to take it into the corner, but Clemson just trying to play safe, making sure nothing crazy happens at the end of this one.
Chosen with almost a double, but not quite. Like I said, Clemson players may be looking for some clips here and there. Canovo is just going to put that one on net, but not quite. But Masao will make sure he cleans that up and gives them the 6-1 lead.
Well, Masao leading Clemson to that win. Took it comfortably in game number 2.
Absolutely, both teams here looking like maybe they're getting a little bit more comfortable. Clemson maybe a little bit more comfortable than UNCP here. That was definitely a not quite as close game as game number 1. UNCP's really gonna have to figure some stuff out here if they want to make something happen in this match point.
I think, was that match point? I think best of 3, right?
That's right.
I think that's
I take back what I said.
Yeah, so Clemson takes that one in 2 games. They looked a lot more solid that second game, really able to take control.
Absolutely.
Really forced UNCP onto the back foot there. But we're gonna have a quick conversation here with either Masao or one of the boys from Clemson.
Absolutely.
Like
I said,
we'll catch you in a minute.
Yep. Welcome back, y'all. I'm here with Canovo, team member of Team Clemson, the winner of that last series. First off, congratulations on the win. Like I said, y'all played really great out there. How do y'all feel you did out there?
I feel like we played pretty good. Now we had like a 30-minute warm-up before this, so we came in pretty locked in. I feel like we knew we were gonna have the win against
Sure.
UNCP because I feel like I think we 3-0'd them in the regular season, but I think we played good out there.
Awesome. You love to hear it. A little bit of confidence. You think you're maybe going to go a little bit more confident into that next game against Wake Tech?
I think that's definitely a confidence booster after losing 3-0 to ECU yesterday.
Yeah.
That's really what we needed, was just like at least like one win just to like boost that the confidence and stuff like that. But yeah, I think we got a good chance.
Sure. Do you think that there's anything you need to work on going into that next game?
Maybe some comms, like we need to get some comms up.
Sure. Don't want to give away too much, Don't
Alright,
want to give away the
that's-
strategy,
yeah.
but
That'll be all I say. That'll be all I say.
yeah. All right. Awesome. Like I said, how do you feel about the bracket so far?
The bracket, I think it's gonna be interesting. I know that USCB just played their match. I knew like we lost them before, but they actually went like into like a 4-minute OT, I just heard, or something like that. I think,
Awesome.
yeah, it's pretty interesting.
All right. Next question is, who do you think? And first of all, I'm assuming you'd say yourself in the grand finals, right? Because bias. But who do you see being the other team in grand finals?
Honestly, I think USC is definitely gonna be in the grand finals. And I know ECU is going to be another tough matchup for us in this lower bracket. So UNCC.
A lot of good competition. It could be
yeah, there's a
anybody.
lot of-
Yeah,
it's pretty
absolutely.
close. I couldn't. tell
Sure.
you
All right.
that.
Well, before we end this, do you have any shout outs you want to make? Anybody you want to give a little quick shout out to?
Shout out to Mom out there. I know you're watching.
Love that.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. And our next match will be USCB team versus UNCW. So we'll see that next.
Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, a life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Yeah.
So many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
Devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand. Call
Welcome back, everybody. We've got a great game ahead of us with UNC Wilmington versus USC. I'm excited. What are you thinking going into this match?
I heard from the Garnet guys that felt a little shaky in
Okay.
that series versus ECU. They still were able to get it 2-0, but they were closer games. So it's going to be interesting to see if Wilmington jumps on them early or if having that a little bit of warm up in that first round is going to help the B team out.
Absolutely. Yeah, I
taking
think
this one.
getting into some of these as the lower bracket and bracket in general continues, the games tend to get more and more close. A lot more physicality I think we're going to see as the games go on, because losers bracket, you lose here, you're out.
We'll get to see today who can make that deep run through the lowers, and it could be either one of these teams going at it. So we're going to hop straight into game number 1 here.
Yep.
USC in
absolutely.
the orange, Wilmington in the blue. We're going to get started here.
Yeah, let's get right into it. Driptane with a quick rip off the kickoff. Reticle sees to make something out of it.
Jay's going to knock it in contact on the backboard and it's going to leave it for SJT, who's around 1. But Rift is going to be able to pick it up at the midfield line.
Turnip on the wall, looking to control. Not a whole lot of boost to work with, but flicks it over 1. That could be a shot, and it will be for Jay.
That's a great flick from Turnip. Low boost, still managing to get the job done, but it's all off that double demo from SJT to keep UNC Wilmington off the ball and out of the net.
Absolutely. This is that physicality I'm talking about. Teams are going to start playing a lot more physical and a lot more aggressive, I think. And it showed right now that it's going to pay off.
And this is how the USC B team really likes to play. Loves to be in your face, getting demos, stealing boost. And if they really keep this up, Wilmington's going to have an uphill battle.
Absolutely, but not a great touch from Orange team. Rift, not able to get the touch on that. Could be an open net.
Almost a crazy read from Turnip, but that one just off the post from Jay. SJT's shot also denied. Huge pressure coming out from USCB. Another shot going to come in from Turnip. That one off the post once again.
Reticle 50s at mid, lands back towards orange half.
SJT picking this one up. He's going to pass over to Turnip. Got to have an option play, but Rift got to be able to read the first touch. And Jay's shot could be a bouncer off target once again.
A lot of flick plays from USC right now. And so far, they've been paying off. Usually they're able to get it past at least 1. Turnip to Jay, but Jay's not ready.
CB really trying to suffocate out Wilmington right now. So many shots and so many saves having to come out. And they finally get a clear touch, but it's straight back to Turnip once again to continue that offense. But Jay, he's going to try to drop it down to him once again. That ball 50'd straight up in the air.
And some bumps on the blue goal line. SJT is up for the shot and just barely high. But Jay, not quite. It's saved away as well. The reticle.
You feel like that one should go in if you're Turnip there, as this one could be a counterattack back the other way. But Turnip, he's going to be able to get back on the defensive end quick enough.
Absolutely. I'm sure the blue team is thanking that Reticle's on their team, because those saves are, I think, going to be a big part of this game.
It's going to be interesting seeing the stat line at the end of this one. I've seen Garnet shoot the ball so many times so far already. Only a 1-0 scoreline so far. They're really going to be trying to push this goal line, trying to get that insurance here.
Absolutely. Turnip not giving him any space or time on the ball. It's going to land back down to Jay, who sees SJT. Back over to Jay, perhaps. But Jay chooses to steal boost instead.
That touch just in between that no man's land, between a shot and a pass. Just not on target. That's a great shot from Rift, barred down and in. Perfect placement there.
Absolutely. You got to wonder if USC maybe thought that one was going to go a little bit high, but Turnip looks like maybe he started to pull off there, thinking that it was going to be wide.
Those crossbars are so hard to read, but even scoreline now, still halfway to go in game number 1, but Garnet's been holding a lot of the pressure so far.
Absolutely. Reticle making sure to challenge quickly in the air, leaves it for Rift. Turnip sees SJT, but SJT not on the same page as him.
We're going to get pinched all the way back, and Jay's going to pick up, try to control, but a traded demo. Got to let USCB stay on offense. It's a great shot from Turnip. Just knocked away.
Jay looks to 50 Rift. Rift wins that one. Reticle with a potential shot off. Not quite. SJT gets it past Driptane. Turnip with a great redirect, but Rift is there to make sure nothing comes of it.
UNC Wilmington's defense has seemed to stabilize, but if one too many of those demos comes through, it's going to be a wide open net for USCB team.
Driptane back down to Reticle. Reticle not able to make a shot or a pass, but Rift is there, and that was an open net. I think he's going to be kicking himself for not scoring that one.
Huge commitment from the USCB team, but they managed to get out of it. But still, a lot of shots coming out from Wilmington. They've really tried to capitalize on this misplay, but Now a counterattack back the other way. SJT 1v1 versus Reticle. 50 doesn't go his way. Turnip trying to cause havoc on the back line.
Seeing a lot of cars in this blue half and a big demo out of USC, but looks like it's not going to turn out to any goal.
USC B team playing on a knife's edge right now, applying so much pressure, but just barely getting back in time. This one off the post, and Turnip going to be the first one on the ball. It's the boost demo on Driptane, but this one's so awkward in front of the net. Rift plays around one, gets it almost through SJT, but he can't push it all the way.
Slowly, teams are bidding to demo more and more, and a big fake out of there. A bit of mind game from Driptane, and it'll allow him to score that goal.
He will find the second touch off the backboard. Lots of demos coming out of Wilmington. They really exploded onto offense off of one mistake from the USC B team on the back line.
Absolutely, and kickoff looks like it's going to go fairly neutral, but Reticle is able to get a little bit off of that. It's up to blue back wall.
Rift plays around one, but he's only going to get as far as SJT as this one flying high above the net once again. Just UNC Wilmington trying to play boomer ball, keep this one away from USC Garnet. That's another fake out by Turnip, but bumps and demos coming out from Wilmington as well. Is Turnip going to pick this one up out of his back end? He'll win a 50, but not much more.
Reticle gets a nice touch off the wall. It's gonna 50 in a dangerous territory for UNCW. Jay sees SJT back to Turnip, and not quite the passing play that they were probably hoping for.
Seemed like just one too many passes, but Turnip, he's harassing Jay. Can he get it through Driptane? No, Driptane managed to make the save with low boost.
Absolutely, that might have been the scoring opportunity they needed, and it's not gonna happen. In fact, Reticle is going to make sure they win this one with only 2 seconds left.
That was the all-in play. It hinged off of one demo, but back the other way, UNC Wilmington able to punish off of the overcommitment, but a really, really tense game number one here as both teams have been able to get that pressure, but USCB just has to find the shots when they have the opportunities.
Absolutely, that one's going to touch down, and UNCW is going to take that one. Although, until the last couple of seconds, that was only a one-goal game. You know, it was one goal difference between both teams, and I think, again, that's how a lot of these games have been looking, and I think that's how a lot of the games are going to continue to look.
This was USC's game to lose up until the last minute and a half, probably. But you can see with the shot totals, a lot more shots coming out from the USCB team, and you know, not too many saves out of UNCW. Those shots just need to be on target to really force that defense into awkward situations.
But I think the other thing is the quality shots. You know, I think UNCW, while they had less shots, I think they had maybe one or two more quality shots that they were able to make some quality plays off of. But I think USCB is just as capable.
They are indeed. This one I can see going the distance, but only 3 games to do. Not a lot of time separating these two teams.
Absolutely. Like I said, last game, I completely thought it was match point, and I realized too late that game series was already over. So these games can go by real quickly for both teams.
These series are going to be over almost as quickly as they start.
Absolutely. But we're going to go ahead and maybe get into this next match here soon with UNCW with the lead and by one game in the series.
They do have that match point, but anything can happen in these two games. Still 5 minutes in game number 2.
Absolutely.
Let's get right into this one.
Kickoff, win for Driptane. Decides to steal boost and leave it for Rift.
Now Turnip, he's going to pick this ball up. SJT immediately looking for a bump, but Turnip fakes under. Driptane a shot, maybe coming in from Jay. Open net, he's got the top right corner.
See how he slowed that ball down right there because he noticed the defender on the wall waiting for that shot to come quickly. Rift assuming he's going to make that shot, but not even able to make it there in time.
No, I think there was an attempt on a bump on Rift there on the backline as well.
That might be what it was.
USCB is finding that blueprint early, but they just need to find a way to replicate it as the series goes on. They've had 2 quick goals in both these games coming off of a good bump and demo play, followed up by a quick team play back the other end.
Absolutely. Reticle almost with a shooting opportunity there, but USCB team has been pretty good about making sure they cut those passing and those shooting lanes off.
Awkward touch to the sideline is going to allow Wilmington to jump out on the offensive end, and we'll see their first attempt at some pressure here.
A nice flick by Driptane and a shot by Reticle, and he's going to slot that one right underneath the USCB team defenders.
Driptane setting this one up early, forces all 3 defenders to get up in the air, and Reticle's just got to bounce it through.
Absolutely. That was a big double commit from USCB, and again, they might be kicking themselves for that one later.
A little bit of panic whenever they get a low boost on that back end. Just got to stay composed, try to only send one person at the ball that only one needs to go for.
Absolutely. A big bump by Reticle, but might not have done enough. But Driptane will make sure he's able to 50 that back to the USCB team side.
We're going to shoot low, but there's a few touches from the USCB team. Got to keep them back on defense. Maybe not what they wanted, but Turnip, he's going to be able to break them out. But another dunk from Reticle is going to keep UNC Wilmington on the offensive end.
Absolutely. I feel like UNCW has been a lot more of an aerial-based team here, with a lot of their plays starting or coming from the wall or air to or ground to air dribbles, and it might be working for them. But then again, they're tied up in the series, so they might have to try some new things here.
Rift off the backboard, going to try to find his way out of the defense, and Turnip just trying to stall out. Finds a demo on Driptane off the goal line. This could be a doomsday dish opportunity for SJT. Leaves it for Jay, top shelf.
As an absolutely incredible play and huge game sense from Turnip to know to go for that demo and then wait for his teammate Jay just sitting on back line.
Reticle was forced to pick between the doomsday dish or the shot. He couldn't make the decision in time. And USCB has scored their second goal here, taking the lead once again in game number 2.
Absolutely. That is not an easy shot to save. As like you said, there's a lot of opportunities, including one from SJT, but Jay's not able to get there quite in time.
Trying to play this around, but SJT playing a deep, deep third. Going to allow Turnip to cut this one off in the midfield and allow him to come up. Jay's going to pass it to Turnip in the midfield. That's a round 1. Turnip going to try to get a second touchdown to Jay, but Driptane is all over this one. Maybe a counterattack opportunity, but SJT rotation just too clean.
So that one's going to bounce out mid, Turnip up with a little bit of boost, not enough to make anything out of it, and that's a huge pinch for Reticle, and it's just going to find its way in the back net of UCB.
That pinch was absolutely massive. Comes straight off the top of Turnip's car, and even if you're back, that one's just way too fast to get to a top left corner slot.
Absolutely. Reticle realized that there was an opportunity the second he saw him not going up in the air with that ball, and he said, you know what, I'm going to take advantage of that, and it ended up working out.
SJT now, he wants to retake this lead rather quickly. It's going to fall to Jay in the corner as Jay, around 2, try to put it off the backboard for Turnip. Rift there just in time to save that one away.
SJT looking for the flip reset. He'll find it, but not until Driptane has something to say about it.
They're going to try to play it around Reticle. He does, but Rift already up so early, but SJT trying to pass middle to Turnip. The ball just a little bit too far on that pass.
A potential whiff from both teammates there, and maybe an open net here for Reticle. Gets the 50, but Rift not able to capitalize there.
Turnip and SJT playing that so well, trying to slow down the attack, trying to get as many players back on defense, and it works out as Turnip is able to get the touch away, and SJT clears the line.
Absolutely, big 50 out of Rift, but Jay's there. SJT looking for maybe a 50 or a bump. A lot of UCB team members in the same spot in that corner over there, but maybe an open net. Not fast enough shot.
Now Rift, he's going to have his own opportunity, but Turnip's going to be on him immediately.
Absolutely. It always sucks being in that spot of having that open net, but just not having the boost to do much with the ball there.
Jay, he's going to get stifled early, but Rift now off the sidewall. Jay, awkward on the backboard, has a lot of boost to work with, but can't get over Reticle. It's going to fall to SJT, who's able to find Turnip on the sidewall. This is going to get him out of the defensive end as Jay's going to follow this into the corner. Maybe 2 touches, looks for a bump. Turnip at the front post, manages to find the shot, slips it through the whole defense.
Absolutely, and a wonderful pass, almost a fake play here from Jay. I'm assuming Rift was thinking maybe he was going to double touch that off their corner, but instead leaves it for his teammate, and that was a really great, smart decision-making from Jay.
Jay immediately turning, looking for a bump on the goal line, causing havoc back there. Defense really didn't know what was going to come at them, and Turnip just found the slot at the front post through.
Absolutely, SJT's up in the air. Maybe a flip reset to work with. Not quite, but Jay only able to 50 it with Rift.
Turnip trying to do some damage with that double tap, trying to get as chaotic as possible. Trying to show off the mechs, but there's another bump attempt in the bottom corner. Turnip steals it off the bump somehow.
Absolutely, that one's just going to 50 its way in, and sometimes, you know, it doesn't matter if the shot looks clean or not. Sometimes all you care about is that it went in.
It just has to get in the back of the net. Turnip ensuring that the defender has no say in what happens. And a 2-goal lead now for the Gamecocks.
Absolutely, Driptane with boost and a ball to work with. Gets it over 1, but unfortunately gets bumped in the process. SJT up to quickly 50 that one.
Turnip Turnip gonna get demoed for his clear, and another demo coming around. SJT clearing out the back line, forcing Wilmington further and further back into their own end, but that's maybe a bit of a bad double commit, as it's gonna allow Rift to move upfield, but shot knocked off target by Jay, pre-jumping across the net.
Reticle off their backboard, almost perfectly slots it between the defenders. Reticle looking to maybe do something with that, but decides to leave it. Rift is up, and that one's going to 50 its way in, similar to the last goal.
USCB using the power of friendship to keep the first one out, but 3 people not enough to keep the second one, as Turnip just gets pinched at the front post once again. Turnip been on the back end of one too many pinches this game for his
Absolutely,
liking.
and I think UNCW realized that with only a few seconds left in the game, they've got to do some risky plays, as that was a little bit of what you might call a triple commit. But at the end of the day, the ball went in the net, and I think that's all they care about. But SJT with a dangerous bounce. Jay's going to find it, not quite, pinching it off their backboard.
Turnip just trying to stay on this ball, trying to kill anything that Wilmington can have getting out of their own end. 0 boost for Reticle on the back line. Driptane's going to keep it up, but not a lot of boost to work with. Jay's going to put it back into Driptane. Another almost would have been a crazy double off the defender.
Great stuff from that team, but USCB is able to take that one from out underneath the feet of UNCW. I think that was a much closer game than that first one, but even then, you know, I think we're seeing a lot out of both teams here, and that aggression is only continuing to build. So I think, again, those bumps, those demos, those have been killer for both these teams.
Yeah, as you can see there, Turnip getting on the board, 516 points, not too many goals, but he was absolutely vital for every single one of those. As he was just getting the bumps, getting the demos, forcing defenders into awkward positions, and really opening it up for Jay to come through.
Absolutely. USCB with a few more shots over UNCW, and at the end of the day, that's what paid off, was getting just a few more shots, because, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So for them, even though some of those were riskier shots to go for, works out at the end.
And this one definitely felt a lot more like USC's B's game plan. This is how they like to play. They're going to play risky. The game's going to balance on the slimmest of margins. And if they can cause enough chaos on the back line, they're going to win that every time.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to go ahead and get in the next game here. But like we said, you know, these demos, these aggressive plays, both teams are maybe starting to get a little bit warmed up here. So I think this game itself is going to be the real true test of who's better, who's the one who's going to win.
This game is either going to be a complete shootout, or it's going to be a 0-0, 1-1 overtime.
Absolutely.
Either way, it's going to be a close one.
Driptane having to make a quick aerial play off that kickoff. Probably not the position he wants to find himself in. But SJT takes it to wall. A lot of 50s here. Turnip sees Jay. Jay perhaps sees a teammate. Not quite. But a huge double commit from the blue team.
Turnip able to get that 50, but not much more. Not enough boost to really capitalize on that misplay. But it's going to keep the Gamecocks on the offensive end.
Turnip with boost in the ball. Now just boost. Finds SJT, who finds Jay.
What a passing play.
Incredible passing play from the USCB team.
This one really felt like a busted play off the beginning, as SJT had to aerial backwards to get to it, but manages to find Jay at the midfield, and Jay's just going to slot that one in the bottom right-hand corner.
Absolutely.
Definitely making the most out of a bad situation.
Turnip, being kind of the spearhead for that play there, was able to realize his teammate was upfield and went for that bump. Even though he didn't get it, it forced the blue team into an awkward position, and I think that's what really opened up that play.
Wilmington trying to get Turnip off the ball as quickly as possible. He has been just absolutely lethal anytime he's near the offensive end.
A big bounce off of blue team's backboard, but Rift clears it away, but only to Jay. SJT quickly up here.
SJT to the backboard. Can he find the double flip reset? Almost just off the crossbar and out.
Might have been goal of the series, or at least maybe even goal of the tournament. Who knows? But Reticle quickly plays that one off the ground.
SJT going to leave the double tap, and it's going to fall through all the way to Reticle, but now Jay on the sidewall trying to take over, trying to reignite that offense, but Driptane low boost going up the corner.
Right, Reticle looking to play a little bit of that nuisance player to make sure that USCB doesn't get any comfortable shots.
Jay, he's coming in. This USCB rotation has just been so smooth so far, but as soon as I say that, there's a double commit, but Turnip's touch allows them to stay on offense even through it, but now maybe a counterattack. Rift looking for a bump on Jay. He manages to get him.
Absolutely incredible game sense there to know to go for that bump. Driptane sees Rift. Reticle goes for the shot and immediately is recognized by his teammate that he's going for the bump.
Rift kind of stealing that one away from him, but I don't think Reticle's going to mind that one too much.
Now in Turnip gets the boost, but not a great touch on the ball.
Oh, what a touch. Oh my goodness.
And that one's just going to bounce its way in. And right now, USCB team has a 1-goal lead, but it's been pretty back and forth for these teams, so this could change really quickly here, especially with 3 minutes left. It's a lot of time to work with for both teams.
Turnip was threatening this shot so much, kept Driptane forced to stay grounded and allowed SJT to come in and shoot that one point blank.
Absolutely, and UNCW's backboard has kind of been free territory for USCB, and that's just going to be another free shot for SJT, who's going to take that lead up by 2. Little bit of talk coming from the teams down there. You can tell they're feeling a little bit of emotions here. SJT slots that one top right.
SJT yelling at him a little bit. It was a lot more civil this morning at breakfast in the hotel lobby. But
Absolutely.
SJT, he's getting pumped. He's getting ready to go, as they've got a 2-goal lead here with less than 3 minutes left to go.
UNCW with a shot on target. That's going to find its way into the USCB team's net. And now it's only a 1-game lead for USC.
Turnip and SJT, a double commit trying to clear, and it goes right to Reticle. Jay just nowhere near on the back line.
Absolutely, defense here for USCB is going to be killer in these last 3 minutes or so. They've got the lead. All they have to do is keep it. But UNCW looks to make that as uncomfortable as possible for them.
Another shot opportunity coming through. SJT forcing them to stay on the defensive end, but counterattack opportunity for Rift isn't going to come through as he misses the ball. And Reticle's going to try to salvage this as best he can.
Driptane looking to make a save here. Plays it to wall. Perhaps a smart decision, but Jay's going to say, nah, I think you're going to regret that one.
Turn now, he turns on this one, plays it off the side wall, but Rift not going to make contact. Rift seems to have a little bit of nerves coming into this game number 3.
Absolutely.
Game point on the line here.
I think all players right now are feeling a little bit of nerves here in the last couple of minutes. And a great shot by Driptane. He'll manage to tie the game up, and with 2 minutes left, this is anybody's game.
Driptane having Reticle force SJT to stay grounded on that aerial allowed Driptane to get the flick over in the top left corner, and we're tied back up once again, 3-3.
It's a win for USCB team. Turnip staying on the ball with not much boost to work with. But Jay, make sure he's able to do something with that.
This one's going to slip all the way through, but Turnip not the best read on that ball. He's off the ceiling now. Got to put this one on target. Got to force Driptane. That was an awkward aerial. Try to keep it in the corner, try to hold possession, but Jay on him quick.
Driptane not able to get that flick off, and Turnip turns on that one. Reticle 50s it. Rift is on the corner. Potentially a dangerous spot for them, but Jay quickly recognizes that and decides to cut that play off.
Turnip gonna fake that. Jay gonna get over. It might be an open net, but Rift back on defense just in time, able to make the save. Turnip, he's gonna turn on this one, force it through to Driptane, and this ball kind of just sitting around in the midfield. But SJT, a big win
from USC, and that one's just gonna find its way in the back of UNCW's net.
SJT sees this one, reads it through the ether, finds the dunk on the last man, and runs it through the back line.
Absolutely. USC is really putting a lot of pressure here in the last minute and 20 seconds. It's their last opportunity for UNCW to tie this game up and give a little bit more of a competition.
Trying to find that over to Jay, and they're going to keep UNC Wilmington all the way back on the defensive end as Jay. He's going to try to take one shot at Rift, but he's got a lot of boost. 2 defenders in front of him. Gets over one, but Turnip almost finds the open net as Driptane was getting harassed on the back line, but
a traded
to slow
demo
down
from both teams, and SJT bangs it to backboard. Rift up quickly, but only as far as Turnip.
Rift gets a demo, going to try to stifle this South Carolina offense. He's looking for another bump, but Jay has managed to avoid him and get that 50, slow down the counterattack.
UNCW looking to put as much pressure on USCB with only about 30 seconds remaining in the match.
JT sidewall double, puts it in front of the net. No one to take the shot, trying to play safe. Turnip, that's an awkward 50 in front of the net. Jay managed to get it away.
Look to try and pre-jump that Turnip up in the air. Doesn't get that dunk that he was looking for. But Rift has the ball. SJT says no more.
Reticle trying to take control of this. They've only got 15 seconds to get it done. Driptane, this might be the opportunity, but Turnip up so early trying to hold this one. What a beautiful backboard double tap to relieve all of the pressure, send it back down the other way. They're going to have to do it with zeros on the clock, going the length of the field. It's not going to happen. And USCB takes it.
pulls the next game through and is able to take that series. That was a great series from both teams. And again, it's exactly what I talked about. We started seeing more demos, more aggression, more emotion from both teams. And we'll be going on to our next match here real soon.
Truly a back and forth affair in that one. Wilmington taking the first game, but then USCB really was able to flip a switch after that, really started applying that offense, really taking control of that midfield, pushing Wilmington further and further back, and their only goals really came off the counterattack opportunities that the USCB team was really kind of gifting them.
Absolutely, and we just have new information that Wake Tech did in fact beat Clemson. So the next game will be Lander versus Wake Tech. So that'll be another really good one to look out for. That'll be a great series. Excited for that one.
That one's going to be an interesting one. I'm interested to see how this one pans out. Obviously, Lander had a really rough day against USC in that first round of the upper bracket.
You don't gotta tell me, man. I know.
Well, it's okay. We've
but
all
you know
been
what?
there.
We did our VOD review. We looked at this. We looked at the game. So I think we're feeling a little bit more confident going into this next series.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you go ahead and get warmed up to that. We'll have an interview with
Absolutely.
SJT coming at you in a few minutes.
Awesome.
All right. Well, I am here in the caster booth with the captain of USCB team, SJT. Tell me how that one went. Tell me what was the game plan really going into that one?
So we have experience playing UNCW on LAN. Last time we had to reverse sweep them. Did it again today. We knew we had to come out strong. Didn't, and we really locked in for the next few matches.
Yeah, you guys could clearly see a lot more demos, a lot more boost steals coming in on that back end, really forcing Wilmington back into that back third, really allowing them to get out on some counterattacks, really start to enforce your game plan going into that one. Now that you've had these first two matches under your belt, you're through into this kind of later stage of this lower bracket. Is there any team you're particularly either looking forward to playing or kind of worried about coming down?
We don't like to be worried about any team. Obviously, whoever comes out of the winners final is going to be scary. I'm really looking forward to playing ECU though. I know they like to talk back, so it's going to be a good match.
I'm looking forward to hearing that one through the wall. I don't think that one's going to be on stream, but it should be a good one. Anything you'd like to say? Anyone watching at home? Any shout outs you got to give?
I want to thank all the people from USC that are maybe watching. My boy Josh, he's always out here supporting the boys.
Josh is the biggest fan, but I'm going to let you go, get cooled down, get ready to play against ECU after this, but we're going to be back in a minute with Lander taking on Wake Tech.
I can't forget. But you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with Championship Sunday of the C3 LAN. Got a great match coming up to you. You got Wake Tech versus Lander. I know you recently played against Wake Tech. How did you think they were looking today?
Wake Tech looks pretty strong today. I would say, individually they do pretty well. As a team, they can come together when they need to. First game they had us with just demos alone. We couldn't really do much. They bounced back third game and were able to take the win. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do against Lander today.
All right, well, Lander, they did come off that 4-0 loss to Gamecocks yesterday. We're going to see if they can get bounced back. They've been cold so far. This is going to be an interesting one to see how quickly they get into this game. But we're going to go ahead and get started here. Right. We've got Wake Tech in the blue, Lander in the orange. Wake Tech going to start
Very
off
quick
early.
goal for Deadsy.
Deadsy gets on the board quickly straight off the kickoff. 5 seconds in. Already finds one through the entire defense. Slimy just not there in time.
Really important to start off the series with just a good first goal, build momentum, and you really keep the other team away from trying to build any of that momentum.
Lander really needs to get on the board early here. Carolina shut them out all the way until game number 4. So they've got to get up, got to get early on this scoreboard so they can have a chance at this one. He's going to try to keep this in the offensive end, try to get some momentum going for Lander, but Onset's been able to handle this pressure well, but there's an opportunity here, but Deadsy, no touch.
Not getting a hit to the corner. Player trying to clear it away. It's going to be really important just to keep, constant pressure on the other team. It's a huge part of threes is not immediately getting a goal, but just little constant pressure that you build up over time, stealing boosts, getting demos, something that Wake Tech really excels at. It'll be interesting to see if Lander can handle that.
Lander's defense seems to have stabilized through the first minute, but Deadsy, he's going to try to get another one on the board. This one bouncing dangerously in front of net, but Slimy's going to get it off to the side. Get under Deadsy. This could be a counterattack opportunity for Lander. Pack will fake one out. Can Slimy be the first one there? It's on target. Blurry can't get there in time, and Slimy's going to equalize us just under a minute in.
And then that's a great first goal for Lander, just to get on the board with about still 4 minutes left to play. It's plenty of time.
It's exactly what you want to see from them, bouncing back from yesterday, able to get the momentum started here. And I think we might have a much more competitive series than yesterday. Onset, he's up through the air, maybe a flip reset, gets over one. It's going to be awkward off the backboard, but Pack's going to be able to get it away quickly. Ball's going to fall to Slimy. He's going to take an awkward 50, and Blurry looking for demos on that back line, but none come through, and Lander's going to be able to get out on offense as Slimy takes the air, gets over one, and Pack, he's got a flip reset, maybe a bump attempt on the goalie, calls Blurry into action. Lots of pressure coming out from Lander so far.
Yeah, there's definitely been more pressure from Lander since their one goal, and that's what I was saying earlier about the momentum. It's going to be important that these teams try to manage who has more. I know I've said it a couple of times, but who maintains the momentum control of the game.
And Lander has definitely seemed to be the team that's been on offense more so far. Both teams have had about equal opportunities, but Lander really seems to be pushing the issue into this Wake Tech backs line. Now Dot takes a shot on target, but Dedsy and Onset a little bit mixed up, but a demo will really help to relieve that pressure caused by the mishap. But Slimy, he's going to take over. One touch off the backboard, puts it on target, but another good 50 by Dedsy is going to keep them out of the offensive zone.
And you're now in possession. Maybe something that they can do.
Slimy's going to get around one with this midfield. He's got a
It's a
dunk
good 50.
over.
It's in.
What a dunk from
great
Slimy.
shot.
Manages to push it all the way through. Gets a flip reset down. What a perfect 50 on Blurry. Onset just not ready for that shot coming in that high. Lander coming out. Takes the lead here in game one. Still 2.5 minutes left. Plenty of time to play for, but they're going to be looking for some insurance as Pack.
Chance to take another lead.
It's under one, but can't get the shot on target. Surely would have been a goal, but
Onset awkward in the corner. Lander kind of pouring on the pressure here.
this feels like a very different Lander team than we saw yesterday. Much more offensively minded, everything seeming to work out on the offensive end for him. As Dedsy, he's called into action once more on the back line, forced into that defensive positioning. Pack, he'll take this up the side wall. No boost to work with. Could have to leave it, but Slimy, he's up early, got a challenge Onset to the ball, and
Lander not wanting to let any pressure come their way. They want to clear the ball immediately, but it ends up coming back to them, and Dedsy gets the goal, ties it up 2-2. We have ourselves a series.
Dot, and an odd decision here. It looks like, I don't know if he maybe got faked here, but turned outside to this one. Just not the best positioning on the back line, and this one's going to get equalized with about 1.5 minutes left. Kickoff, going to be towards the way of Lander, but no one really taking the control of the ball as this one's going to lead to the back line. Dot takes this one out, but he's going to be challenged almost immediately as Slimy going to take this up the wall. Around one, Slimy's been the key to their offense as a ground pinch comes through, forcing Wake Tech all the way back.
A good shot from Pack. Onset tries to clear it from the corner. Pack trying to make something happen with Slimy with the team play. Onset's just going to take possession and try to clear it away.
It's a good flick from Onset, but not going to get through Pack as Lander just pushing further and further into this Wake Tech backline. They've got to be running low on boost now. Nobody in the front of the net. There we go. Dot puts that one through as it seemed that Lander just forced all of the boost out of the tanks of Wake Tech, and no one was able to get to net in time. They'll take the lead once again, under 1 minute left. Get into crunch time here. Wake Tech's going to have to find something in the bag.
Stealing that boost, I mean, it's hard to get a goal that easy at this kind of event. It's hard to come by just those freebies, so it's going to be really important that they capitalize on those opportunities.
Blurry almost making something happen out of nothing there, but Slimy able to get the ball away. Again, off the ceiling, Slimy just threatening more and more offensive touches. Pack. Send this to the middle of the field, Onset. He's going to cut that one out, but another counterattack. That could have been a crazy redirect from Pack. Would have been a beautiful goal this early in the series.
Wake Tech feeling very awkward right now. Needs to make something happen with 25 seconds left to take the game into overtime.
Set trying to push the issue, but that one off the crossbar. Who's going to be first to it? It's got to be Dot. A great touch over to the corner, relieving all of that pressure, forcing Dedsy to start over. But a good demo from Blurry could be
Wake
an
Tech
opportunity.
with one final push to try to get one more goal to take it into overtime.
Blurry
to
gonna
do something
stall it
right
out
here.
the midfield line, but Pack is all over him. Lander not trying to wait around for it. That ball's gonna touch the ground. Lander gonna take this one in the first game. This is not exactly what I was expecting, but I'm pleasantly surprised.
It was a very close series. Like it was a very well-rounded series. It seemed like both teams had, good moments of offense, good moments of defense. They were able to make the other team awkward at times and get goals. It'll be interesting to see who can do that next game more.
Definitely interesting looking at the shot and saves totals here. Lander out shooting by quite a margin, like 7-3 it looks like, and forcing Wake Tech back on the defensive end. They've got 6 saves, so and absolutely none on the side of Lander. So Lander, if they can just clean up that defense a little bit more, maybe get those saves on those shots, this could be a quick series for them.
Yeah, it seems like Wake Tech really needs to lock in on offense. Their defense looks very good and looks very well-rounded. Desi, they all have 2 saves, so obviously they're all playing great defense, but the shots are just that's where offense happens. That's where your goals get scored.
The shots usually do tell the story of the game. And the storyline of game 1 is Lander taking it. This one, I can see it going either way so far. Wake Tech still has the tools to be able to get that win, able to take this one the next game. We'll see if they can change it up here in game number 2, see if they can shift that momentum back in their favor.
And we're off with game 2 with Blurry and Period going off.
Edzy already on the offensive end looking for bumps and demos. Finds
Wow.
2.
Great team play there that just gets Wake Tech starting on the board early as they did last match.
Onset has probably the easiest goal he's going to score all day as the entire lane to the goal is cleared.
Desi was able to get 2 bumps there to be able to clear out for his teammate.
Dedsy not going to be able to get any credit for that goal, but played a huge role in making that one happen. Now Slimy. Gonna have to play from behind for the first time this series. Onset trying to help Wake Tech push this issue as that's a
Blurry
flip
trying to
reset double off the corner. Blurry not able to get the touch on target. Would have been a doozy. Dedsy, that one just off the post. Gonna force Lander further back.
And although we're just 30 seconds in, Wake Tech already looks like they're pouring on way more offense than they were last series and look overall more in control.
They seem to have made some sort of adjustment. Another awkward outside rotation from Dot, and it's really forcing Lander to play a lot more defense here as those counterattacks are not coming through when they want them to be. And
Wake
they're
Tech with another
really
missed opportunity.
stacked up on the defensive end. Now Onset, he's going to take this to the sidewall, maybe a double tap. That one's towards the net. It's going to be off the backboard, but Dedsy, he's the first one to it, has the read better. And now Wake Tech, 2-goal lead into this second game. They might be able to be turning this one around. Some sort of adjustment has been made during the break.
And this is exactly what they needed to do here coming into the second game. I mean, they wanted to take a lead, but you really want to take a big lead after a loss.
I think if Lander scored that opening goal, this series could be looking a lot more different. But Wake Tech able to keep that momentum to a minimum and really managed to take this one early, and we could see them pile it on here in the last 3 minutes. Still plenty of time.
And that kind of pressure can really get to a team. It can be the make or break for an entire series. One single match can be what makes a team fall apart.
And we have not seen that same Lander pressure we saw in game number 1. It has been all Wake Tech so far. But Dot, he's going to try to get out, but he's got no boost to work with, and it's just going to allow Onset to come in, find another bump. And Dedsy, he's going to be the benefactor of a bump this time.
Onset with another great pass.
What a phenomenal bump from Onset. Just a huge pass down, clears out the defender. And Wake Tech has really flipped the script on game 1. First game was all Lander, and this one has been all Wake Tech back the other way.
Yeah, Lander just really needs to get on the board here, just to get something going for them.
Pack trying to take it around the corner. He's gotten 0 boost, but doesn't manage to pick up the mid, but manages to steal a corner. That'll keep them on offense, but here's the opportunity.
shot.
Slimy will put it through. It's exactly what they needed here, down 3 goals.
Absolutely.
Needed to get that goal quick. Still plenty of time to make this comeback. And we've seen that their offense can get activated, really suffocate out Wake Tech. They're going to have to do that here, but those kind of goals take a lot of time to really happen. Said he's going to try to bring the nail into the coffin right now, but that flick, maybe not the best touch, as it's going to allow Lander to move up on the offensive end, but this ball's been pinging around the midfield. No one really wanted to take control of it so far.
It's a great flip reset. Lander's still 2.5 minutes to get the
Oh,
lead
boy.
back. Cut it down to 1 now. They have 2.5 minutes just to get 1 goal, and there's no need to rush.
That is a gorgeous flip reset from Slivey over the second defender and pack a perfect flick into the top shelf. And that is going to be the spark that Lander needs to get back into this game. All of a sudden, that 3-goal lead is just down to 1, and that 1 goal could come at any time.
Both teams are really heavily focusing on passing plays, and it's working out great for them.
It allows for some very pretty Rocket League to take place. Lots of team play. There's a good bump. Slimy, can he make this low boost double tap? Oh my
Wow.
goodness!
The fantastic shot and the tying up goal.
That was impressive. Slimy, only 20 boosts for that entire play. Managed to find the double tap high off the backboard. A picture perfect shot over the defense. And we're back to square one, and Wake Tech hasn't touched the orange half since the beginning of the game.
Wake Tech with kickoff strategies, trying to make some team play happen.
Blurry, he's going to
Getting a
put
shot
this
to
to
the
the
back.
backboard. Almost finds a shot out of it, but Dot got to be able to get that one away. That's a huge counterattack ball. It's on target, and Blurry not going to know what's going to happen, but his teammates are there to help him out.
I would say that's one of Lander's strengths is their transition speed and the speed at which they can go from defense to offense and really punish you for overcommitted plays on offense.
Not playing that around the sidewall, but now Onset, he's back on the offensive end, trying to find this go-ahead goal for Wake Tech once again. Blowing a 3-goal lead is not going to be fun. Really going to be detrimental for the mental coming out of game number 2, a game that you feel that you had in the bag early. Onset, he's got some in support, only one defender left. Deadsy looking for the demo, but the play just doesn't develop quickly enough for a counterattack opportunity to happen.
This one is so important for Wake Tech because if they lose this after being up 3-0, it would be an absolute momentum killer, and I don't know if they would be able to come back in the third match.
No, Blurry, he definitely wants this one right now. Last minute, going into it. Dead on the third man, but that counter attack, the ball pinching off his hood, and Dot is going to be the benefactor of a pinch. This one, not at all what Wake Tech wanted to see here.
Yeah, third man rotated up too far, and unfortunately the ball just goes right into the net.
If you're Wake Tech, you're thinking, what do we have to do? We had the blueprint earlier, but all of a sudden things have just fallen apart. Well, maybe it's Blurry off the kickoff, winning that one, causing some chaos, but no one in support to help him out here. Still down by a goal. They're going to need to find this one to push this to overtime, try to keep this series alive.
Wake Tech coming off kickoff, swinging hard already, trying to get that goal in.
They definitely have the kickoff strategies, but it seems that if the kickoff doesn't go perfectly, they seem a little bit lost off of them. Desi, he's up to the
with another
ceiling.
chance, but Lander's going to clear it away and try to put some offense on.
Don now coming in, but he's going to be able to get the dunk on Onset, and this ball going to keep staying in the Wake Tech end as Blurry. He's forced to make a clear touch, and that's just more time draining off the clock. Maybe not the best touch to the backboard. 5 seconds now for Wake Tech. They've got to get the goal now. It's just going to be Pack. Slimy will beat out 1-0's on the clock. They're going to have to go the whole way. It's just going to be Lander as Slimy beats the last man. It's a 2-goal game.
It'll be interesting to see if Wake Tech will be able to come back after the 3-0 loss in this third game.
It seemed that Wake Tech really lost the blueprint earlier. They had the idea, they were getting past Lander consistently, and then all of a sudden consistently just smacks them. They absolutely flipped the switch on them. And, you know, I really don't know what you can do as Wake Tech here to really come back from this one.
Yeah, it seemed like after Lander had switched the momentum from Wake Tech, and when they started off with a 3-0 lead, it seemed like Wake Tech just wasn't able to get back on offense and recover from it. And, you know, in the end, they just weren't able to get any shots on net. And, you know, Lander takes the win on the second game.
And today we're seeing a completely different Lander team right now, almost dominating Wake Tech here in the back half of this game. Yeah, if I'm a team coming down from that upper bracket, I'm worried about Lander coming through. Lander seem to be reignited on the offensive end. Their offense is clicking. Everyone seems to be playing a role. No weak man right now, and they're getting the job done right now.
The winner of this being able to play the winner of USC B team and
Looks like
ECUA.
USC B team actually beat ECUA in Game 5, so that one that a lot of people probably didn't expect, but USC B team is making a run through this lower bracket, and this is going to become a very tense lower bracket as soon as we get to a lot of those stream games, best of sevens.
Everybody here trying to get the podium finishes for the cash prizes.
Now we are on game point. Lander. Oh, that might not be good. DC looks like we're going to be taking a quick break to get everyone back in the lobby. So it looks like Slimy gonna be chilling out here. Technical difficulty. We had someone have an issue with the lobby, but we're back into this one. Hopping into game 3. Maybe this technical timeout might have given Wake Tech a break, a little bit of a time to consider what's going on, try to figure out something to try to start this reverse sweep.
Wake Tech starts it off with a great first goal. 7 seconds in. That's what they needed to start the series off with after two losses in the series.
Exactly how they wanted to start this one. Slimy not able to get the touch off the sidewall, and Deadsy's going to punish him for it.
But Wake Tech has started every series off with a very quick goal, and Lander was able to come back, so it'll be interesting to see if they can hold this lead now and try to get the first game off of Lander.
Wake Tech seems to be the most dangerous straight off the kickoff, and there's another one. 2-goal lead in just 13 seconds. That's got to be the fastest we've had anyone take a lead like this in this tournament this weekend. Crowd getting into this one already. Looking to see if Wake Tech can make the first step towards this reverse sweep.
Wake Tech with a couple of misses.
Double miss. This could be a counterattack opportunity for Lander, but Deadsy is able to make the touch, knock that one away, keep them off the board. Lander seems to just slowly apply more and more pressure as the game goes on. I wouldn't be surprised if they all of a sudden start turning on in the next minute or so. Set in the corner, trying to get through Pack. He gets around 2, but Dot's gonna be able to have the touch, two-touch counterattack. Hack, not enough boost to follow that one, but the threat is certainly there for Lander.
WakeTech needs to be very careful about Lander's counterattacks and make sure that they don't overcommit too hard and leave room for quick transitions that lead to goals.
It's a good demo from Slimy. 2 demos on the Wake Tech neck. This could be an opportunity here in transition for Lander. That one just off target. Not going to be able to have someone follow it up, but Lander getting a lot more physical here. First time we've seen the demos really come out in this game.
Slimy now trying to have a pinch happen, control the ball. Hack gonna get clear to the corner. Lawyer's just gonna clear it away.
Blurry coming off the backboard, huge dunk in the midfield, takes Slimy all the way back to the backboard, but Slimy trying to control it, trying to drain some time, get this ball under control, and that one bounces straight into midfield. And it's going to be Pack with a lot of time on the ball, but a good 50, and the demo helps them out, stay on the offensive. Got to force Blurry into an awkward touch off the sidewall, but he does so well with it off the pinch. Blurry's following up, off the backboard shot coming in, but Slimy does a good job reading that one off target. Lander gonna keep the sheet clean.
Double demo happening, taking 2 players off the field. WakeTech trying to score a third now. Fortunately gonna get cleared away.
While going all the way back to the corner of Wake Tech as Slimy will dunk one on the corner line, but Dot, he's moving in now. He wants this opportunity, a good bump on Pack. That'll keep the offense from really being exploited, but this one off the side, once again, a shot coming in. Slimy looking for harassment. Pack gonna have to play safe as they don't quite make enough of an impact on the Wake Tech defense to really keep the offense going.
A couple of demos this game. Really important that when you do get those demos that you take advantage of those 2v3s or 1v3 situations that your teammates set up for you.
Pack's got no boost, but he's going to try to follow this, stay low on the ground, and force Deadsy to make a touch, which he does. There's a miss in the midfield. Dot avoids the bump, and this one's going to be off the backboard. Deadsy got to be getting back on defenses. Not in time. Pack catches them out, picks the pocket of Wake Tech, and cuts the lead in half.
Lander doing what they do best, just staying solid and coming back, not letting pressure get to them. Cutting it down to a 1-goal game with 2 minutes to play.
Lander has been so solid on that offensive rotation, knowing exactly when they need to press up and when they need to pull back and really kind of reset. Now everyone full boosted up, and that opportunity from Slimy almost finds its way through. He's been the absolute spearhead for Lander in this series. They're going to look to him if they're going to want to make this comeback here in game number 3.
WakeTech trying to make something happen here. Not let it get too close of a game just to close out this third game and get the first one. Player with a demo on goalie.
It's a good demo, but now the counterattack is on. Pack trying to find Slimy upfield, and another demo from Deadsy. They might have found the formula here with all these bumps and demos. Lander can't seem to get on offense as quickly with all the demos, but they're still pushing into that offensive zone regardless. Slimy gonna need to make this touch, and he doesn't. Gonna force him all the way back, but be an opportunity here. Lander threatening the net.
Speaking from experience, WakeTech is very disgusting when it comes to the demos and can take you down in a match just from them. And I'm surprised I haven't seen more of them from them this series.
He's going to pop this off the series. Blurry now off the side wall, going off every surface imaginable. But counterattack on this one over the crossbar. Can Deadsy make the touch? He does. Deadsy got enough boost to get there, and he's got the counterattack, but Slimy all over him so quickly. Opportunity brewing for Lander, but another perfect clear allows Blurry up to the backboard. Double tap taken away by Pack, and Lander has just been so clean with these transition attacks. Deadsy, that's a good shot. Bar down and out.
A little bit of pre-celebration.
Wake Tech thought that was in, but the crossbar demon strikes again.
Lander going to try to have one last final effort. And they are going to kill it. Wake Tech takes game 3, series 2-1.
Wake Tech completes the first step on the way to a reverse sweep. We're going to see if they can continue this. They had a lot more demos, a lot more physicality in that game. Lander seemed to not be able to break out at their own end as well as they were beforehand with all that.
Yeah, it seemed that Wake Tech with the demos, they seemed more in control. They seemed like they switched up their plan from the first 2 games. It'll be interesting to see how Lander switches it up now after the 3rd game. See if they can somehow have a strategy that adopts.
Lander definitely going to have to make that adjustment. Try to at least be more aware of those demos coming out behind them. Make sure they're keeping an eye on their boost meters, making sure they got enough to really be able to jump on those opportunities when they get them. Because Wake Tech is certainly giving them 1 or 2 opportunities in transition. Lander just hasn't had the men or the boosts in order to get the counter.
Yeah. Wake Tech coming together as a team this game. See if Lander can do more in the next one.
See Deadsy leading 2 goals off of 5 shots, but saves still heavy on the Wake Tech side, so Lander's still having most of the shots, most of the pressure, even though it didn't really feel like it that game.
And we are into the 4th game.
Kickoff coming through from Deadsy. No shenanigans on this one, but a good win for Wake Tech. They've always been the most threatening off the kickoffs as Blurry can't get the flip reset through as Packle knocked this one back to the midfield line.
Wake Tech not off to the fast starts that they have been the first 3 games, but also not getting scored on.
Let's see, that's a great setup from Blurry, but shot doesn't come through. Onset, low bounce shot. It's over the defense.
And there's that quick shot I was just talking about 30 seconds in. Wake Tech takes the lead 1-0.
Onset, a great bounce shot over under one defender over the last one in the net. And they take the lead here early on once again in game number 4. They've scored first in every game. It's just been a matter of if Lander can come back from behind and really take over the game.
Wake Tech with another opportunity to go up 2 again.
It's a great pinch from Slimy all the way back down to the corner. Pack, he's going to get beat out. This one all the way back down to the Lander corner in transition. He's got to avoid a bump. He's getting harassed trying to get the clear, but it's going to fall to Slimy. And that's a good beat from Onset, bouncing in front of the net. Pack just going to have to take control.
Only a minute in, but Lander looks like they're just getting out-pressured right now. It seems like Wake Tech is much more in control with boosts, demos, and overall shots.
It's going to play this over to the side wall, and Slimy's going to try to infield past a Pack. That's a great shot, top shelf. Pack manages to slot this one past the defense. Slimy, a perfect pass over, just beating out the defense on every step of that one.
And Lander doing exactly what they need to do, just keeping it solid, not letting momentum get out of their control.
Lander getting on the board early here in this one. They seem to have stabilized the defensive end, but there's another shot from Onset. That one off target. Shot from Blurry, saved away from Slimy.
A great save from Slimy, as well as a good shot from Blurry.
Deadsy off the ceiling around 1. Onset will pick it up at the midfield line. Harassment on Dot, but he manages to do well with it. It's Pack up early to the backboard, trying to get some boost, trying to get something distorted on the backboard of Wake Tech, but another counterattack. This game has been all about who can counter the pressure better.
Lander with another chance, but Onset shutting it down very early.
Deadsy to the backboard, gonna try to get over Dot. There's gonna be no touch there, but luckily Slimy there to help him out. This one towards the back line once again. Slimy gonna pop it high. This game has been very in the air so far as Onset harassing Dot, but the shot comes straight at him off the bump recovery. Now Pack, he's got a lot of time on this one. Time and boost. What can he do with it? Straight off the ceiling, straight down. Pogo, probably accidentally, as he just tries to recover out.
Wake Tech trying to keep possession. Fortunately going to go away to the Lander side. Lander trying to build some type of attack.
Wake Tech all running back on defense at the same time. Managed to keep Lander from really forcing that issue on the way up the field. Someone had a great 50 at the midfield line, but this one could be going back the other way as Dot doesn't get the double tap. This ball has just been really, no one has solid control of it so far. Been going all the way one end of the field to the other, playing a lot of boomer ball, trying to get one way to get through it, but it could be Slimy. Double jump, finding the bump. Slimy through. He'll take the lead for Lander with just 2 minutes left to go. Just a perfect ones play.
And Slimy taking a break from the typical boom ball that was being played, takes possession and is able just to force an air dribble bump. Makes it 2-1, Lander up.
Does a great job recognizing the pace of play and slowing it down, really forcing Wake Tech into an awkward situation. But hang on a minute, onset shot just knocked away by Slimy, a perfect recovery to keep that ball out of the net. Dedsy now, he's got the ball in his hood, flicks around one, onset, the shot on target. They're gonna tie it up here. They don't want to get beat out right now.
Wojtek also slowing it down here and able to make a really nice passing play with just a shot middle of the goal that Lander was just not able to save.
Onset has been scoring so many of the goals here for Wake Tech. They're going to look to him to be the goal scorer if this series is to continue. Oh, that's a great flick by Slimy. A dot shot right at the defender. Felt like it could have been an opportunity for Lander there. Slimy got to hit it around one. He's going to have a good amount of boost going up the side wall, trying to get through the defense. But Dedsy's going to stop him on the goal line. Try to offload to Onset, but it's just going to pinch all the way back to the Lander net. This one, a good pass into the midfield. Slimy taking a shot. It's going to get knocked away.
Wake Tech and Lander both with really good attacks and ideas and strategies that they're coming up with throughout the game, but both teams are doing a really good job of countering each other and just keeping it an even score game right now.
Trying to get involved in Wake Tech's net, trying to do some extracurriculars off the ball, really trying to make sure that Wake Tech is locked back there. A few more demos coming out from Pack. He's really trying to activate the physical game right now, trying to close this one out early. This one's Slimy, trying to take control in the midfield. Doesn't have too much boost to work with. Just going to try to find a teammate, and he does. But Dot around two. Slimy, can he find the shot at the front post? He does. Lander retakes the lead. 28 seconds left. They're looking to finish it in regulation.
Lander just needing to hold on to the lead for 30 seconds to close out the series. Obviously, Wake Tech is going to try to say no to that. It'll be interesting to see what happens off this kickoff.
Wake Tech always the most dangerous off the kickoffs. We're going to see they definitely try to lose that to the back corner. Dedsy, a lot of boost to work with. Not the best touch for the first one, but Pack is going to be able to come in. And this on the offensive end is going to allow Wake Tech to do something, but they're so awkward on the defense that all of Lander is boosted up. But Flurry, that's a great dunk. Slimy, a great touch, and oh my goodness,
Great
the
touch from
extension
Dot.
is so good, forcing Wake Tech to go the full length of the field on 0 seconds. Can they do it? It's just going to be Dot. He's going to put it through, and Lander takes the series 3-1.
A great performance by Lander, showing that yesterday's game was a fluke. They're here to play.
Lander definitely one to keep an eye out for coming through that lower bracket. They take down Wake Tech 3-1. Wake Tech prevents the sweep, but Lander, whenever they finally got that offense going, they looked dominant. It didn't seem like Wake Tech could really do anything to stop their mechanics, and a lot of that was Slimy. He was just so mechanical on that offensive end, always setting up shots and even scoring them himself some of the time.
Absolutely. Lander just played it great as it seemed. They just looked so in control. They just looked like they were really meshing together and syncing up.
It's going to be interesting to see what they do in the next round after this bounce back. After the break, we're going to have an interview with Lander. After that, we're going to move on to the next match. We'll catch you then.
Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I am coming, I'll fight. I swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army.
The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony, until one day a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
You've been knocked down and got up again. In a corner, you're surrounded, no defenders. You've hid your fury and kept it in, but it's time now you ignite and turn to embers. Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes.
Get ready for verse 2, Electric Boogaloo.
You see the truth behind the veil, and you know that they're just looking for attention. Oh, you don't let their ruthlessness prevail. Oh, it's time now, light your fires for ascension. Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. They let you down, but you get up. They let you drown, but you don't stop. You show you're a phoenix. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Even now, you're coming up to me, fire lighting up the sky. Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. Never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, I got no rival. Tell me now, what you gonna do? We can do this face to face. The reckoning is coming real soon. Doesn't matter what you say. Try to tell you this is my moment. Can't take mine 'cause I own it. Don't you know that I locked and unloaded? You're out of focus. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma fight my way through the blood and pain. Game of survival. Anytime or place. Watch 'em run away. I got no. I'll be standing on my own. Never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no. I got no rival.
Thank God that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And quit it, 'cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Damn man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Working for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have him yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me 'cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. 'Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing. Yup, that's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits, you can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again. See you again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. 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 I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with an interview with Slimy, player for Lander. Walk me through that last match. You guys came out really aggressive. You won the first two games, kind of making a comeback in every single game. What was really the catalyst for you guys?
I think we just kept a cool mental, stayed cool, calm, and composed, even after dropping a game, just keeping our heads up, staying in it.
Now, you were just, every time I saw you on the ball, you were always going up. You looked like you were going for clips every time you touched the ball. Are you a really mechanical player, trying to feed your teammates, just trying to make everything happen?
Yeah, usually I'm trying to make opportunities. If something doesn't go right, I know I have my team to back me up. So I know we can make it happen.
All right, well, you guys
Alright.
just took down Wake Tech. Looking forward towards the brackets. You guys are playing USC Garnet, USC B team, and then
Right.
winning that one. You're looking at either UNC Charlotte or another Gamecock team. Is there any team you really don't want to be playing up against? Any team you like your odds against?
Well, I know USCB, USCA played. They both look really solid. No, we still got to play good for USCB, and then hopefully USCA will be the end match. I think those are really the only teams we got to worry about.
All right. Well, is anyone you want to shout out? Any people watching at home?
So, AM, Seth, Hunt, my mom and my dad. Appreciate it.
All right. We're gonna take a quick break. Come back with USC taking on UNCC in the upper bracket final. It's gonna be a great match. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks, man.
Catch you near in hopes you chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas, oh you meant the world to me. Oh you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas, oh you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas, oh you meant the world to me. Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a whirl. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a whirl. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Won't you take me home? Give me wings to fly. We can run away. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me I can wait another minute. I can wait another second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, with you. Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me gone somewhere and dyed my hair now? Wanna be alone. It's much to bear and you don't care, and I wanna play alone. I got you in my sight. I keep all the words you said to me. I get you, get you, get you, get you on your knees. Rewrite all the things you said that I should be. I'll should be. I'll get you, get you, get you. Now you beg me, please. Hey. Now I stay away. You were never meant to save me. Now I stay away. I wanna hear you say you're sorry. Hate I even love you. Hate I fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you. Hate I kinda fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you. Hate I fell in love with you. Hate I even loved you. Hate I kinda fell in love with you.
When the lights go down, I've seen hell in you, but you don't care, no, you don't care, no. You just rather watch me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, oblivion. Oh, going fall into oblivion. Fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, I'm going in. You can't fall asleep when you're counting stars. Get it together. Your mind can't sleep when you let it serve. Now you wanna see me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it up, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall
like it never ends. Back again, square one. Tried to leave myself behind, looking for a better place, not to stay alone. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was broken and isolated, but inside held the fire waiting. Not a word that you say can save this, so don't try, 'cause this time you crossed the line. Turned. Didn't think I'd go this far, but here we are, the end. Now you're just a lesson learned, a slowly fading memory, so I can breathe again. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was broken and isolated, but inside held the fire waiting. Not a word that you say can save this, so don't try, 'cause this time you crossed the line. And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CCC, the Carolina Collegiate Clash. Now, before we get started, let's introduce our sponsor.
Old North State Wealth Management. Now be sure to check them out to learn about your financial future and how they can help you reach your financial goals.
Now, for today's matchup, we got Charlotte versus USC.
Oh, the big one.
This matchup is a big, big one.
Yeah.
It's going to be a best of 7 today. And honestly, I don't know who's going to win this one. What do you
I don't
think?
know. I mean, this is the winner's final, so this is the last upper bracket match we're going to play before we get into the loser's final and the loser's matches. So the winner's final, UNCC, USC, both powerhouses. They don't want to lose, and they're both dangerous. And I'm
Yes, they
scared of
are.
both. I wanted to play them, but we did.
Yep.
We lost to one, but it's okay.
Now, Charlotte was playing like how they were the other day.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be going to Game 7. That's what I want to see. That's what the
Yeah.
fans want to see. And I think that's what we're going to see, honestly, because Charlotte plays great. USC is a very strong team. We saw them perform the entire LAN so far. And honestly, I can't say enough. I'm so excited for this series coming up here soon.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. They have similar play styles to the point where they have very good ball control. They both have high-level players on each side, but they both have a standout player. And I would say on both sides, it's Lazy and Og, respectively. So I'm curious to see how each of them kind of captains their team, because it's a very controlled, make plays happen teams on both sides. So I'm curious to see what they do in this match.
Yeah. Now, we have the ball coming down off the backboard. A little scary here for USC. Charlotte staying on the offensive here, but Solar clearing that ball out. A long ball down the side. Cats with a touchdown mid, but it goes a little bit far, and Charlotte taking a big clear down that right wall.
They're just like establishing the game. We've seen it back and forth, and I mean, UNCC has this early pressure. That thing that came off kickoff, they just kind of held the boost and stuff off of kickoff. And usually that pressure leads to goals for them, but this back and forth is just feeling it out early game.
Now this is scary, but Lazy gets that quick touch to the side. Not a lot of boost. It looks like USC is kind of starving Charlotte here, and Cats going out a little bit. No boost on both sides, honestly. Lazy up for the touch, gets dunked out by Solar though, and Knight looking to control this ball and start another attack up here soon.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what didn't want to see happen for UNCC. They had the early pressure. It didn't result in the goal, but now USC, Og, our standout player that I mentioned earlier, just punishes the open net. That's a bad rotation on the back end, and that's a 1-0 lead for them.
Yeah, not a lot of boosts on that third man there, and Og recognizing that, putting it as far left as he can, and he slots it. He puts it in and brings USC up 1-0 a minute into this series.
That's a really good dribble. It doesn't go into goal. See, these kickoff possessions, I think both times now, both early in game 1 went in UNCC's favor. They had the possession and pressure off it early, but they just don't get a goal off of it. And I think if this lead builds for USC, that can get more and more dangerous if they don't start to convert.
Oh, yeah. Now, Og taking a really heavy touch here, looking for that pass midfield, but shut down instantly by Lazy. A redirect by Knight does not connect where he wants it to. Coolio looking for the touch, cannot find it. He's low on boost again here. Now, Og, USC looking to strike back. Lazy taking a huge clear out to the side.
Yeah, a little bit of bang ball. It's not bad. They're both just kind of feeling it out. No real shots, just midfield play, getting around. I don't know. These possessions, they're trying to control it as much as they can. I mean, we see everyone trying to take dribbles in the air, any kind of like multiple touches, but just nothing clean coming through.
Yeah, they're both trying to feel each other out right now. It's the first game of this series. They want to see this first game really doesn't mean a whole lot. It's just trying to figure out how they want to play against the other team. They might scrim each other. They might just see how to get some goals on net, get some passing plays going, and a potential shot here rolling in. It's saved by Knight. He clears it out, but the net is open. Lazy cutting back, taking the ball to the left wall, and back on the offense.
Yeah, that was a close save. I mean, that was threateningly close. Knight made an amazing save in the goal line. That touch, I don't know if they could have had more power, but they were just converting in the midfield. That was a great punish on the UNCC's rotation. USC just caught it out, tried to put it on net. Very close to another goal.
Now, Charlotte not giving them any room to breathe right now. All up, and it actually goes in. Coolio jumping up for the ball. He puts it in under the defender. All of Charlotte up for all their eggs in one basket. Coolio turning off that corner, saying, "This is mine," establishing himself as that first man there and putting it underneath USC. This game is tied 1-1, 2:30 on the clock.
That has got to be the most Coolio goal ever and it just comes out early, so they see it. Okay, that would have been another Coolio goal, but that's just Coolio doing his thing. He's unpredictable. He has his shots like that come out at awkward angles, and they get resulted in a goal. And this pressure again, looking like it could be another goal for UNCC.
Charlotte just unending pressure. So much backboard presence there. Coolio staying up there, staying in the play. Not a lot of boost to his name, but that does not matter. He trusts that second man, Knight, being there in the perfect spot for him, slotting that ball away. And now Charlotte, they're up 2-1 so far in this game. It's 2:15 on the clock. Only 15 seconds pass for Charlotte to score again.
Yeah, that's big response. I mean, they were down 1. That was a close shot there. They were down 1 early. They had the pressure, though, so they had their chances. And now they're converting the chances, and they bring the lead back to their hands. So it'll be interesting to see how UNCC, if they keep the pressure that they've been pushing for goals all game with, or if they try and turtle up and just play more of a safe game. But how it's looking aggressive, and they're going to keep going.
Yes, it is. Now, USC putting some shots on net here, trying to see if anything will kind of wiggle its way in. Now, a great ball out mid. Coolio shutting that option down right away, but USC grabbing, looking for those bumps that worked so well for them yesterday, grabbing boost. So a potential pass out mid. Solar does not get shut down right away by Knight. That's a great play here, but he's Knight passing it back. Cats shutting that down.
Yeah, that was some sustained offense and pressure that, besides the one-off looks that USC have been getting, that was an orchestrated attack. That was a midfield pass, brought 2 men up, went for the shot. It was just blocked away. But those kind of chances, that's the kind of pressure they can reestablish to get these goals back if they want to start tying this game and maybe looking for a lead later on.
Yeah, now Charlotte a little bit panicky here. A shot on net. Og looking for that option again. A great pass mid. No one there to help him. A little bit panic on Charlotte's side. Solar putting it high. A bit of an awkward touch here, but Lazy covering that ball. That big man on Charlotte we're talking about here. Now, big man on USC. He's up. He has the flip reset. He gets it past 1. He gets it past 2, but he does not get past the 3rd. Knight with a great save.
That was an amazing save. That's the solo plays, though. Og, the standout on USC by far. That was him taking full advantage, gets the reset over. Oh, and that's a conversion. Really good connection there. USC is finding their offensive stride here to tie it back up.
Yes, they are. Now, Cat staying in that place, looking for these bumps this entire time, and the ball just comes straight to him at 50s out. Solar getting that touch straight to him. Cat's just announcing himself, putting it into that corner, and tying this game with only 40 seconds left.
I mean, that's what you love to see. If you're coming across net, you forced a play, that ball comes rolling to you, you're drooling. You just want to put it in the net. That's a really satisfying way to tie it back up. It's 2-2, 30 seconds left. Let's see who gets the pressure that could lead potentially to a game-winning goal before overtime.
Now it's looking like USC here a little bit. Cat's not a lot of boost, but Og trying to take control. A bit of a mistouch here. Coolio trying to get there. Does he get the touch mid? It does. It goes wide, but Knight a little too close, not connecting the way he wants to. Lazy getting demoed, but Coolio staying in the play right now. Can he get a shot on net? Oh, it gets 50'd by Og, shutting that down. 10 seconds left right now on this clock.
Yeah, UNCC's keeping this pressure. They want to score before the game goes to overtime. They're still in their half. That's a midfield pass. They could get it here. It's just they're getting a lot of volume on net, and that is brutal to fall in front of net. That hurts not to score.
Oh my god, but they have to be feeling good after getting these opportunities, and a kickoff goal maybe not shut down right away by Solar. A loose ball in the midfield. Og is up. Does he get the touch? Cats out to Cats, but shut down by Knight. A great save by Charlotte and cleared out by Lazy.
Yeah, this overtime, both teams had chances already, and that was another goal line save off of a solo play. These teams, the offense is definitely trying to connect. The defense is doing even better to stop it. This could be a breakaway for the big man Coolio. Unfortunate.
He tried, but Knight is up for the touch. He gets it to the right. It goes right under the crossbar. Charlotte winning the first game of this series, slotting that ball right below the crossbar. A great 50 out to the left wall. Solar trying to cover that. Og, not a lot of boost to work with, but Charlotte up 1-0 in the series so far. What you thinking?
That was a statement goal to put them up 1 to win that game. I mean, they were down 1. The big comeback on offense, their connections. I mean, Coolio 2 assists, Knight with the 2 goals, 6 saves. Knight doing it all, offense and defense. And that last shot there, beat the defender, went right over him, slotted top right corner. Other defender couldn't get to it. That's the connection. That's perfection.
Now Charlotte with 10 saves overall, and USC 12 shots on net. Charlotte saving everything coming their way, and then counterattacking the way they need to. Now, everyone performing. Everyone has points on the board, getting options, passes. I don't know. What do you think USC could do to bring this series back?
I think they had the right idea. They started to have a little bit more connections. They had like some infield pressure, but most of it still came off the solo play attempts. And I think they had to stay with that. It's not like they weren't scoring. It was a close game, went overtime. go with what you trust.
True.
Trust Og. Trust the openings he'll create. Trust your whole team to create openings, find the connections in the field, score some goals.
That is very true. Now, this kickoff is in Charlotte's favor. Little bit of a bizarre touch off the side here, but a great clear out by Lazy, just putting pressure right back on USC. Now, Og wanting to slow it down. A bit of a missed touch here. Pass out mid by Coolio to Knight. Knight putting it on net, but shut down. Now, Cats off for the double tap. Can he get it? But shut down again by Lazy.
Yeah, this has been just a messy game to get into the second game, and that is going to be Knight again. There's a punished goal, just not going in. Knight on the goal line, preventing another goal to go in, so they wouldn't go down in this game. And this pressure is sustained from USC. They are staying in their half, and we saw in the last game the save count. UNCC had so many saves, but they only had 2 goals scored. They tied it up with minimal shots going on the other way. So if they can just sustain on defense, they don't seem to be in any trouble.
That is true. That is very true. And their defense has been pretty solid so far. They're all covering for one another, regardless of their boost amount. Now, a bit of a lackluster touch out here, but Coolio shutting that down. Cats almost putting USC up with only a minute left on this, or a minute left. A minute on the clock. Now, Knight taking a wild touch out mid here. Coolio does not get the 50. He wants a bit of an overextension by Charlotte here.
Yeah, there's 4 minutes left. There's a lot of time left. I don't think I blinked and missed half the game. But this going back into UNCC's pressure, that's a really good fake. That's tactical. Almost went in the net, but just out. This is kind of like a messy scramble for boost on the USC side. This is sustained pressure that UNCC had to get them the 2 goals in the last game. If they can keep this going, then I guess I speak it into existence.
And they keep it going. Coolio up for that Lazy as well. Lazy kind of faking out the defender here, staying with the play the whole time. Cats, not a lot of boost. Barely getting shot under by Coolio, but is a well-placed shot. Charlotte going up 1-0, 3:30 left on the clock.
I think that was a pre-jump. I honestly think Coolio pre-jump. That's some faith. Lazy just created the opening, made a pass out, and that's the pressure resulting in a goal. That's exactly what you want to see. But USC got to break out. You've been in your half a lot in the second game to start. This is not what you had in the first game. You got to start finding some offensive pressure again.
Now, Knight looking to take a 50 here on the wall. Kind of a wild ball out mid here, but Coolio sending that up the field and starting that Charlotte pressure up again. A great demo on the back line here, but Solar cutting off that option before anything truly dangerous comes to be. Now, another bang out. It looks like Charlotte's playing a lot of kind of boomer ball here, trying to get the ball out of their half. They want to stay on the offense here and potentially rack up some more goals.
Yeah, I mean, the booms, they're not ideal because the first game was a lot of possession. But it's getting them back on the blue half like all the time. Every single time they clear it back, it's just you're in the blue half. And the boost has been so low, and it's punished right there for the late rotation. It's just, this is the kind of leaks in the USC defense right now. They're just going punished, and UNCC is benefiting off of it.
Yeah, now Lazy was taking advantage of that. They were banging the ball a lot. Not a lot of boost actually by Knight or Lazy, but they were keeping their presence known there. You know, they always go for that pass out mid, and Lazy kind of sold that, and he made it seem like he was going for that pass mid and just puts it right under the net.
Yeah, that was a really smart play orchestrated by both. I mean, they had the man in the midfield. They could have passed it. And then Lazy just chose not to, get the great fake, and that's a goal. So now, again, UNCC has their pressure off the start. And it does come back down, but the boost isn't there to sustain it. I mean, they're going to boom. No, they're not going to boom it. But they need to have a nice long time in the UNCC half. They're going to start getting goals back. Now they're down 2 goals when they scored early in the last one and lost it. So they have to find some kind of offensive rhythm to get these goals back. But for UNCC, you're loving this.
Now, looking for the demos on that goal line again, what worked so well for them yesterday, but not finding that pass out mid like they wanted. But Og beats 2 players here. This could be a potentially open net here. Coolio spawning on the right side. He won the 50-50, and Charlotte barely scraping away with that here. I would say, got a little lucky on the defense on the spawn, but they might be able to have a shooting opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just the spawn, but there were 2 guys that on Charlotte that recovered in time. How is there no one to follow up on that big clear? That was a really big beat on Og. Beat 2 teammates demoed. You have the net looked at, but no second man to follow that read. It has to go as a goal.
Now, Charlotte just staying in there, Coolio just being as much of a menace as he can, just looking to disrupt the play from USC and their passing lanes that they've created. But now, a bit of a double commit here by Charlotte, maybe getting a little bit panicky. They should not be panicking, though. They're up 2-0 with only a minute left on the clock. All they have to do is just let the time bide by.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't really been too many quality looks on net. UNCC's been doing a really good job on defense here, holding it down. But if you're USC, it doesn't help either because you start getting panicky. I mean, that should have been a punish goal also. It's just a very panicky, maybe too antsy to score a goal back. It's just not looking good for them in this game, but they had to find a way to get something back, some goal or some kind of pressure to get momentum for the next game.
Yeah, no, Lazy getting a wild touch up top there, but Cats looking to control the ball, take it out. Maybe a little bit of pressure on Charlotte's side here. Oh, not a lot of boost, but just making himself known. Oh, get potential bump, but he misses Knight here. Knight having a great play, a solo play here, looking for that pass mid. He gets it low, shut down instantly by Solar.
It's just controlled as much time on the ball as possible. Knight is just jumping with the ball, and it's going over. Two defenders that are just challenging and missing. You have to make these challenges if you're USC. Otherwise, you're just letting the ball walk right back into your half. That's a really good connection, though. That was a good conversion. There we go.
Wow, now USC connecting, bringing themselves back into this game. They're not saying it is over yet. There's 18 seconds left on this clock, and if they keep passing like that, they could very well tie this game up and even win it. Now, this could be everything here. This is game 2 right now. This is a big shift for momentum. If Charlotte loses this game, it's going to be tied, and that is everything right now in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I'll pause before this double. Yeah, pay your respects. That was a really beautiful double. I was going to say, USC, that's the second unconventional passing play that got a goal for them. But this double just instantly coming right back. It's just punishing them. They're solidifying this game, too. UNCC want to go up 2-0 in the series, and they're looking like they're going to do that.
Now, they must have heard me or something, because I said they just wanted to bide their time, and Knight coming out here with a great follow-up, a great double tap, putting that ball in. Now, a demo from Coolio, opening up the field in the mid here a little bit. This could potentially be a shot on net, maybe a little bit wide, bit of a double commit, but they are up, so it does not matter. Charlotte taking the second game in this series. Charlotte up 2-0 so far. Now, what do you think USC could do? Do you think they should control the ball a little more? I feel like their touch is just getting a little bit ahead of themselves.
Yeah, the unconventional passing, I think they have the ability to find themselves and find each other on the field if they do go for more of just connecting with touches instead of just taking bad 50s and letting the boost wear down. They got to find each other on the field. They're moving around the field. We're seeing it, but it's got to find ways the ball gets around the UNCC players, lead to goals, lead to shots, any kind of pressure to build back that offense.
Yeah, now USC only putting 3 shots on that time. They had 12 last game, 3 in the second game. Charlotte staying around the same kind of shooting percentage here, but actually all of them putting something in the net. So Charlotte, they should be feeling pretty good right now. They're up 2-0. They have a pretty good cushion to work with. They just need to keep playing their game, honestly. Keep putting the balls in the back of the net, do what they do. And the ball's in USC's court now. They just have to act on it. They have to get these passing plays that work so well for them and keep getting them.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing was their save count. The first game had so many saves on UNCC side, and USC had their pressure and their moments to get those shots coming on. And that game, they had maybe, 2, 3 combined saves for UNCC.
Yeah.
The pressure just wasn't there. The shots on net wasn't there for USC, and they got to find a way to get those back.
Now, Knight looking to slow this ball down, just bait USC in. They have the advantage. They don't really need to put too much pressure on them right now. Lazy misses the double tap, bumps on the back line here, but Coolio able to get a piece of that ball and force Solar to jump up for it and kind of commit that third man.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, he was looking for his teammate there. I mean, I don't think he was just placing the shot on that corner for nothing. His teammate was sitting right there for the bump. He was going for the redirect, but that's one of those shots where you might just want to take a shot on net. I know you've got to find your connections and go for those unreadable passes. That was close on the bar. Go for the unreadable shots and passing plays, but you have an open net. Take a good shot. You can build pressure off of that later on instead of that one look with the teammate, and it got blocked.
Yep. Now, this could be dangerous here for Charlotte. Lazy correcting that instantly. Now, Cats having the opportunity to get to the wall. A great pinch out mid. This could be a free shot here. Not a lot of boost on Coolio. A bit of a miss. Saved by Knight, and they barely break out by the skin of their teeth. That should have been a goal for USC, but they might not be letting this opportunity slip up. It looks like they're staying in the play and not letting it get to them.
It's a really close double. This is the repeated shots in offense that USC needed. They are finding continuous shots, these 50s that go to the backboard. This is pressure. This is good. This is the shift they needed after those 2 losses to get anything back in the series.
Now, a lot of power on that right there. Putting it to the defender, forcing it off of him. But Knight looking to get a little dunk here, potentially forcing it up. But slowing that ball down. Does he have the flip reset? He gets it. He doesn't use it, though. But Solar, it bought so much time for the follow-up. But a great clear out to the side by Lazy.
Yeah, that solo play, Coolio just made himself a wall. It's a double tap. Another save. These goal line saves and all of these solo play attempts are just unbelievable. These are the saves we saw from game 1. UNCC is just stalwart defense. Nothing is finding the way into the net. So all this USC offense and pressure, they still have 0 goals. They need to start converting.
Wow, their first man on Charlotte right now is just doing a great job of shutting down the midfield. Every time they have control in the midfield for USC, it's just one of their players on Charlotte shutting it down right away. And a great demo here, a great little Cucks bench out to the side, buying some time, hopefully grabbing some boosts. Now, Lazy coming close to maybe shut down Cats, but Cats beating one, kind of forcing out for the second one. Og so fast up in the air and clearing it down to Charlotte's side.
Yeah, I think that's actually a smart shift. That was a good midfield look. Unfortunately, it didn't come through with a pass for them, but that kind of patience and still having the speed to outplay, I think that's something that does benefit USC overall. I mean, UNCC as a whole is a very stable team, but I feel like Og and Solar and players like them on USC have the ability to have those little bursts of speed to outplay UNCC, and they're not coming through. And that is a unfortunate own goal on a panicky recovery. That is unfortunate.
Now, in his defense there, it was either him putting it in his own net or one of Charlotte getting there, Coolio, potentially having the shot there. He tried to make the contact with as little boost as he had, and unfortunately, it just slots it in his own net. It's an unfortunate feeling for USC here, but they've had so much offensive pressure, they should not let that get to them. Keep putting it to Charlotte's backboard and keep taking those shots.
Yeah, it's just bittersweet. You had so much pressure, so many shots, and to be the one who gets scored on first in this game especially, that's a hurt. And it's a going goal. That's not a good feeling either. I mean, he was a little forced. He had to go and do something. It was close, but he put it in the net. You don't want to be the one scoring on yourself, not in a tight series like this.
Yeah, now Knight shutting that down again every time. USC has some opportunity in the midfield. It's just instantly shut down. So maybe they get a little bit quicker with their touches, try to get the ball just off their car a little bit faster. They're also fast in the air, so they have the opportunity to do that. Now, Charlotte almost scoring here. A great little passing play to the sidewall. Coolio follows it up, gets a touch mid, but shut down by Solar. Such a good opportunity here by Charlotte.
Yeah, ever since that goal, UNCC's been on offense. I don't know what happened, maybe some mental switch, but UNCC took pressure right back. They've been in the blue half for the majority of the time after that goal. And if they start to build this lead, it might start getting away, but they held them to no other goals. They're still only down one goal for USC. They got to get something back. Otherwise, UNCC looks pretty comfortable. Well, they might not be comfortable after that double commit, but they're fine.
Yes,
they look fine going into this end of the game.
Yeah, Coolio staying close to this ball, staying cool. He's just trying to get the ball out of their side. And, a bit of a mistouch here. Solar following it up, gets it, forces on Lazy. Lazy, not a lot of boost, but the 100 spawns for him just in time. This could be dangerous for USC. Og, not a lot to work with. A great boom out to the side, though. Could this be USC's little passing play that they've been able to create so far? A great flick over the top. It's shut down again by Knight.
Yeah, we're seeing them have boost. They got a lot of midfield boost pads before starting this possession, so they should be in UNCC's half for a while. That midfield connection blocked again, so they're looking for each other. They're getting the shots back that they were missing for a little bit of the game here, but UNCC is just saving it. The defense is just locked in, and that's another one right off the post. It's just saved.
Oh my god.
And it's saved again.
So many balls just going in front of their net. Charlotte scrambling to get the ball out. Another one. Lazy clearing it with no boost. USC is so strong in this offense right now, just not finding the back of the nets. Now, Charlotte just wanting to break out, taking a hard touch here, just trying to get it out of their side. They are not leaving any chances for USC in this third game.
Nothing is breaking. Wow, and that's game. Nothing is breaking for this UNCC defense. These shots coming out from USC are piling on. This game, they brought the heat. How many shots is this? 6-2. 13 shots on net, 0 goals. This is some defense from UNCC that is lights out, and USC needs to find an answer, and they need a reverse sweep if they want to win this series.
Oh, yeah, and we know very well their ability to reverse sweep. They played their B team, they went down a few games, and then they brought it straight back and closed that series out. So we know they have it in them to do so. We know they have the skill to do so, but they just have to find out what is wrong against Charlotte right now. What is not working? Why is the ball not finding the back of that net? But Charlotte just playing absolutely stellar defense. They're up 3-0 in this series. And keep in mind, this is a best of 7. So this is match point for Charlotte right now. They are feeling good. This is exactly where you want to be in a series like this.
Yeah, there's really not much else to say besides UNCC looks locked in on defense. They are determined not to let goals in that are not perfect. I mean, they won't let anything other than a perfect shot go in. I mean, 0 goals is the last 2 games, or 1 goal in the last 2 games. USC needs to find the back of the net, but for UNCC, They look solid to finish it.
Yes, they are, but they're trying to break out quickly on offense here. Maybe get an early shot on that early goal. That could be massive, but saved again by Knight. The defense is just absolutely stellar right now, and they're going to take their time. A great flick here. Knight, this could potentially be the first goal of the series, but no one actually there to follow up on Charlotte's side. Maybe playing a little bit too defensively, but they're feeling good, so they don't feel too forced to make anything happen right now.
Yeah, I mean, on that offensive counterattack, I feel like they made so many saves and the boost was low on UNCC. They couldn't fully commit for an attack right after, but still, the one man took it all the way down the field. It ended up on a shot on net or pressure on net from one man converting from defense. You can't have one man go all the way down the field and create that kind of pressure when you just had pressure on net. You have to find a way to just establish and contain the breakout like that so you can get some goals in the net. USC needs to do that.
Yes, they do, but they've been keeping a mind on their backboard so far, knowing that Charlotte has these passing plays that generate from seemingly nowhere, like a bank from the midfield to their own backboard, not expecting that angle, but they're playing that option now. They're shutting it down before it happens, and I think that could work very well in their favor into creating goal opportunities afterwards. Now, one that we might see here, but no, shut down by Lazy. Not a lot of boost to follow. Knight recognizing that, cutting it off a bit, but an open midfield here. This could be dangerous for Charlotte.
Yeah, the boost was low. That was a bit of an overcommit from the third man on Charlotte, but it doesn't go punished. They have someone coming back. They have someone recovering just in time every single time. No goal continues to go in for USC. This is a problem. But for UNCC, what's going to go? Like, they don't think they're not going to concede anything.
It does not seem like that, but Og taking a pretty high touch here. Lazy trying to shut that down, but USC maybe looking for a passing play here, maybe a fake. Bumped by Coolio, but he puts it in the net, maybe trusting the touch there a little too much. He had the flip the whole time, so maybe playing a little bit closer there. Solar with a great little tap, kind of faked the fact that he wasn't going for the reset, just getting it over Coolio, and then Cats there to finish. There for his teammate, trusting his teammate. Even being down 3 games, they still have that trust with each other, which is absolutely massive and the only way to come back and win this series.
Yeah, that was the dam finally breaking. I mean, that was a perfect solo play. You outplay one, the teammates there to follow in the midfield. That's how you break down a defense. I mean, it took them a couple games to figure it out, maybe a little bit too much time, but they're finding it here. They have the lead. Now they got to build on it, create that cushion so nothing else going in can tie and potentially make them lose this lead.
Now, Coolio looking for that touch. A bit of a fake in the corner here. A good bump by Knight. A shot on net by Lazy. Oh, clearing it out to the side, but Knight there. He has the 100 boost. He has the wall. Solar shutting that down. Not a lot of boost to his name, but just putting it out of their side. Almost a demo on the goal line here. A national demo on the other player, but Og got some boost to work with. Not a lot. Looking for a demo opening up this field here, but Knight again just shutting that down. The ball getting a little bit too far away from them.
Yeah, they're just controlling it right back. UNCC, they're finding that midfield boost grabs. They're just keeping the ball close, and they're breaking them down. 0 boost on Cats. Again, just waiting for the challenge to come in on UNCC. That pressure is just mounting once again.
Now, Solar taking a 50. This is a dangerous spot to be. Cats with a bit of a backflip here. Touch middle by Coolio. Hog pinching it out to the side a little bit. Now he has a little bit of time to work with a little bit of space. Going quick here. Does not get the touch around Knight like he wanted. Coolio kind of putting the ball a little bit far away from himself here, and USC quick on the attack, but Lazy just there cutting off that angle every single time they look for that pass in mid. They're just ready to shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, that was a dangerous ball that should have been punished. That was a double commit on the sidewall for USC. I think it was Og and Solar that were on the wall. They're looking for the solo play, both trying to take possession of the ball on the sidewall. And it was, I believe, Solar who took it, tried to go for a follow-up touch. It just got away from him. And that giveaway should have conceded them the goal. It doesn't here, so the scoreline differential stays 1. But USC needs to clean it up a little bit more.
Yes, they do. Now, a potential shooting play here. A great pass out mid. Knight not quite getting the touch he wants. Coolio diving this ball with another follow touch mid. Does not get it. Solar shutting down that option. But a great demo here, opening up that field, grabbing that corner boost. Knight, maybe a bit of a mistouch here. A shot on that saved by Lazy. Another loose ball in the air, but shut down again. Lazy. That's all we hear on this defense right now. Every save so far. And an open net, a great clear out to the outlet. Coolio blasting that ball down to Knight, and Knight just in the position he needs to be in right there.
I mean,
he was so ready.
Yeah, he was ready. The first man challenge from him, he just lingered downfield, and Solar went up his third. He was just too far upfield. It goes punished. They're not being as clean with rotation and decisions that they need to be. And that 1-goal lead, now it's tied. And UNCC's had all the pressure offensively for the entirety of this game besides that 1 goal. So I don't know how USC is going to try and pull this out. UNCC, they look like they can bring this away and try and sweep this. I don't know. That'd be crazy to sweep the series on USC. Let's see if they have something to say about it.
now, but USC maybe just trying to create a little bit more opportunities. Some good demos can open up that field a little bit, but they're just so close to one another. That one demo doesn't mean a whole lot. Charlotte's there ready with the follow-up touch, and the passes out mid. Now, loose ball, Knight looking for this option mid, shut down by Solar, and this could be a little dangerous here. Lazy up, taking the shot on net, but saved by Cats. It's 1-1 right now with only 20 seconds left. Teams are just taking punches and throwing them out.
Yeah, and this is some sustained. Off the inside post. That is an unreal bounce. So USC gets saved at the last second here, but the pressure's not done. Oh, this loose ball might change that. Nah. But UNCC had so much pressure for the ending of that game. Nothing goes in the net, but that's scary leading into this overtime.
Yeah, now game 4 heading to overtime. Charlotte, match point. USC just scrambling. They want to win this game. They need to win this game if they want to stay in this series and keep going. Now, putting some threats on net here. Maybe a bit of a loose ball out to the side. Og capitalizing on that, looking for a follow-up. Cats with the touch. Shut down again by Lazy, but their third man playing high, playing for the offensive pressure that they're so good at doing.
Yeah, this is some off the kickoff in overtime. I mean, it's overtime. Your tournament life is not on the line. You go down to losers, but you have a ticket to grand finals right here. And USC doesn't want to just take that for granted. They're having these chances early in this overtime, so they don't just get shut out in this series. I mean, this is your chance to start bringing it back if you want to.
I will say every game has gotten closer and closer score-wise, performance-wise. So I think USC is starting to figure out Charlotte a little bit here. They're starting to get a little bit more used to how they roll, how they do things, and that could be dangerous for the longevity of this series. If they start to adapt now, this could very well be the reverse sweep that I could honestly see happening if they keep playing.
I don't know if I see it happening quite yet. UNCC's looked pretty solid. I mean, even this overtime, the chances early for USC didn't result in the goal. UNCC still remaining solid, so I'm not going to count them out. This overtime, I mean, they're already back in the blue half. USC's been having pressure on their half now for 30 seconds or so. UNCC's finding the rhythm again, and this could be, I don't know, they're looking pretty good to finish this out if they want. If they can put something in the net here from this pressure.
And now Lazy taking a pretty high touch, looking at that passing option again. Knight up, dusted by that ball. This might be on net. Lazy back just in time, looking to control this ball, get it out mid. Can he get another here? Potential flipper set, touch on net. Knight finishing, securing that goal, and Charlotte, they sweep USC.
They sweep USC. That was lights out from the Niners. That was absolutely uncontested. That was UNCC just
pure dominance. Now Charlotte just showing what they're made of, putting those shots on net, those saves on their goal. They just played their game the entire time. They performed so well. The games were pretty close, but they seemed so confident the entire time.
I mean, the games were close. USC, they had it very neck and neck the entire way, but UNCC didn't look phased at all. Nothing that USC was putting together was doing anything threatening to UNCC. It was 4-0. It was a sweep. There was nothing that could change that.
It really wasn't. But I am so curious to see what Charlotte's captain has to say, or potentially one of Charlotte's players if we have Knight either come up here or Coolio. But I'm curious of what they have to say about that series, how they're feeling after sweeping one of the highest seed in this tournament. USC number one seed.
Yeah, we'll see.
And they just swept them. They've got to be feeling good.
Yeah, they got to be. We'll see what they were thinking. I mean, they had their number. I don't know if it was prep or just knew exactly how they wanted to play and they executed on that, but they performed.
Yes,
and they looked good doing it.
Now we actually have Knight coming up here right now. Now I will let you talk.
There he is.
Holy shit, bro.
Whoa! Hot mic.
Sorry.
Hot mic. Knight. USC, the number 1 seed in the winners final. Now there is a chance you see him again. But 4-0.
4-0.
Sweeping the 1 seed. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. Going into that game, we knew South Carolina was going to be the toughest team we're going to play in this tournament. So we were on top of comms. We were sticking together, looking for passing plays, making sure to pressure them the whole time, give them no space because they're all super mechanical players. So coming in 4-0 sweeping them was really not how we expected the series to go, but we played it super well, and I'm super glad of my team because we played that perfectly.
It looked just clean through and through. And I mean, you guys were on defense a lot. There was a
Yes.
lot of saves, especially you making some
Yes.
very close goal line saves. Where'd that defense come from? You guys were just lights out.
Our defense has normally been one of our weaker points of our play, so something just clicked. Something just
Yeah.
clicked, and we were on top of them the entire time. We were challenging. We did give them space, but we made sure to keep the pressure and try and stay out of as many awkward situations as possible. And we kind of just clutched up on the backboard.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
shut them out. So
you were just denying.
defense wins games, and that's kind of how we were able to pull away with that series.
Yeah, and I mean, even on offense, though, you guys were connecting with a lot of passing plays, like you said. The infields are just kind of finding each other on the offensive third. Is that just taking what's being given, or was that like planned, like pushing two up, having it there for the opportunity, and you were just finding it and having it go in?
Well, passes are the key part of our play style. So we normally always, try and have someone in that midfield as a passing option.
Yeah.
Because that's where we really shine as a team. So looking to connect those passes and create scoring opportunities is really what led us to scoring most of our goals.
Yeah,
so that's kind of how we play as a team, and we were able to really pull through and make every shot opportunity count. So
yeah, man, that looked good. You guys move on to the grand finals.
The grand
We're awaiting the
finals.
results between Lander and USCB, so they're playing right now, and the winner of that will play USCA, who you swept. That was lights out. So who would you want to play going forward? If you want to see a team coming up from the losers to play again in the grands, who would it be?
Coming up from the losers, well, after seeing how USCB went to Game 5 with USCA, I'd really love to see a rematch in those losers finals between those two teams because that was such a fun series to watch. But Lander has also been kind of a sneaky team this tournament. They have a really solid roster, so I know that match is going to be interesting. I'm going to make sure to watch it. But I think ideally, I want to see USCB and USCA play again because that match was so much fun, and I want to see if the B team would be able to pull something out against their A team they pulled through in that first series. So,
all right, how would you think that series would go between UNCC and USCB?
I think with the way USCB played early, if they're able to keep that, I think they have a shot against their A team because they were one game away from pulling and taking it from them, but I guess either A clicked and the defense on B kind of went down a little bit in that Game 4, Game 5. But I think if they're able to stay consistent and just play the way they have this tournament, I really think they have a good shot at beating their A team.
But do you think?
I thought you were going for the handshake.
No. Do you think that you guys are just going to win and whoever's left? Do you have a real shot at it? Are you that confident going into the finals?
After how we just played this game, I think we have a good shot at taking home the whole thing. Definitely, 100%.
First. I mean, this is Knight, the Rock of UNCC, making his way to the grand finals. Good luck, man.
Thank
you.
Good luck,
brother.
Thank you so
Good
much,
luck.
man.
Hope it goes well. All right, guys, thank you for watching. That was the winners final. Stay tuned. We have the grand final coming up. We're awaiting the results for Lander and USCB. We'll see who plays them, plays USCA in the loser final to make it back to play UNCC. Yeah, that was blurry.
When there's no hope, loving for you who saw me before I knew who I'd be. What I have around me means nothing to me if I can't share it with you. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame a past we simply let fade. But I don't close the door, waiting the chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you. Can't help but knowing that I'm still in love with you. You make me feel so. girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If you ignite me's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him you might drop dead. Metaphorically of course, settling the score, never getting bored, loves the blood and gore, always wanting more, feeding from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force departed. If you start shit you'll be heartless in the darkness, torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you'll be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. Adrenaline pressure, it's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, better do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can harness, believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key controlled by fight or flight. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
Best to give me that loyalty. Best to give me that loyalty. Cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. Cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me royalty.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Carolina Collegiate Clash Championship Series. We are here in the losers final where we have USC A team versus USC B team, the rematch of the century, especially with the B team getting triple Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, USCB right now, they are on a tear through the lower bracket. They beat us, they beat ECU, and they just got done beating Lander. They have all the momentum on their side right now.
I know going into this, they came in very strong. They said even playing in the B League, they deserve to be in the A League. They coming through strong. They're coming in ready to win this. They wanted the podium. They've made it to the podium. Now, it's the real question is how far are they going to go?
Yeah, the height on the podium is what they're aiming for right now. They don't want to be on the third. They want to be up there on the second. So, but they've got a tough task in beating USCA. I mean, there's probably a reason that there's a B beside their names. So
That's true. That's true. But I know SJT. He's been on fire the past couple of games, and these recent games, they've been. I mean, SJT's been putting the team on his back, but he's also had his teammates there to support him with those demos, creating those passing plays and creating those opportunities that have just been ripping apart these teams. And I want to see if they can actually apply that to USC's A team, or if USC A team just knows how to play against them.
Yeah, and I mean, earlier on, we saw both of these teams play a very close match of Rocket League. So I think what it's really going to come down to is the momentum, because we have two teams that played pretty similar in the first matchup, but we have a team that's coming through the lowers bracket and a team that just lost 4-0 to UNCC in the winners.
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting to see how this one develops as the kickoff going straight into USC's B team's corner as he's looking for the pass to SJT. No, Jay cuts it off for a quick shot, but Og is there for the save, but SJT trying to return the favor. And it looks like Og is going to have a little bit of space grabbing that mid boost.
Og working down the field, looking for the backboard, not going to find that one, blocked away by that B roster. SJT up first, looking to continue this one. Solar going to cut that one off, look into the corner. Og trying to collect, work this one back down the field. The midfield is what they're looking to control right now. Solar, a small touch, the challenge through SJT. That one's in the middle for Cats, and this shot's not going to come through right there. And USCB transitioning back onto offense.
USCB, you can already see it coming out with the demos from Turnup, connecting on that one, but SJT getting a mistouch. But another huge bump from Turnup as he's getting two connections, and SJT is just not able to put it in the back of the net. But Solar with a little bit of space. SJT getting the cutoff with the redirect to the backboard, but right to Og, a dangerous man on the field, and with Cats trying to follow it up, but Turnup gets the touch to the midfield.
And I wonder if that demo on SJT is a little sign of what's to come. A lot of teams know that SJT tends to be the third man for that B roster, but Og coming through as third man for the A roster right there. I wonder if they're going to be looking for a lot of demos on SJT here.
I know, absolutely, because right now it has definitely shown that SJT has been the lifeline of this B team. SJT making those solo plays and making those plays happen. A mistouch from USC's B, but Turnup able to recover it. Jay a little awkward on that side wall. SJT once again getting it out, going for the 50 on Cats. That sends right back onto the field. And Og looking for Solar. Solar with the shot, and it's shoved off the right side, and they're not able to connect. And Turnup is going to have the time in his corner.
And we saw this a little bit in the UNCC matchup. USC, they're connecting on the passes, but they're just a little bit off. That one's going to find its way in the middle. Is anybody going to be there? No, they don't have the person there to finish the play, and that's going to be a chance that they want back.
Absolutely. And now it's another 50 going into the corner. Cats looking for the pass midfield. Jay gets the pop-up, removing it from Og's possibilities of a scoring chance. Now Og looking for the center field. No one there to collect. Jay with a little bit of a mistouch. And SJT in a 1v2 scenario. Cats looking for the pass. Solar trying to slow it down, get that shot. He's going to put it in. No, Turnup gets a save off of the backboard.
And notice the amount of players right there for the USB roster sitting on the backboard waiting for the shot to come through, but nobody's going to be back there. But that shot just a little high for USCA. Another one coming through and Turnup there to block it away. This USCB team comfortable on defense, but USCA making them really uncomfortable with all these bumps. But too much forward. SJT has the chance on the counterattack. Going to choose to take the boost.
An unfortunate boost over ball situation, but with the speed of that ball, SJT could just not catch up to it. He had no choice, and might as well steal the opponent's main boost at that chance. With SJT, or Jay, looking for the pass midfield, no one there to capitalize. Turnup tries to get it past the second, does not connect, and it looks like SJT is going to collect in the corner. Midfield, trying to get a play. Solar with a demo, and it's a wide open net. Turnup with a shot, and they're going to put the first one in to put in the first goal of the game.
And the momentum team coming from the lower bracket keeps the momentum going with this first goal. USCB striking first, and USCA not able to connect on these passing plays yet.
I know, it's definitely looking like USCB is carrying that momentum from that Lander match into this. With Og getting a kickoff in his favor with the pass. Doesn't connect, a 50 to his corner, but SJT bumps out Solar, giving Turnup time, but he likes to go for the full boost. That could be a detrimental with that bump attempt, but Jay does manage to avoid it. Gets it past Cats. Og looking for the pass on the backboard. A mistouch, and it looks like USCA is going to put it in, but no, Turnup could not get the save. I thought he almost had that one.
Almost enough of a recovery right there, but that double commit is lethal. It looks like there may be a bit of a communication issue right there as both players went for it, and they just couldn't decide who was going to try and get the touch right there.
Yeah, now going into this next kickoff, USC's B team needs to make sure they're not giving up that pressure, and they're trying to cut back on those double commits, because we've seen them in the first time. Once they started doing double commits and gave USC's A team that pressure, USCA just started dominating the pitch.
Yeah, and once they control the overall gameplay, that's when we'll start seeing some of those passing plays come through, and that's where players like Cats. Oh no, an own goal coming through right there, and USCB coming up or going up 2-1.
Oh, Cats getting it into, or well, I got confused. Turnip scoring it over USC's A team, taking the lead here. You can see a little bit of chirping starting on on the main stage here. Is SJT coming out saying you are the B team, and I think USCB is feeling very confident.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell it when they start talking to the other team like they are, and the challenges that they're going for. Just so much confidence coming through their play, and almost a shot opportunity, just barely blocked away there by USCA.
Now with a little bit of a Jay trying to get a play, a little dangerous situation for the B team here. SJT trying to get a play, is shut down by Solar. Now Jay trying to get a play off to that midfield here. Og trying to get a little bit of a team pinch going, but it does not work in their favor. Now SJT off the corner, trying to look for a pass midfield, decides to go for a clear, but right to Og, who has low boost, but Solar there to capitalize, but no one there to try and put it in.
Yeah, and gonna get it away for just a little bit here is USCB. That challenge gonna put it right on the backboard. A little awkward for Solar, but gonna get away for the time being. Cats there to cut it off. A lot of players a little low on boost here for USCA, and Jay trying to capitalize. That challenge going straight to SJT, the pop-up, and Solar there to put that one to the corner. But Turnup in, looking for SJT, and they put it away. 3-1, USCB secures this game.
USCB is on fire right now. They're going through, they're controlling the momentum, they're controlling the boost. You can see multiple times in this matchup here where USC's A team just has no boost. They're not able to get to the play in time, and the USCB is they're here to win. They're here to win.
Yeah, I mean they've got the gnome up there. They've got the good luck charms, so they're looking really solid so far in this game. And I don't know, it's gonna really come down to if USCA can control the series.
Absolutely, and I definitely want to see how this one plays out going into the rest of this series here. As these teams, I mean, they definitely want to beat each other. We've seen it. SJT wants to take the win, but I know USC 18 wants to make it to that. At least they want to have another chance with UNCC. Because that 4-0 sweep can be a little detrimental to that mental, but they want to have that second chance, get that bracket reset, and take the series. I feel like USCB team might want it more.
They might want it more, but I mean, it's going to come down to a game of endurance. And
Yeah.
so far, they've been playing all day long. And you got to wonder how much longer they can go. It's a best of 7 here. And so they've got a lot of games to play.
Absolutely. I mean, they gotta play through the rest of this series. A 4-0 sweep, that's still 3 more games. That gives USCA a lot of time to make those changes, make those adjustments. I mean, we've seen it before. The first game with USCB against USC, they had some momentum, but then they got triple Brazil. I mean, it could happen again. I mean, it could be USC taking it to 5, but hopefully B can pull it away.
Yeah, I think it's really going to come down to whether USCA can kind of make SJT a little more awkward, because a lot of the times the USCB is trying to get that ball to SJT, or SJT is making a lot of big saves for them on the defensive side, and USCA really hasn't made SJT very awkward. So they're definitely going to be looking to do that a little more in this game.
Yeah, that was definitely a key factor here for at least the first. But one thing I'd like to point out and give props to is Turnip's aggression with the bumps and demos on the field. He has been all over the field looking for those bumps and demos, trying to set up SJT almost a similar way to how USC's A team does with Cats and Og. It's creating a very similar play style, but it looks like the B team is just playing a little bit better with that.
Yeah, and I think it really does come down to that momentum. But USCA has a lot of LAN experience, but SJT doesn't care about what kind of experience they have. He puts one in the back of the net.
Yeah, I mean, USCB just got the momentum. 33 seconds into the game, and they are putting one straight into the net, taking that early lead. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's just that B team momentum. They're on that Cinderella story right now. Coming up from the B League playoffs, they had to play in their own playoffs just to qualify for this, and now they're making that Cinderella run.
Yeah, and I was gonna sit there and say that USCA has a lot more LAN experience, and an endurance game would be one that would favor them, but the momentum game from USCB just seems to be pulling it away. As Turnup, the pass back to SJT, the pop high, anyone there to follow it up? Turnup is, but the block away. USCA getting away with one there, as Solar looking to clear it out. That one's gonna find its way to Cats, and the control play looking for one past SJT. SJT playing this one patient though.
SIT making a smart choice, playing patient in that corner with a huge clear from Turnip back down the field, giving his team some space and time. SIT trying to bump out. Solar does get the play, but Katz is there on the backboard for the touch to his corner. Trying to adjust. Jay with a quick shot, and Turnip almost with a redirect, but a little bit of a backflip there that could be a mistake, but SIT is there to get the easy save.
Yeah, I think Turnup realized that they were going to probably block that one away if they tried to go for it, so they just tried to let it go and see if something better happened from that one. But SJT going to clear it away. Maybe a breakaway opportunity here, looking middle for Turnup, but going to get that one away for the time being. A demo coming out for their efforts, though, as SJT's there up, not going to find the redirect. USCB looking dangerous on the counterattack.
Now you can see right there, SJT got that full boost and he tried to turn for it and he barely missed it by a hair. That was almost a dangerous situation for the A team as Jay gets a 50 off of Katz. Turnip tries to get a touch, but he does not connect. And Og with a quick shot and the double save. I guess you need two players to shut out Og, the Og effect.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you have to do with a player like that, getting so much space. But SJT taking every bit of space away from this USCA roster. That one off of the corner. SJT keeping it up. Gonna pass that one back to Jay. Collect boost and take it across. This is a good play here from USCB.
Absolutely, his Turnip gets a 50, but once again, it does not go in his way, and USCA puts it in for the equalizer. Right here, I mean, that's one thing you got to be careful of. It happened a lot in the first series. They put in a Turnip with his little missed clears into the center of the field, priming it perfectly for USC's A team to capitalize. You can't let those soft touches happen in the middle of the field.
Yeah, I mean, the control through the backboard was such a good idea, but just a small mistake in a play like that leads to a goal because your teammates are expecting the ideal coming from that play. So really unfortunate there, but Cats again coming off of the pass from Og. USCA finding another goal, putting themselves up 2-1 here in this game. 2:19 left to go, though. Plenty of time for USCB to find the response. We'll have to see how they're going to do that, though, against a USCA roster doing so well right now. And they're looking to play it high with the passing plays out of the defense. Turnup gonna take that one over one, looking for the touch by another. That one off the backboard. SJT gonna finish that one away. 2-2. They find the tying goal here against USCA with 2:05 left in the game.
What a play right there. You can see SJT getting hype on that stage as they put in the equalizer here. It's going to be interesting to see if they can carry that out into the rest of this game and take the game. But Solar with a save on the goal line. Solar trying to maintain possession here on the wall, but SJT beating him to the play. Katz off the ceiling, down to Solar. Doesn't get the clear he's looking for, and Jay is there to pop it up for Turnup.
And Turnup through the corner, looking for SJT again. Seems to be one of their favorite plays to go for, but Katz cutting it off this time. The bump coming through. Can Katz get there? No, SJT so composed on that defensive side. Gets the pass out to Turnup. Turnup looking for another play off of the backboard. Not going to find it this time. That one cut away by Og. Solar looking to get it out. Katz going to have to do the rest. Clearing it down the field. SJT looking to control on the defensive side. It's going to get it past one. Can he get it past Og? No, the block comes through, but Jay there to follow it up immediately. The pass to SJT, the redirect, not going to find it. That one's going to go off the back wall, and USCA is going to clear it away just for a little bit.
You can see right there, Turnup went straight into the net, not even worried about the play or the ball going on, getting the demos. SJT follows up with another one, and Jay not able to get there in time as Solar is able to get the clear off to the side of the field. Turnup gets the play in his corner, looking for the play midfield, off the ceiling, doesn't connect with it, and I don't think he got the landing he was looking for.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't happen, but being able to bounce back is the most important part. The challenge coming through. SJT looking to pass across. Jay was pre-jumped, not going to find that one, though. Turnup's going to have to do a lot of work here to slow this play down, and Solar waiting on the sidewall. The pass to Katz. The shot going to be a little wide there as a player from USCB going to cut off the shot opportunity. Solar there for the shot, almost getting the double tap, and that one's going to fall back to Og to try and get it all the way back up. SJT is going to have to cut this one off from Solar. Solar, the pass off the wall, back to Og. And again, cut off by USCB. They're always there to cut off these passing plays.
This is definitely a close matchup here. It's definitely going to make some of these teams that have lost to the B team feel a little bit better as they're putting out a great fight against the A-League 1 seed here. Going into a tied game, 5 seconds left. The B team needs to get something going, get this off their side as there's a lot of pressure coming up. But Turnup looking for the pass, doesn't connect with it, and Og is not there for the play either. And we're going into overtime.
Yeah, and What a fitting way for this game to go. Two teams so even, and Jay gonna look to try and make something happen here, but cast the big clear down right to Og, back to Solar, and Solar not gonna be able to commit there. A great clear from SJT, gonna relieve just enough pressure for his teammates to recover.
Once again, another soft touch into the center of the field. A dangerous play there from Jay, but Turnip leaves the ball, goes for the demo, and Solar's not there in time, and USCB goes up 2-0 in the series.
What a smart play here from Turnup, realizing that there's not that much of a shot opportunity and just leaves it for SJT in the perfect placement from SJT. Solar not able to recover, and USCB take game 2 and keep the momentum that they had rolling.
Right now, USCB is looking like a very different team from the series yesterday. It's going to be interesting. And we are getting notice that USC's A team is taking a timeout after this. So there's going to be an additional 60 seconds on top of this clock here. But, I mean, right now, what type of adjustments do you think USCA needs to make?
Really, I think it's going to come down to their ability to make passes from the defensive side. Right now, USCB is cutting off every single passing lane that is on the offensive side, and USCA is not able to find their plays that they normally are and make USCB awkward. So I think the only space that they have to make those passing plays is going to be on the defensive side and look for the transition. And that's going to be where you're going to be able to get most of your goals against this roster.
Absolutely. Now, right now, SJT definitely being the MVP of his team with 3 goals, 4 saves, and 5 shots. I mean, the shots are very close. They're very similar. It's only a 1-shot differential between the two. It's just the capitalization on what's going in and the amount of saves that are happening from USC. With, 7 versus 4 saves, you got to get those saves.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard when you got a team shooting as good as USCB right now, and especially when you got a player playing all around as well as SJT.
As well.
So you've really got to be able to make this squad just a little bit more awkward on the other side as well. You're putting shots on that are just a little bit too easy to save. And so, a player like SJT is going to be able to dig that out every time.
It's definitely, you got to give props where props is due. You got to give it the Turnip. He's also creating those opportunities for SJT. He's getting a lot of demos, boost steals, and he's putting it into awkward situations for USC's A team to try and make those plays. I mean, those demos are crucial. We've seen multiple goals come out of those demos, and like I was saying with the saves, I guess it is hard to save it if you've been removed from the field. That seems to be a very play style that USC's B team's been favoring a lot today.
Yeah, and that kind of comes into that awkwardness, and so you've got to be able to make you've got to be able to make the other team awkward and then capitalize on that. And it doesn't seem like USCA is really pushing USCB out of their comfort zone quite yet. And so I think that's kind of what they're going to look to aim for. They're going to look for more demos, more passing plays from the defensive side, and maybe some sort of other, who knows, maybe they got something in the bag.
Yeah, but as this game is getting off game 3, we have a kickoff going quick into USCB's favor as Jay is up for the play. Now trying to get the touch here. Og looks for the pass to Solar. Solar trying to capitalize. Turnip with a beautiful save of the day. Now Cats looking for the play midfield here. Jay trying to get a pass down to SAT or to Turnip, but Turnip just a little bit outside and cannot connect with it. Jay trying to get a play to his corner. A little bit of an awkward touch. Puts it right back into Solar's hands, but right to SJT for the 50 on the wall.
Turnip looking to carry it all the way out. Gets it past 1. Gonna try again. That touch high. The bump comes through. Another shot opportunity. Just a little wide. Cat's gonna have to get it away, but a little bit of a dangerous touch. SJT not gonna be able to capitalize on it though. A beat there. Gonna leave Jay last man as on that USCB roster. Solar, the touch high. SJT cuts that one off immediately though. They're gonna look to try and follow that one up, but nobody quite there in time.
Now Jay trying to follow it up in the corner, but gets beat by Og. Og looking for the play, gets it past 1. SJT alone in the backfield, does get the save to the corner, but Og gets the bump on Jay. Now SJT trying to get a clear here, but it doesn't work in his favor as Solar gets it off the wall. Now trying to get a play, doing it himself, looking for the pass to Og, doesn't connect, but Og does get the demo on Jay, and Cats trying to continue that USCA pressure. It's not looking good for USCB as they're getting a lot of pressure put on their half.
Yeah, it looks like they're just not quite getting that one extra touch to put it back into a dangerous position every single time on that offense. As this one's gonna fall middle to Solar, this challenge comes through. That one falling in the front of the net, and yet again the touch just a little too wide for anybody to be able to actually follow it up and put a dangerous shot on target.
Absolutely. And now Turnip trying to get a controlled touch to the center of the field here. SJT, low boost, not able to connect. He does manage to steal the corner here. Og looking for the play to the center of the Solar. Doesn't connect. But Og does transition, trying to get a play, pop up to Cats. Cats with a miss, but he bumps out Jay. But SJT is there for the clear, giving his team a little bit of time to recover. But Og decides to send it right back down the field. You can see USCA is definitely starting to turn up that pressure. It looks like they're starting to get a little bit warmed up to the speed of play that they're playing against.
And I think what it really comes down to is USCB is just so comfortable to be right behind one another, but this time going to result in an open net as one player just not able to get back in time, and both the USCB rosters beat out there by Og. A beautiful strike, going to put them up 1-0 in this game.
I mean, so far, the first team to score has won the matchup here. So USCB needs to make sure they're not letting that slip. They can't afford to let that get out of their reach, as that matchup can be very devastating, especially if you take them to a game 7 or even let them start gaining momentum. So they need to figure out those adjustments now, here and now. They can't afford to give them any type of space.
Yeah, you want to be just like how UNCC operated earlier. You don't want to let them have any games and let them build momentum. As Turnup almost going to make everything happen there. Not quite finding the touch, and Jay going to keep the pressure high. SJT going to have to try and keep this one out of harm's way for a little bit. Gets one touch and leaving it for Turnup. The challenge comes through. SJT going to cut it back off, and Og's going to be there. USCA upping the pressure.
Now, right now, it's looking like USCB is having a little bit of like some consistency issues where they're missing some like very key touches that they were hitting in the first 2 games. And Solar gets a flick, but it's shut down by SJT. That Turnip getting a 50 off of Og. SJT looking for the shot, or Og trying to get the shot, but Jay is there for the clear. Solar off the backboard. Catch for the shot. It gets blocked out by USCB. And Jay alone down the field at 1-on-1 against Og. But from Champion Shore Invitational, we know nobody beats Og in a 1v1.
Yeah, it's a tough task, and Solar going to get a chance against Jay right here. The bump comes through, and just like that, 2-0, USCA find the way to capitalize here in Game 3.
Now with USCA taking a 2-0 lead here, USCB is, I mean, they got to change it up. They got to get that momentum going for them here. Because once we've seen is once USCA starts getting that momentum, those passing plays in that space, and they can continue to keep that offensive pressure, it's going to start going their favor. The more shots they can put on net, the more likely you're going to lose.
Yeah, it would come down to that endurance battle, and USCA is just played in so many big tournaments and so many big lands that they are going to have the endurance, and they're proving it here. Game 3, Og putting another one away, 3-0. They are putting on a clinic now in Game 3.
Absolutely, and going down 3-0, you can hear a little bit of excitement about that play right there from USCA. They're starting to get a little lively here. Those first 2 games, they were pretty quiet, but that little excitement, that boost of confidence and motivation can be a game changer for the momentum. As Cass is trying to get a pop up here, looking for the bump and demo. Turnup does manage to avoid it, doesn't get the flick though, and Solar's there. SJT for the clear off the backboard, and it looks like Jay and Turnup are going to try and follow. With that huge boost steal, that puts SJT in an awkward situation in that third man with Turnup. Trying to get a play off the backboard. Is anyone there? Solar is there for the catch.
SJT keeping that pressure high for USCB, trying to make something happen here late in the game. 3 goals, and definitely not too much with 50 seconds, but you got to be able to put them on fast. Is Jay going to get the flick? Not over Solar, though. Solar, the challenge coming through, but right to the middle to Turnup, and again blocked away. USCA finding their defensive stride now here in Game 3.
Now, you never know, that timeout from USC might have been a game changer here, taking that, breaking the momentum of USCB in their day, because no one so far has really taken many timeouts to get them. They just kind of let it keep flowing through. But Og trying to get a pop-up midfield, trying to get one touch, looking for the dribble over SJT, gets it, looking for the double touch, but Jay is there for the clear downfield. No, right to SJT, trying to get the shot. No, it's just a little bit off target to that left side as Solar tries to get it down, and it looks like USCA is going to take Game 3.
Yeah, at this point, if USCB gets a goal, it's just for momentum going on, and it looks like USCA is not even going to let them have that. Oh, the big clear comes down the field. Turnup looking to put it away, and blocked away by Solar there. USCA finding, they must have found something out in that timeout, because they're looking a lot better.
Absolutely. I mean, USCA, they came out, they took that timeout. They had a little bit of time to break that momentum, a little time to strategize, and it looks like it's definitely working for this one. As USCB shut out in Game 3, what type of changes does USCB they need to make? Because right now it's looking they're missing most of those crucial touches.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like USCA has focused on grabbing the boost from USCB, which has not allowed them to be able to get the same amount of demos and bumps that they were able to get in the first two games. And so it's really going to come down to USCB's composure when they are on that low boost and in those dangerous situations, and USCA just figuring it out here in this game.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be interesting to see if USCB can change it up here and try and regain that momentum, or if USCA is just going to take it into game 4 and proceed to just get the triple Brazil and just call it a day. You never know what comes out here. You never know how it'll play out, but I guess we'll see. But going into this next matchup here, USCA with the momentum, it looks like they started figuring out how to stop that USCB pressure, dodging those demos, getting the backboard touches, and shutting down SJT's boost, and that's going to be a huge game changer going into game 4.
Yeah, and I think that's really going to be what they look to keep going here in this game, is definitely controlling the boost, because you can't really get demos if you're not going supersonic, and the easiest way to go supersonic is of course to have boost. Almost Cats connecting on the demo right there against Jay, leaving them in an awkward position. Great composure there to keep that one out of the net. SJT looking to turn it around, looking for the double tap, not going to find it. That one's going to get cleared away by Cats for the time being. Both USCB roster players trying to get back and just trying to make a play out of their side, and one of them demoed for the efforts. Turn Up gonna have to make a play all by themselves, and SJT clearing it out for the time being.
Now Turn Up getting a catch here, gets it past Solar. Now looking for the demo on Og, doesn't connect. He's able to dodge it and get the save, but SJT with the space, and Cats gets a quick shutdown. Turn Up 0 boost here, trying to get away, does pick up the full. But Jay gets to 50, and it luckily rolls out to the ends. That could have been dangerous if it bounced straight down.
Yeah, and Solar, the continuous pressure right here, trying to keep them locked onto that side, but Turn Up the big clear, going to SJT, the redirect not finding its way on target, and Solar gonna try and carry this one out. Probably looking for Og here. Yeah, Og gonna take it away, looking for the double, not finding it, and Cat's gonna try and keep this one high, but that one popping out to SJT. SJT looking for Jay, no, gonna take it themselves. That one's gonna be awkward, and Og gonna get a big clear, and the counterattack play doesn't find its way. Jay gonna come in big time for USCB.
What a save by USCB there, as SJT gets back just in the nick of time in order to get that touch upfield and get it out of the crosshairs from USCA. Now Cats trying to get a touch and Turn Up with a quick sneaky shot, and he puts it in to take it to a 1-goal lead.
And we've been talking about how clutch SJT has been, but Jay coming in with 2 major saves. The first one off of the backboard, and then again after that, USC tried to put the pass mid and try to get another one, and Jay coming in with yet another save, making the plays happen. And when you have a team put that much forward on offense, it opens up the counterattack, and that's what Turn Up just capitalized on.
Absolutely, you gotta make sure you gotta capitalize on those opportunities in order to win these types of games at this skill level. And right now, between Jay, SJT, and Turn Up, they seem to have figured out that chemistry aspect with the bumps, demos, sneaking in, cutting off those passing lanes. As SJT tries to get a pass to Turn Up, but a little bit of a backflip there on that backboard, and he's not able to connect. But he does get the pass back to Jay, who keeps possession. Tries to get it past midfield, but it's going to bang right to SJT in the corner, and Turn Up's going to collect.
And Turn Up looking to get it out of the corner here. SJT the touch high, going to follow it up. Going to get another one on Og. That one's going to be an open net for a couple seconds. Not going to be quite the easiest shot to put on, though. Jay attempts it, going to get blocked away. SJT needing to slow this one down for the time being, allow their teammates to recollect, and gonna do just that with a touch over Solar. That one's awkward, and Turn Up gonna follow it up. The demo, not enough. Cats gonna come through with the save.
What a beautiful save from Cats there. Seeing it was a very dangerous situation from USCB, and the pressure they were putting on as Turn Up takes it up the wall, off the ceiling, looking for the touch, looks for the flick down, but Cats does get the read and sends it back, but SJT with a touch, but Solar's there to collect on the side, and it looks like USCA is in a very strong position in a 1v2 situation, but a mistouch from Cats, and it doesn't go his way, and he's going to leave it for Turn Up.
And USCA, the more veteran roster, but USCB showing nerves of steel in this game. And it doesn't even look like they're fazed by the fact that they're on LAN right now. They look just as comfortable as if they were as online, but Solar trying to make it all happen themselves. The beat out by Turn Up, gonna need to make a touch. does so to slow him down, but SJT looking to keep that pressure high. The pass to turn up, an opportunity, going to go high, and Jay's not going to be able to make it there before Cats cuts it off.
Those are those type of shots where you got to make sure you can connect with those, as those type of plays that could have put you into a 2-goal lead, and Og almost puts it right back, and Solar then a follow up for the equalizer, and I know USCB definitely wants that opportunity back to be from a 2-goal lead down to being a tied game. They must be sweating.
SJT looked for the pass to Turnip, and Turnip wasn't quite ready to receive it. Sometimes you got to make sure your teammates are going to be ready to receive it before you go for a pass like that, because if your teammate's not ready, I'm sure somebody on the other team's just as willing to take it.
Especially with this USCA roster here, they're looking to cut off those lanes. They capitalize in almost every aspect when their opponent is making those mistakes, and they got it. USCA needs to make sure they can capitalize on it, as well as the B team needs to try and avoid those mistakes. As SJT does get the boost steal, but gets 50'd out into the midfield.
And Og looking to keep this play going, not quite going to be able to do so as they get demoed for their efforts. And SJT looking to beat this one out, a double commit there, not going to be punished immediately. SJT is going to take control of that one. The boost grab from Og could be big there, as nobody from USCB has a lot. And the touch from Solar going to put Turn Up in an awkward position, just going to be able to get back as USCA doesn't really have anybody there to follow it. And USCB getting away with that one.
Now with 30 seconds left right here, USCB needs to get this off their half, because the more time you give USCA, the more of a chance it's going to go in. And USCA takes it up with 20 seconds left to a 1-goal lead. Just as I was saying something, it happens.
I think it really did come down to what we talked about earlier before this game. It's that boost control, because really USCA finally were able to get on that side, and then they started grabbing USCB's boost, and really after that USCB wasn't able to get anything to recover, and eventually without any boost there's going to be a shot you can't save just a little bit too far, and USCA capitalizing on some great offensive pressure here with 6 seconds left. USCB looking to make some magic happen, turn up off the ceiling, not going to find anybody, and that one not quite going to follow down yet, and USCA going to make sure it does.
Yeah, now USCA bringing back to an equal series, tied 2-2 in Game 4 here. USCB seems to be losing that momentum, and USCA seems to have found the gap, found the chink in their iron armor, and it's going to be interesting to see how USCB responds.
Yeah, and I think it's really going to come down to their ability to survive on some small pads, because right now USCA is not letting them have any big pads. I mean, their ability to either thrive on the small pads or take away the big pads before USCA can take it away from them.
Absolutely, and I mean, if even then, like USCB, it looked like in that last game they started struggling a little bit in those demos because of those boost deals, and it's just like we've been saying all along. If you give USCA that time and space with that big boost, and you can't make them uncomfortable, and they can continue to get shots and pressure, it's going to work in their favor. I mean, the shot differential is still very similar with only a 1 difference of the shot, but it's just if you take into the aspects of the boost consumption, the possession, USCB seems to be struggling in that aspect of not having to bang the ball away.
Yeah, and we do have one team that still has a timeout right now. So, I mean, the timeout coming in big for USCA. When do you think USCB is going to try and use it, incorporate it for their benefit?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, going into this one, USCB, they need to figure out that issue with the USCA playstyle. They need to find out where they can implement it, and it's whether it's using a timeout, depending on how this game goes, or it's trying to figure out like where they can create those gaps and stuff like that. They need to see how it plays out. As this one goes straight into it, and Og looking for a quick shot on net, shut down by USCB, and Turnip looking for a play outfield, but he gets bumped out by USCA.
SJT clearing it out, but all of USCB in a very familiar situation, low on boost, going to clear it away for the time being. Cats putting it right back in, but blocked away by Jay. Solar all alone, going to have to try and make something happen, but gets blocked, and that one's going to fall into the middle. Turn up with the shot, not enough power, and USCA going to get away by the skin of their teeth.
I know USCB wants that one back, as it just sat there as a dribbler in front of the net. It's just wide open, no one there to get it, and it's just a dead man's ball, and no one can connect with it. But as SJT looking for the pass to Turnip gets a pop-up, looking for a second touch, but doesn't get the bounce that he was looking for. As Cats gets to 50 midfield. SJT left alone, does get the touch from the pop-up from Cats.
SJT trying to bring this one down. gets the flip reset, gonna get blocked away by Solar. That one finding its way to the middle, and Og dodging the demo and getting the clear, and gonna get a shot opportunity. SJT gonna put that one away. That one just barely off of the side there for Og, and USCB needs to get this one out of their side. They're all low, and the turn up, the big challenge, gonna put it right back down the field. Put this one awkward for USCA off of the top ceiling, and Jay gonna be blocked away yet again.
Now, Og does manage to get that ball cleared out before the demo comes in. Now, Turnip trying to get one with a quick shot from Solar, but bumped out of the play. Jay has the time. A little bit of a mistouch there. Og awkward in that midfield. SJT does get the 50 towards the center. Kaz trying to maintain possession, but he hits it right into Jay, who collected that full boost. Now, Jay trying to do it himself with the 50 on Og and Turnip. The pass midfield, that's going right back in. SJT collects in the corner, looking for the pass to his teammate. Gets the bump. It's a dribbler, and Turnip's going to put it in for a 1-goal lead.
And look at the passing here from USCB. Anytime one player was done, they were passing it to the next and then leaving it and letting that player continue the play. And eventually it just finds its way through with that bump from SJT on the backboard. And that's the kind of play that you have to do to be able to break down this kind of defense.
Absolutely, as Turnip gets a hit up the field, trying to control it in that midfield position with a little bit of a double commit coming. But Turnip with the read off the wall from the pass from SJT, but an easy save for Og as he sees those all day long. Now off the backboard, Og gets to clear to Katz. Katz looking for the flip reset pass in the center, but shut down by USCB. Now Turnip trying to get a touch midfield. Now Solar in a 1v1 with SJT in an awkward situation, and he's going to get a perfect flick to that left side post to bring in the equalizer.
Yeah, and this touch here by Og gonna throw the entire defense just kind of into panic because they didn't really expect that one, and it left SJT really into a bad situation, and Solar just a really smart play to be able to slow that one down right in front of the net.
Absolutely. You can also see on the goal line, SJT in that awkward situation, he was forced to kind of hesitate on his decision making. You can see him kind of spinning the circle right there, and I mean, once he did that, it was kind of all for Solar's taking right in that play. As a 50 goes off the backboard, Turnip gets one off of Solar, but the touch there, Og for the shot, and Jay's there to shut it down.
And trying to get this one out of their side right now. SJT gonna try for it, but gets demoed. And Solar, the challenge coming through at the midfield. This one awkward. SJT needing to make the touch. That one's gonna fall. And nobody there to follow that up for USCA as they expected the touch. And SJT gonna try and clear it away. Right to catch though. That's an open net. Jay gonna have to recover. Gets back for the save. USCB getting away from some dangerous possessions.
I've got a feeling that the Cats definitely wanted that one to go in, but that little bit of a soft touch, and SJT is able to put it in with a huge demo on the top of the backboard. A beautiful play from USCB.
And what's incredible right here is USCB on the counterattack, the first player is making the pass to the second player and then looking upfield to either look for a pass or they're going through for the demo. And so just the ability to be useful in all of those positions, that touch is going to find its way to Og. Back to Katz, and almost a three-man passing play right back to the USCB side.
Now Turner with the corner read, clearing it back down the side of the field. Katz does get the corner pinch. SJT there to capitalize. Jay looking for the pass. Awkward for Og, and Solar does take control, looking for the dribble downfield. Anyone there to challenge Turnip, forces it low, does get the 50. He also blocks out Katz, but a 50 almost goes straight into the net, but SJT there for the clear. Jay to follow it up off the wall, and looking for a play off the corner. USCB does unfortunately give up that momentum, and USCA is going to be able to take the space.
And a lot of space there is, but Solar gets blocked away by the recovering USCB player. And Jay looking to keep this pressure high, gets a flick over one, not quite getting the bump on Og though. The touch coming out there from Turnup going to put away a dangerous play. And another challenge through Solar, and Solar going to keep that one high. But Jay, the clear down the field, Og going to try and put this one right back down, but Turnup going to cut it off. The pass mid, is anyone there? Solar is with the clear right back down the field.
SJT taking control off this backboard. Turnip sitting it right back to the midfield. That's a dangerous situation as Og was sitting there waiting, but a little bit of a mistouch doesn't connect. Now Katz pops it up, trying to get a play off the backboard, gets the reset. Trying to get one more, doesn't connect with it, and Turnip is there for the save.
And both teams playing very solid defense right now. It really just comes down to whoever gets the demo, and that one's going to find its way off the ceiling. Is Katz there to follow it up? That one's going to find its way in off of the crossbar to tie this game up with 18 seconds left.
It's going to be interesting to see which team can prevail, whether it's in the next 18 seconds or going into OT. Both of these teams definitely seem very evenly matched with these demos, these passing plays, these opportunities that they are creating. I'm excited to see who pulls through.
I mean, series all tied up, match all tied up. It's a perfect representation of how well these two teams are playing right now. As Jay putting this one right back down the field, Cats having to make the play. 9 seconds counting down. Turn up. Gonna try and get it away from him for the time being. SJT, the challenge comes through. That one to Og, the control play. Gonna put it away is Turn Up, and we have overtime.
Going into game 5 here, OT, USCB needs to take this one. I mean, they definitely want to hit that match point here, as they want to not have to worry about it. SJT with a mistouch, and a shot from Solar is going to go in, and USCA takes game 5.
And the composure and experience coming through here for USCA with a shot high off of the crossbar, and nobody from USCB able to read it, and a great follow-up coming in there with that shot.
Absolutely is, as USCB falls down, giving USC a match point here. That's going to be nerve-wracking for USCB, as the last thing they want is to go down with only winning 2 games against their A team again.
And you have to wonder, are they going to use their timeout right now? USCA used their timeout earlier, and they were able to come back and start winning some games. When does USCB incorporate that timeout?
Absolutely. I mean, that timeout can be a very crucial aspect of this game, as being able to take that extra 60 seconds and come out and strategize and come up with a plan of action, because, I mean, this is the last moment to use it. If you don't use it now, you go down the next game, it's over. You're out. But if you use it now, you can give yourself a little bit more of an opportunity to make those changes. That's the one thing they most likely need to do.
Yeah, because obviously something's not working. USCA figured something out in the timeout and were able to counter whatever plan you had, but it doesn't look like they think so, because they're getting right into this next game.
I know, going into game 6 here, it's going to be interesting to see how USCB, if they're going to make those adjustments without the timeout in game, or are they going to decide that they can do it themselves. With SJT trying to get the reset, gets the dribble, but Og there for the 50 into the corner. Now Turn Up trying to get one extra touch. Solar trying to get the play, gets the reset. Doesn't connect with SJT, picking up that full boost, does get the 50 across field.
And Cats keeping this one high and awkward for that USCB roster, but Turn Up the great control play to get it past Og, but that one falls right to Solar. Solar keeping it high, and Jay gonna clear it away. It looks like USCA is trying to keep this ball high on that offensive side.
Oh, getting him popped into midfield, but Cat's there for the 50 off of Jay, setting it up for Solar, who gets a little bit of a mistouch into the corner, leaving it perfect for a quick challenge for USCB. But Cat's looking for the corner read off the ceiling, but Og with a quick shot doesn't connect. Turn Up does get in front of him, disrupting that play. A great play from Turn Up there, as he was able to get in the way of Cats and disconnect that direct line of his shot.
This ball gonna fall mid to Turn Up. Turn Up the shot opportunity, chooses to pass it. SJT with the shot, and Og with an even better save coming out on the goal line.
Now getting the bump on Jay here. Solar trying to follow it up from the side. Turn Up does get the touch. No, he doesn't, and it's off to the side. He's trying to get it, and Solar accidentally clears it out, but he does get it to Og in the corner with one reset. Looking for the pass to Cats. Cats with a shot, doesn't connect, and Turn Up gets the demo.
And the pass comes through, just not connecting on the goal. And the demo for USCB. Cat's going to get back to be able to clear that one away, though. The passing play is coming out from USCB on the defensive side. Has been what they go to every single time, but that one not quite connecting. Turn Up going to try and disrupt this play. Og with the play out of the corner, touches it mid, gets the bump on SJT, but even with the bump, that clear is going to come through.
Now Turn Up with 0 boost does manage to try and get a play past one, but he's not able to do it, but he just picked up that full pad. Now he's looking for that pass midfield here. Turn Up doesn't get the dribble, does get the 50 into Blue's corner, where Cat is able to collect. Now looking for the demo from SJT, doesn't connect on that part, and Turn Up is going to be forced into a running race into that backboard and trying to get that clear as Solar pops it off the backboard. Og for the shot, and it's going to dribble in underneath USCB's defense.
And so far this game, it's looked a little bit different of a story so far for me. It looks like USCA has figured something out, because they have kept offensive pressure throughout most of this game so far, and eventually that defense is just going to fall apart with so much pressure.
Absolutely, as USCB showing that they fell apart on that goal line, as 2 of them tried to commit for the save, but it was just a little bit of a dribbler from USCA, as Og does get the easy save on the goal line. Trying to get the play, and a 50 that sends it right back down USCB's field. SJT 70 boost trying to collect this one. Looks for the flip reset, doesn't connect, but it's going to be right there. Is this one on target? No, it's off the right side post. Are they going to put it in? No, USCA manages to escape.
Almost a goal there to tie it up, not quite coming through, and USCA gonna try and slow this one down. The demo's coming through. The pass not though. Turn up waiting midfield, not gonna receive it. Jay gonna try and slow this ball down, and Turn up gonna clear it away. But right to Katz, who's gonna put it high off the backboard. Og to follow it up, and a block comes through by SJT, and USCB just hanging on right now on defense.
It definitely looks like USC is very warmed up as Solar tries to get to play off the ceiling, looking for the touch, gets it past one, gets it past the second, but no one there to capitalize as both USCA players were on the back half of the field. SJT trying to get the shot, and no one there to capitalize as Turn Up turned around to play a little safe. Jay forced to get an awkward touch in the center of the field, but it looks like they're going to get away.
And Turn Up looking to keep this pressure high, gets the demo, looking for the pass mid, gonna leave it for SJT. SJT off of the ceiling, but into the side, and Og gonna be able to block that one away. Jay's gonna have to make a big play here on defense.
Now Jay does get the soft touch here, leaving it for Turnup as Katz bangs it high off the corner here, but SJT does call off Turnup, and he's able to get the clear before Og is able to get there on that offensive play. Now pop-up field, SJT looking for the pass, but he does pinch it off of the defender. Og trying to center it. Solar for the shot, and a beautiful save from Turnup.
And Jay, the big clear there, gonna relieve that USCA pressure, but not for long. That touch gonna get by two, and Solar there to finish off the play.
It's not looking good with a minute left. It looks like USCB might succumb to that only 2-game win against their A team, as USCA might be advancing their way back up to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, they've got something to prove against UNCC, who's waiting for them right now, and they're showing that they can prove it here in this game. As Turn Up, the touch up high, gonna look for a teammate, not gonna find it, but not quite gonna find the shot as SJT, as Jay keeps that pressure high. The challenge comes through into the midfield, but USCA just doing such a good job of connecting out of the defense.
Not giving USCB any time or space on that ball. You can see USCA controlling a lot of the ball up in the air, and they're not able to really get any boost to try and challenge USCA in the air. USCB seems to be struggling on that boost count as SJT zeroed out once again. Jay zeroed out, and they're trying to get something going with only 20 seconds left. They need to get a score here. Otherwise, it looks like USCA is going to take this game.
Yeah, 16 seconds left. They're looking to make something happen. The pass comes down mid and blocked away. And 10 seconds counting down. USCA looking to submit some offensive pressure to take this game. That touch coming out mid. Og down to Katz, and 2 seconds left. It looks like USCA figured something out.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're going to take the win in game 6. I almost said game 7, but USCA does... They rebuild themselves. They may have gotten swept by UNCC in the winners finals, dropping down to the losers, but now they've just reestablished themselves, and they're going back up to the grand finals to have that rematch with UNCC.
And I think it really just comes down to experience, because once they realized that they were struggling, they took the timeout, they recovered, they figured out something, whatever was going wrong, and they were able to reestablish themselves in this series. And USCB just not taking the timeout, and I think that's kind of what hurt them here in this series.
Absolutely, but here we're going to take a quick break as we get the USCA captain here too for a post-game interview.
I look at people and I wonder all day, who are you and you are not the one in your way. And then I think about myself and I stayed. I'm a pretty boss with almost your brain waste. I'm a freak in the sheets, but I got class. I'ma grab an ass if you want it. Best you ever had, give it to you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the post-game interview here. Today I'm joined by Katz. How are you feeling about that win against your B team?
We're feeling good. Apparently we like giving them 2 games, but it was good to take that time out, kind of reassess what we were doing and bounce back, because after we lost those first 2 games, that was 6 games straight for us losing after the UNCC series as well. So it was good to take that time out, collect our thoughts. I went to go use the bathroom, and then we came back.
That's fair.
And we were ready to go.
Got to get it out. Got to reassess what's going on here. But going out, what happened those first 2 games? Like, was USC B team looked like they just had a lot of momentum going after their win with Lander. A lot of bumps and demos coming out, making y'all awkward.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely playing their game plan, which is difficult to play against. They do find those demos. It leaves some holes that we were able to exploit after we kind of were able to collect our thoughts. But I think some of it was tilt. Obviously, that's the first series that we've lost to UNCC, and it was a sweep by them. So us losing that series was a little bit tilting, kind of shook the confidence a little bit. But after taking that time out and collecting our thoughts, we were able to kind of go back to how we want to be playing the game and find what we wanted to find.
Gotcha, gotcha. And how are you feeling now advancing back to the grand finals here with the rematch against UNCC? You think you're going to pull through, or is it going to go in UNCC's favor?
Yeah, you got to have confidence in yourself. I think that UNCC is playing really well today. But 3 out of those 4 games that they won were all 1-goal games. It was a very close series, despite it being a 4-0. And so we're ready to prove that we're the 1 seed for a reason, and that we deserve to lift that trophy at the end of this.
Sounds good. Any final words for UNCC?
Good luck. It's going to be a good grand finals. This is exactly the way that I thought it was going to go. I thought it was going to be either UNCC or our B team in the grand finals. So this is the way we thought it was going to be, and now we just got to win 2 best-of-7s.
Sounds good. Well, you heard it here. We will see Katz back with his USC roster against UNCC in the grand finals momentarily.
start as they were before. You best stop racing. Did you think you could keep us out? Shut the gates, forget us now. Tides are changing. Can you hear this sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We the revolution. With the ground beneath your feet, with a whisper in the tree. Do you feel us watching? Hunger in our eyes, victories on our minds. It's our time to rise. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We the revolution. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drum me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord.
smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and never felt so alive in my life. 'Cause you make me come to life every time I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? I'm crashing right into you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? Yeah, I'm free falling. Can you hear me calling for you? Yeah, I'm free falling. I'ma keep on falling for you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? I've never felt so alive in my life. 'Cause you make me come to life every time I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? That I'm crashing right into you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see?
go. 'Cause I am happy on this island. Wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave. I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean. Memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
I'm on my last straw. I'm broken and I'm woken up. I'm done feeding your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game. No. And all the words you speak mean nothing more to me. 'Cause let's start over now. Rewind, and I won't let you
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the match that everybody is excited to see. We have the USC Gamecocks running it back against UNC Charlotte, and we're ready for this one. But I have some grave news that I made a bit of a wager before the LAN today, and I said that if Charlotte beat Carolina, that I would wear a UNC Charlotte shirt.
Yeah. Oh no, he's got to put it on. Here it goes. The rest of the team's down there shouting for you to put it on.
Very ready. I'm taking it off. We get the bracket reset though.
We get
I'm
the
taking it
bracket
off. So
reset. I mean, the wager was just to put it on, so you'll be fine.
this is the one to do. But we do have this one because South Carolina comes from the lower bracket. If they win this first series, we will go to a second best of 7. We'll take a break in between.
Mhm.
But I say we get right into this one if you're ready to go.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, and I'm sure both of these teams are ready to go. The only difference is that USC is just coming from that lower bracket, and so that momentum can play a major part going into a game like this. And I mean, they just beat a really good team in their own B team, so I mean,
Yeah, that was one quite a series right there. So we'll get into this one. Obviously, Charlotte coming out of the upper bracket, sweeping them out of the upper bracket. So we'll see if the Gamecocks can bounce back here. See if that match against their B team really reset the mental for them.
yeah, see if maybe they figured something out in that match that they didn't quite have going against UNC Charlotte in the first round, and it seems like it already as Og finding the goal to open things up here.
Og getting on the board first is such a huge momentum boost for the Gamecocks here. Solar forcing one out of net, and Og putting it in the back of net is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, and the crowd already getting into this one as this game has so many major implications. This is and it worked out perfectly. This is the Carolina Collegiate Clash, and it's South Carolina versus North Carolina here in the Grand Finals.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. Both these teams were, most people consider the number 1 and number 2 teams coming into this, even though the seeding weren't exactly that way. That's another great shot. Katz, he's got an open net. He's going to find its way through. And the Gamecocks are up 2-0. They really came out the gate swinging here.
Yeah, and it looks like they're getting those bump opportunities, and UNCC might be a little cold as their defense not quite finding its way.
They're not keeping those shots out as much as they were in that first series. As we can see here, Gamecocks already scoring more than they did for quite a bit of that first series.
Yeah, but it's a long series here with the best of 7 again. But USC looking to keep the pressure through all of it, and Knight trying to clear it away for a little bit. But a demo coming out there for Lazy's going to buy Cooley a little bit of space. Going to try and clear it past one, but Solar there to immediately cut that clear off.
This one got to bounce back to the midfield. No one really trying to take possession here, but that's a pass over from Og. That's a crazy pinch off of Solar's car, and Coolio is going to find himself on the board. That's the one thing about Charlotte. They're going to bounce back.
Yeah, and one major thing about Coolio is he's very good at noticing the opening nets and then getting big clears into those open nets. And so that's something that USC is definitely going to have to watch out for. That offensive pressure can be good to make open nets happen on that side, but also leaves no open nets on your own.
Yeah, the Gamecocks have just got to play composed on the defensive end. They have that lead. They just need to hold on to it. Winning this first game would be huge for their mental.
Yeah, and right there, Solar just sneaking in through that back post. Nobody on UNCC able to make the touch as that one falls across, and USC finding their momentum here.
That shot there from Solar coming through. Defense been a little bit shaky here so far, but Gamecocks are doing a good job trying to capitalize on it.
Yeah, and their B team's real out loud in the crowd. Do you think that's helping with it?
I think it is helping. We at a LAN a little while ago, the A team had a bit of a LAN debuff where they just couldn't seem to win a LAN. We brought a second team once we got knocked out. We were chanting for them, and it really seemed to make a difference for them. Having that crowd be on their side, it broke their LAN curse, and now we're seeing that they're coming out swinging here in game number 1, trying to make this series competitive, going to try to get this to a reverse sweep and potentially win.
But Lazy trying to have something to say about that, but immediately blocked away. And Cat's going to be there to clean up an amazing block from that challenge by Og. And 4-1 for USC, a really dominant start.
The crowd popping off once again. Katz told me in the bathroom earlier, as long as he doesn't play like a burger, they can win this one.
Yeah, maybe not quite the performance they wanted in the last meeting between these two teams, but UNCC also not quite playing the same so far. They were very composed on defense in that first series, and so far they're not showing that same composure as Solar looking to clear it out and looking for a passing play, but not quite finding it. Cats with the block and the shot opportunity there, not going to come through.
Now, watching that first series, it really felt like nothing Carolina could do really found its way into the net. Charlotte was just saving every single thing. I think there were a few games where they had double-digit saves in regulation. And, if you're on the offense there, I mean, you start to wonder, what can you really do to keep them from saving everything? What can you do to get a goal? But it seems like they've figured something out here in this first game of this one. They've activated a switch. They've flipped something. And, oh my goodness, what a demo.
I think Coolio was surprised by that one. Takes the turn back and then realizes it comes through and just ready afterwards to be able to make the recovery.
That is a huge couple of demos from Charlotte. Bring this one back within 2. Still 2 minutes left. Plenty of time on the clock. The Gamecocks still have that 2-goal lead. That's why you score a few goals off the bat. But there's Knight. He gets the flick off the kickoff. And now it's back to a 1-goal game.
That's what's amazing about this game is just any game can change at any moment, and there's still 2 minutes and 12 seconds left in this game, and USC at first seemed to have things figured out. Do you think UNCC is maybe started to warm up, or do you think it's just some unfortunate kickoff goals?
UNCC definitely has gotten back into this game, but they've also scored a kickoff goal, and they also had that first goal, which was just a big, massive pinch coming off of 50 from Coolio. So Charlotte hasn't had too much sustained pressure in the blue half, and it really seems like both teams are just kind of feeling each other out so far in game number 1. No one really has felt like they've taken control of this game.
No, not at all. It's been mostly a clear game, trying to find each other on the clears, and neither team really doing that extremely successfully. Just USC able to do that more on UNCC's side than UNCC is able to do it on USC side. Is a mistouch from Coolio, almost leaves that in the middle. Lazy going to recover, but low boost on the UNCC side, and a pass comes down, and Og puts it in the bottom left-hand corner.
Solar coming off the ceiling, a beautiful touchdown, and Og is going to slot it in the bottom left corner, just past Coolio, just not there in time, and the 2-goal lead is reestablished with under a minute and a half left to go.
Yeah, but this game so far, a 2-goal lead is no sort of cushion. And UNCC has to try and knock some of these away. Coolio looking upfield for the bump, but that touch not going to be strong enough. Knight has to make the recovery as the demo comes through. Og doesn't get the touch. Knight is going to be able to make the save. Coolio going to block it away.
The Gamecocks applying so much pressure so far. Really figured out how to break down the Charlotte defense. And there's a bump coming out from Solar. Cats now. He's got the flick. Knight, no boost. Cats will bring us to 3-goal lead. What a shot here from Kaz. This was clinical.
And when it comes to lands like this, the major difference maker can be the ability to slow down and control the ball, because a lot of these players have nerves. But if you can slow down and control the ball, those nerves are going to show a lot more, because then that player has to react to you instead of you reacting to them.
Solar, he puts that one off the ring around the top shelf, but doesn't quite find its way home. That 3-goal lead, so good for Gamecocks right now, as they can just apply pressure and not have to worry too much about the back end. Still want to make sure nothing terrible happens, but they can kind of play a little bit more freely after game 1.
Yeah, and Lazy gonna try and get it all the way down the field. The pass across from Knight, nobody there though. It looks like they're just not quite trusting each other on the passing plays. This time, this one to Coolio, no boost though on the sidewall. Cats cuts it off. That one to the midfield, and Knight gonna make a big clear to save UNCC from some pressure.
Only 17 seconds left. Charlotte's going to need something right now if they want to have a shot at this one, but as Cats collects in the corner, that 50 is going to be nice. Coolio trying to play it back, and Knight hits just about everything he can except the net. And that should just about do us for game number 1. Solar's going to keep this ball up, maybe get one more before time expires. He will not. But USC's going to take game number 1 here.
Yeah, and it looks like they definitely figured something out going against their B roster. They took that timeout early in that B roster game after the USC Garnet team went up 2-0, and it looks like they composed themselves. They must have talked it out and really changed something major.
And coming off of that sweep that Charlotte handed to them earlier, this feels like the perfect game for them. I feel like even if if you blow them out here and they don't score, you're still a little bit worried. This game just felt comfortable. This felt like a game of how this series should go. It feels like this kind of game where, it could be a 3-goal lead, but it doesn't feel comfortable at all. This feels like a series that can go the distance.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, both teams in this game still not really making the possession plays that they would normally do. They were both still kind of feeling each other out. There's a lot of big clear plays, a lot of long field passing plays. So I think this is going to be the game where we start to see one team try and establish a game plan. And so it'll come down to which team has a better one.
And we see in this game, South Carolina outshot them 13-4. So, if the Gamecocks are shooting that many shots, even if you put up 10 saves, it's still not enough. So we're going to hop back into this one, see if Charlotte can get going on the offensive end a little bit more, or just try to slow the bleeding.
Yeah, and Coolio trying to slow some of it with the shot there, but Cat's blocking away too. Knight going to have to do a lot of work here to buy some time for both teammates to recover, and both teammates now have boost. The touch high, looking for Lazy on the backboard. Two teammates go for that one, and Solar going to try and capitalize with a touchdown to Og, and not quite coming through. Og's got to work out of the corner.
Og going to flick that onto the middle of the field, but Cat's a shot just a little bit too light. This ball's going to go to Solar on the sidewall, but Knight's going to get it over him as Katz is getting harassed all the way back on his own end. But that's a good demo from Solar. Leaves Og up alone. Katz, can he find the shot? It's back posted in. The Gamecocks are rolling in game number 2.
A demo comes out. Lazy has to try and get it past Og, but that's probably one of the hardest things to do in this series, and not able to do it there. And Katz has a free net. Almost misses it, but a little bit of.
We call that a slot in the business.
Yeah.
Well, you could see there, Charlotte got really aggressive on the demo, trying to get Katz in that backfield, trying to get rid of that third man, but it didn't come through, and Katz was able to turn around, and they were able to operate in that 3v2 and just get everyone cleared out of the way from Charlotte. A great read on the play itself from the Gamecocks to just force Charlotte into an awkward position there.
Yeah, and Solar doing a great job there of slowing that one down as UNCC trying to mount some pressure. Coolio low on boost, gets the pass mid to Knight. Knight up. That one not going to find its way in. They're getting the passing plays, but their shooting percentage just not quite as good.
Lazy wave dash around Solar, but it's going to fall to Katz, who's got a fair amount of boost. He's going to get out to the backboard, but Knight waiting back there with enough. Now Og. On this one, he's going to get through Lazy, get a bump. Could be an opportunity brewing for the Gamecocks, but Coolio's got to get it off to the side.
And a big clear there, finds its way all the way down the field. Og, though, going to recover, get the touch by Knight. Lazy's got a lot of work to do to try and slow this play down as Og looks for the bump, and Lazy over one, looks for another touch, probably looking for a midfield pass to Coolio. Coolio with a touch off of the corner, not going to find it. Og going to get a big clear away.
That's a big pressure relieving clear from Og. Now Katz looking for bumps on the back line, just misses Lazy. But South Carolina really starting to get creative with the bump attempts, coming at some weird times.
Yeah, and creativity is kind of the key thing in this game, as everybody kind of has a similar play style nowadays, so it really comes down to whoever can make the more creative play to disrupt the defense, as Lazy gets a big clear out there, relieving that pressure, and Knight trying to continue it, but instantly shut down. USC looking to mount that offensive pressure. Og, the flip reset, pass to the flick over, and takes it all the way against 3 UNCC defenders.
And that is what we call the Og effect. He takes us up, gets the flip reset, wave dash on the ground, and he flicks it past Lazy. We got Og chants in the crowd. They are loving this one as the Gamecocks take a 2-goal lead once again here in game number 2.
And just an ability to take control of a game is shown there as Lazy gets the challenge. Coolio there, the touch out mid. Knight going to have a shot opportunity. And yet again, the shots just aren't as accurate as they have been in the past for UNCC.
It seems like UNCC has cooled off a bit after that sweep. The Gamecocks are able to really take advantage of the gaps that they're finding, but Lazy, he's up in the air. Maybe a double tap just off target. Once again, Charlotte's chances just seem to be a little bit less deadly as they were before. Just a few things off the post that you think they should be hitting, and they've been punished for it.
Yeah, and I mean, in a series like this is where you have to execute to your best, because you're playing against a team that's gonna be executing their best, and almost an opportunity there, but blocked away again by USC. Their defense just keeps holding strong, and their offense is the benefactor.
both these playing at such a high level right now that it's just going to take the slightest miss on the defensive end that's going to allow the other team to come in. Solar right there getting pushed up a little too hard. It's going to force Cats into an awkward position on that catch. So many micro mistakes that can happen, just causing a goal to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, in games like these, it's the micro mistakes that get scored on in an open net. There is both UNCC players trying to keep it away from Og, and I mean, you put too many players against Og, and there's two other good players on the field.
And that right there is one of those errors you're trying to force as a team. You're trying to force multiple players up, open up something for your third man to commit to that he feels comfortable enough to go for in that third man position to really send the house on.
Yeah, and one of the best players at doing that so far in this tournament has been Og, but Coolio, one of the best players at capitalizing with these shots, and again, just a beautiful shot where in a place where nobody on that USC defense could get.
Yeah, Coolio taking advantage of the unforced error out of Solar, and that'll get Charlotte back on the board, cutting the lead only down to 2, but a minute left. Could it be too little too late?
I mean, I've seen crazier, and UNCC has done crazier already. They came back with the 2 goals, the kickoff ones, but not going to get a kickoff goal here is Knight looking to make it clear happen. There's 2 players up on USC, but a quick recovery and no touch by Lazy going to leave this counterattack a little dull. But Coolio, the pass to Knight, that pass just a little bit off. It's kind of been the story of this game so far.
Knight got to shoot high, but just a great recovery onto the backboard to stay in the play there. So smart on that defensive rotation. He's around 2 players. His ability to get past multiple opponents is just so underrated.
Yeah, and Lazy's ability to control the ball has been amazing so far this tournament, but not quite getting that control here against that in that position, as Cat's gonna try and find the clear out. Gonna get it past 1, gets it past 2. Solar in the 3v1. Knight gonna challenge early, but Solar the challenge, and Og is there waiting.
Solar, that's just a textbook 1v1 play. He managed to get the low 50. He's got a player on both ends of him. Either way that one goes, it's going to be a goal for the Gamecocks. And this is a statement here. They're coming out holding Charlotte just to 1 goal that came off of an unforced error. Charlotte isn't creating anything right now.
No, not really. And it really just comes down to USC's creativity. And it might be just part of their experience. I feel like USC goes to so many big tournaments. Oh, Og makes another one to put it away, but they just go to so many big tournaments that I feel like they have that experience, and that's kind of what's pulling them so far.
Og making Lazy look silly off there. Finds a great flip off the sidewall to put that one past. 4-goal lead now. You know, if you're the captain or coach of UNC Charlotte, do you think about a timeout here?
I think you have to. I mean, two big wins here for USC, and you got to slow something down. It worked earlier against the USC Garnet team for USC. Is this where we see it pull out for UNCC?
Haven't seen any word on a call down there, so not 100% sure on that one. But this was a big one. Obviously, South Carolina, they're up there. We see Knight calling the timeout. Charlotte is going to take that extra minute, try to slow everything down, try to slow down that momentum of South Carolina. But Og, 3 goals off of 7 shots. He's got himself a hat trick hero, 800 points. I mean, if he's doing that to you, it's gonna be hard to win.
Yeah, and it does seem like UNCC's nerves have gotten back to them now. They're on that they finally are here at that first place match, and they've got to be able to take it out. And I think that realization is kind of getting back to them now.
It could be playing a factor here, really trying to. It's going to be getting in the heads of those younger players here. And Coolio, he's got to be that voice of reason for him. That veteran player, he's got to be the one to step up and say, guys, we got this. We can still take this series no matter what. We just saw, an hour and a half ago that we took them down.
And we know that this UNCC team has the mechanics to be able to do it, and so it's just going to come down to whether or not they can execute those mechanics. And so far, they haven't quite been able to do it. I mean, we've seen opportunities for both Lazy and Knight where they've had a little bit of space, and they're just not quite getting the touches that they were in the match before.
Cat's even saying that Lazy is probably the most mechanical player at this LAN here. We haven't seen him really get activated so far. So, if Charlotte is able to get those players into some advantageous positions where they can get some mechanics going, that could be the spark they need to get out of this series.
Yeah, but USC is doing a great job at making them as awkward as possible. And so they've got to be able to break through that first. And I think it really just comes down to USC's boost control, number one, and their ability to get demos. because they're controlling the boost and they're getting demos, leaving UNCC with like 33 for the majority of the game. And I mean, eventually you're gonna use that 33 to make 2 or 3 saves, and you can't make a fourth.
Well, it's going to be difficult for them here, but coming off the timeout now, we'll see if Charlotte can have that timeout buff, try to come back here in game number 3, and that was almost not the start you wanted. Cats almost scoring straight off the kickoff.
Og, the challenge goes high. Knight has to make an awkward touch, but does so. And Cat's keeping that pressure high for the time being. Low, though. Knight going to try and take this one over one. That challenge falls to Coolio. The touch high, and Cat's going to clear it back down. And this midfield pressure for USC already reestablished.
Lazy, that's a great 50 out of his own end. Gonna try to set up Coolio. Coolio jumps up so early for that, but Cat's off the post. 2 saves. Cat's absolutely stellar on the goal line. Creates a brick wall in seconds at that front post. Oh, gonna bail out Solar once again, too. So much pressure from Charlotte in about 20 seconds, but the Gamecocks keep the sheet clean.
The ability to recover in the net, just amazing here. And Coolio trying to keep this pressure high for his team. Gonna put that one high. Lazy following it up. Gets the play by Cats. This one gonna fall to Coolio. The chance and the bump comes through on the defense, leaving no one there to follow that one up for UNC Charlotte.
Charlotte's attack slowly fizzling out as Solar takes a few 50s, and now the counterattack is on. Cats got to get intercepted by Coolio, but Charlotte's got to be careful. That one's straight out in front of the net. Gamecocks really threatening with the counters here.
And Lazy, a big save coming out there, and they're starting to reestablish that defense right now, and that's kind of what was the dismantler earlier for USC. So USC maybe a little nervous right now.
Well, Cat's already been so stoic on the goal line so far, waiting to see who's going to break first in this crucial game 3. You can feel the tension on this one right now. It's been already so back and forth. Both teams getting great opportunities on net, but neither able to capitalize on them.
And it almost feels like a game 1. It feels like we never really got that game 1 experience of both teams just feeling each other out, throwing some shots on target. It feels like we finally are getting that back and forth of both teams just trying to figure out which playstyle is going to work.
Cats, he's already got 3 saves by now, I think. He's been absolutely everywhere on the defensive end. Gonna try to get his team into the offensive zone, but it's gonna be Lazy. He's gonna pick this up. Flick trying to get past Solar. He's not gonna get it.
That one finding its way mid. No one there to follow it, though. This touch going to be clean for Og. Lazy going to get stuck in the 1v2. And what a pass there by Og, realizing Cat's coming up the right-hand side.
Og just plays this so smart. He sees Lazy in front of him in a well-placed position, but he's also got that call from Cat saying, I'm on your right, I'm here for you. And that placement was just so good. It forced Lazy to jump up while giving Cat such a huge space of the net to shoot at.
Lazy and Og both really good in 1v1s, but 1v2s are a different story. Lazy not able to make the save there, and Og just doing a great job at making their opponents awkward here in this game, as Solar trying to continue the play here for USC and put this one back in the offensive side as Lazy a touch high. Coolio going to have some space, but no touch coming out there, and just yet again the execution hasn't been the same.
Og throwing a dangerous shot on target from the ceiling. Charlotte's going to have to stay aware of that. Og can shoot from just about anywhere.
And the ability to shoot from anywhere is just really underrated in my opinion, because a lot of times the net is either open or there's a player that's really awkward, and you can make them try and make a really dangerous touch with that ability. And it's kind of shown with the USC playstyle so far that it's a very effective playstyle, almost the passing play coming out for UNCC, but just cut away yet again.
The Gamecocks have been counterattacked a lot less in this series. They seem to have figured out when they need to push up on that offensive end and when they need to kind of draw back and kind of reset and let Charlotte come to them a little bit. They have seemed to be in the driver's seat this entire series so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little closer this game, but still the execution not quite there. Lazy the opportunity, and yet again, just missing it there. Knight, you're going to try and control it, gets a 50 on Cats, doesn't get it by, but Lazy beats, get the opportunity for the double, not going to find it, but that one to Coolio, and Coolio not going to be able to put the shot on target.
Charlotte seems to just not be able to be capitalizing on South Carolina's errors, either forced or unforced. There's an infield pass from Og up to Solar, almost finds a second goal, doubling up, but Charlotte just hasn't been able to punish those mistakes. You saw Solar on 0 boost there, didn't get the best touch out, and Charlotte just couldn't find a way to get an advantageous position out of it, and USC escapes once again. Now 40 seconds left on the clock, and Charlotte's still on without being on the board now.
Yeah, USC escaping, but not really through their own efforts, more so through missed efforts by UNCC so far. Knight gonna try and take this one through the corner, gets a touch mid, but Coolio's there, but blocked away by Solar. Coolio looking for the midfield pass, and Lazy gonna challenge this one back into the corner. Knight UNCC trying to establish a little bit of offensive pressure, and yet again USC just there to cut off every bit of pressure that they have.
Cat's just doing so much work this series on low boost on the back end. He's managed to get his team out of so many sticky situations, but as time is expiring here, Charlotte's going to have to do it through the air. Lazy's going to get dunked by Og almost immediately. He's going to try to put it to ground, but Knight, wait a minute, that one could be awkward. Cat's going to try to lay it down. Knight still keeping it up. Solar, he wants to get this ball down immediately. That's an infield pass, and Cats will finally get it to ground, but that one was tense.
Yeah, Cass doesn't care about the keeping it up rule. Cass just wants this series, so a good idea. So 3-0. We have one more game chance. It is match point. USC looking to close this one out and force the bracket reset.
Getting the bracket reset in only 4 games here would be huge. As you can see, a day like today, you can almost get fatigued going into the end of this. So getting this bracket reset in 4 games would be absolutely huge for the energy of the Gamecocks. They had that really quick series against them earlier. They went to 6 with the B team earlier. That definitely plays a bit on your energy. So getting out of this one quick would be really nice.
Yeah, I think if I remember right, at Champion Shore, these two teams they met in the winners bracket, and then and it was a really close series, and USC took it out in the winners bracket in that tournament, and then later on, after UNCC had fought all the way back, they met again in the grand finals, and at that point UNCC was just so tired that they weren't able to pull it out, and it kind of looks so far like it's going to be a repeat.
Could be, but this time Gamecocks coming from the lower bracket, and that scared me. I almost thought that was going straight in. Didn't look like a planned fake kickoff. But Charlotte, they managed to get out of it and didn't get anything off the fake, but Solar, what a redirect on target. Charlotte's going to be there to keep it out, but now looking down the barrel of a reverse sweep. They want this one in this first series.
Yeah, Cat's been a major difference maker here so far for USC, making major saves, but Lazy going to be the difference maker here for UNCC, and finally really open up some scoring for UNCC. There hasn't been much so far this series.
Lazy seemed to be able to work through the entirety of South Carolina. Cats, Og, and Solar all pushed up into the opponent's end, and Lazy managed to get past the third man at the midfield line and just kind of walked it in.
Yeah, and the offensive pressure that USC provides, again, a very good way to make goals happen, but also a very good way to leave your net open. And UNCC finally finding a way to capitalize there as Knight trying to make some pressure happen, and the pass come to Lazy, but that one cut off really fast by USC. And Solar, a great control play there to get it down the field.
That's a pretty good 50 from Knight on Og. He's got to force Cats back into the corner. He's going to get the demo. Lazy top self shot off the bar and out. Lazy's shot placement just has not been what it was in the previous series now.
Yeah, and it just doesn't seem like they're able to execute quite like they would want to so far. They're starting to get a little more creative, I'll give it to them, but the execution hasn't been there. But Coolio, the veteran, remains calm and collected.
Coolio showing up there, finding the picture-perfect shot in the top right corner. Og, low boost in the net, could only really jump at a few of those balls, and Lazy managed to find the one he couldn't.
Yeah, and I think it's really going to come down to Coolio being that experienced veteran. He needs to make some major plays happen. He needs to get some plays going for Knight and Lazy to be able to come in and capitalize from that. And so far in this game, he's finally doing it.
Well, this has been the first lead I think Charlotte's had all series. 2-goal lead, still pretty good, but Solar getting harassed on the back line. Was that enough? Wow. Solar couldn't collect himself off of the bump attempt. Lazy was chasing him around. He couldn't manage to get back on the ball here. And it's just a wide open net for Coolio.
I mean, you can't make the save if you're not allowed to be able to establish yourself. So Lazy taking Solar completely out of the situation there. An open net. UNCC is finally figured something out coming here. Og, the pass up, not going to find the shot. And that one going to find
Wow.
its way off the bar. Solar opening up the scoring line for USC.
I was wishing that this one went straight in from Og, just off the post, but Solar with a phenomenally placed shot off the front post and in the back of the net. That's exactly what they needed to get back into this one. A quick goal off the kickoff to keep that lead to 2.
And I just looked up at the time, and the fact that only a couple minutes have gone off of the clock is amazing. It's been such a high-scoring game so far, and UNCC trying to keep that pressure up, almost getting the goal there, getting blocked away though. Og gonna have an opportunity to turn this one around, gets the touch high, looking for the double. The touch comes out from Knight to block it away, but that one's still dangerous as no touch comes through, and that one's gonna find its way back down the field.
Knight prevents the double tap, which Og certainly had lined up. Going to keep them off the scoreboard here, but this one starting to bounce around the midfield line a little bit. Neither team really taking control except for Cats. That's a great touchdown, but Knight there once again.
And the composure there to wait for the touch and get the catch afterwards. Beautiful play there by Knight as Lazy touches it over one. Going to try and follow it, immediately cut off though by Cats. And USC just does a great job of not allowing those passing plays to open for UNCC.
Coolio has made an adjustment here. It seems like he's up so early every time South Carolina wants to get the ball high. He's been pre-jumping everything as soon as they go up, and it's been really allowing Charlotte to stay on the offensive end right as Carolina wants to make that transition play.
And what a play there by Lazy to control it and take it into the corner to be able to steal the boost from USC to hopefully prolong a little bit of pressure, but Solar going to flick it right over all 3 defenders. That one's going to be a shot opportunity blocked away by Lazy. That defense finally coming back through for UNCC.
Defense seems to be locking down for Charlotte, but they cannot get complacent as that's a great attempt from Coolio. Knight not going to be able to get over him. Cats, that's so awkward off his post, and it's going to find its way in. Knight manages to find the 4th for Charlotte.
And Cats not really in a great position, but nobody in a better position as that one's going to fall right in front of their net. And you know somebody from UNC Charlotte's going to be there, so you got to make a quick touch. Unfortunately, just not the one that they wanted.
Charlotte seeming to finally find that bounce back game here in game number 4. They got a long way to go in this first series, but if you're Carolina, what do you start looking at here, possibly moving into game number 5 after this?
I mean, so far what's been working is your ability to make the bump plays, so it looks like that's definitely what they need to incorporate and make USC a little bit more awkward as this one finds its way high to Lazy. Lazy looking for the double, not going to find it though. Coolio going to keep that pressure high with the touch, and Knight going to put that one back into the midfield.
This is the first game we've seen really where South Carolina just looks stuck in their own end. They haven't been able to get out too much. They only had one opportunity off the kickoff coming from Og, but they've been kind of locked down here. This could have been the adjustment that Charlotte really needed to make, or it could have just been, a lapse from South Carolina here. And what a pass.
Maybe it is a lapse. That pass coming across just way too fast for anybody on UNC Charlotte to react to. And maybe a mistouch there by Coolio, a little bit of panic, but a great capitalization there by USC.
It could have been, but he's going to slam that one home, and they'll bring the lead back down to 2. Still a 2-goal lead, a minute left. While a lot of goals have been being scored this series, I think the 2-goal lead has been sufficient most of the time. Neither team really been able to score 2 that quickly. But there's a couple demos, traded one on the backboard. He's going to drop this down for Solar. Hang on a minute. We've still got 52 seconds with a 1-goal game.
Yeah, and it looks like UNCC just getting a little nervous here on defense here at the end, and USC just, I feel like they've just kind of stayed consistent throughout every single minute of every single game, and so if you let up even just a little bit, they're able to capitalize.
Now they're threatening to bring this one all the way back to a 4-4 scoreline. Still plenty of time on the clock for them to do so. They've just got to find another way to get through the Charlotte defense, but it's an interesting back pass from Knight over to Lazy. This could allow South Carolina to move up into the offensive zone. He's going to take a shot.
And a double commit there. Not going to immediately get punished, but the pass across
Wow.
is going to punish it. The players just double committing there and leaving a lot of space there for Cats to be able to take that one around.
That is, that is a picture-perfect placement on that pass from Cats. It takes such a good skill to be required to get up that quickly to get the shot down that fast. And the Gamecocks have equalized it so quickly here that there's still 30 seconds left on this one. Still so much can happen.
And Knight gonna make something happen there off the backboard. Somebody went up, but Knight just dunking it all the way through, making this one 5-4. UNCC looking to take this game.
And Knight, it looks like getting a double tap off the backboard, getting around Cats, and they've reestablished that lead, but this game has been so back and forth, still 22 seconds left. There could still be 4 more goals happening.
I mean, that's kind of what it looked like so far, and Coolio trying to be one of them. Gonna flick it high. Solar has to make the save. Knight gonna challenge it through, and Cat's gonna come through and make yet another big save for USC.
He's not going to get through Lazy. 10 seconds on the clock now. Gamecocks got to go now. Everyone boosted up, though, but Coolio got to get around Og. Go leave the ball to Solar, and that's an awkward touch, but Cass is going to keep this one up. And that will do it.
A little bit of a double commit there. Gonna challenge it to the ground. Maybe not capitalizing quite there on the little bit of awkwardness that happened by UNCC, but a good game overall. And making the comeback is big, but UNCC able to finish that one away. Do you think that USC figured something out in the second half of that game, or do you think UNCC just took a step back?
I think the Gamecocks definitely figured something out. They definitely kind of tweaked how they were rotating around Coolio. Coolio definitely was jumping all over everything early in the game. Coolio got a lot quieter as that game proceeded. And as you can see at the shots, almost exactly dead even on the shot totals for this one. I think UNCC has... No, that's actually exactly the same shots total for this one. So this one got to go back and forth no matter which way. Both teams been so solid on the defensive line, and the offense has been just as potent as it was in the first 3 games, actually.
Yeah, and UNCC has shown us that they can put 4 games together. They did it earlier, and they did it in a sweep. So now they just have to sweep the other way. They've got a reverse sweep here, and I'd say that's even a lot more difficult of a task against USC.
Well, they've taken the first step, but this one feels like the most difficult one to get to. As the second step is always where the team seems to make an adjustment to what you did in that game, and we'll see who comes out on top here.
Yeah, and this game kind of is a game of adjustments. It feels like every game is a different game because both teams just trying to find a way to break each other apart, and Cass going to get a bit of a mistouch there, and that one going to get capitalized on.
Yeah, Cass not the best touch out, and Knight just got a punish.
Yeah, a beautiful shot there, going to put it just by. And now it's a little bit more interesting because UNCC showing that it wasn't a fluke. They're coming out early with this goal.
Well, South Carolina going to have to play from behind once again in this game. They certainly proved that they can do it and come back from a deficit, but Lazy's finally starting to get activated on that offensive end. Charlotte trying to figure out the offense.
Yeah, and they're doing that pretty well as this pass coming across. Coolio going to get the challenge, going to try and challenge again. That one's high. Can Knight beat? No, not quite. USC just able to get back every single time, but that touch awkward to the midfield. Og going to have to recover and gets another one, but Lazy getting the boost, keeping it high, looking for the flip reset, gets it over. Cats, is anyone there to follow it up? Coolio, but no shot coming on.
Coolio just off target on that. This could be a counter-attack opportunity. What a dunk from Coolio, and Knight is going to be able to find the goal. Charlotte just swarming here at the beginning of this game.
They really are. Swarming is the perfect word for that because they are everywhere on that field right now, making challenge, and every single challenge just kind of seems perfect. You know, it's just kind of finding its way just barely past the first person, but not enough back to the second person to be able so that they can beat that second person on that play.
And even there, we see 2 players from Charlotte waiting on the sidewall for that touch to come out. Could be a bit of a double commit as Solar down the other end. Can he get through Knight? Not quite. Knight's going to grab the boost, but here's Og over the crossbar. Maybe find a bump, but just not quite materializing as this one goes back down the other way.
And Knight keeping it high here, gets the challenge by 1. That one's going to fall down, but nobody really committing there. They didn't think that one was a good chance as Solar going to try and collect this one. The challenge from Coolio, that one's going to fall in the midfield. Coolio going to try and pass it, not going to find the pass out middle. And Cats in the 1v1 with Lazy, and Lazy, a beautiful pre-jump to cut that one off.
Cats didn't have as much boost as he wanted there to really make that play happen, but really gets the Gamecocks out of the defensive end. But Charlotte going right back down the other way. 3 touches down the field, and they're back on offense. Huge pressure coming out from Coolio. They're still taking more shots, but now Solar in the 1v1 trying to get through Knight, and he can't do it.
Yeah, it seems like they're not finding themselves with that Og 1v1 as much. It seems like it's more so Cats. It seems like UNCC is forcing Cats and Solar to have to make the play, and it's worked so far.
Coolio now, he's looking for bumps and demos on the back line. All 3 players from Charlotte up, and this could be the counterattack, but Coolio so composed in that quick challenge. Getting around that 2v1 so quickly, but demos flying in now as teams get more and more desperate.
And that UNCC offense staying so high on that ball, they don't want to give USC any space as Solar going to try and beat out one. That touch high goes to Og looking for the redirect. That one going to find its way back to Lazy for the challenge. And Coolio tries to beat out Cats, but catch the touch off the backboard. And Knight going to come try and control it as nobody there for USC.
South Carolina just not enough boost to go around to really get that offensive attack going. Couldn't quite find the last shot on it, but now Og Charlotte just playing so up in the face of South Carolina. You think just one missed challenge and this could go back down the other way. Here, that could be opportunity. Og finds the open net off the pass from Cats. Just as we say it, they find that one crucial touch.
Yeah, I was about to say it. That you just say that there one missed touch could result in a goal on the other side, and USC finding the missed touch and finding the goal.
It feels like Charlotte's offensive pressure really just it hangs in the balance on a knife's edge, seeing as they could get counterattacked so quickly with all this pressure, all this demos. It just takes one simple mistake for the defense to be able to break out.
And Coolio keeping that pressure in there. Cats having to dodge a bump and try and make the touch. Not going to be able to make it, but UNCC not going to capitalize. Knight over one, looking past Og, but Og, the challenge across. Coolio, the touch midfield. Nobody there, though. And that one going to get away from him. USC looking for the counterattack.
Og low boost, not going to be able to do much with that opportunity, but Lazy gets a good demo on Cats to really reset South Carolina. Solar low boost. Really everybody low boost for Carolina as Coolio looking for more bumps and demos. Solar no touch, but it allows Og to come up and challenge. Try to help the Gamecocks get a little bit more boosted up.
That touch high for Coolio allows both teammates to get back and get boost, and that's exactly what they needed to make that play. The touch high by Knight, looking for the bump, makes that player in the net stay grounded, and Lazy going to finish it off with a beautiful shot.
Cats just stuck for way too long on zero boost in the net. Couldn't get anyone to help him out as that attack came in. He was stuck on zero for what felt like 20 seconds there.
Yeah, and almost impossible to make saves when you're on zero boost. You can't get enough momentum to get to the ball a lot of the times. So the pass from Solar almost finds its way to Lazy. A beautiful cutoff there. The touch high, going to make Og work for it. And that one going to get clear away, but straight to Knight, who tries to pass it to Coolio, and not going to make the touch happen there. And Cass looking to make something happen on the counterattack, but Lazy going to cut it off. That one finds its way out to the middle, and Solar not going to be able to beat out Knight this time.
All going to be the next on the ball, but Knight a great challenge pre-jumping that one, but Cats, he's going to cut this towards the midfield 50 with Coolio just going to go off the post. No way to get that shot on target, but there's one from Og. They're going to cut the lead back down to 1, 22 seconds left. They just seem to get the motor going a little bit too late.
Solar collecting it to the back wall, gets the demo. I think that was the biggest play there, was that demo by Solar. And Og just waiting around the midfield, waiting for that pass to come through and capitalizing when it matters.
Well, as we saw last game, these two teams can both score on a moment's notice, so I wouldn't be surprised to see an equalizer here in the last 15 seconds.
And if anyone can do it, it is USC. Just the composure they have on these lands is amazing. As Coolio, the big clear, going to try and follow it up. And a bump there by Coolio, going to relieve a little bit of pressure. That one going to roll, but almost finds its way in the net. Doesn't quite do it. UNCC still gets the win, though.
And now, yep, you see the call coming out immediately from Og, calling the timeout. This is definitely the time you want to see them use it. Knight taking 7 shots in that game. He just had way too much time on the ball.
Yeah, and I think that rule of 2, like, kind of using a timeout when any team wins 2 games in a row is a great way to play, because now they're not letting UNCC tie up the series here. So they're making UNCC stop for a couple of seconds, and then they got to resume playing just like they were, and they got to do that twice.
Exactly. So, if you're the Gamecocks here, what adjustment do you want to see come out of them? It feels like they're not losing these games because of one simple reason. There's not one area where Charlotte seems to be really outdoing them in this series.
Yeah, it really just kind of comes down to a couple of challenges here and there. It just kind of is whoever is winning the challenge game. And right now, UNCC, every single challenge, they are putting their cars perfectly behind the ball and pushing it through the player. And it could be the dominance for Coolio. I mean, Coolio on every single challenge, just finding a way through.
It could be that Coolio on everything. I feel like this is more just a mental trying to reset that momentum, try to keep Charlotte from getting way too hot here. This feels like more of a stopping Charlotte than really trying to fix something on Carolina's end, just a momentum killer.
Maybe playing a little bit of mind games, trying to maybe make UNCC think that they're going to try and change something, make UNCC like look to change something because they think they're going to change something, and then just come out with the same play style and see if they can execute it just a little bit better.
Well, as we've seen, timeout buff is usually something that a lot of teams value, and it usually helps them win a goal. Charlotte took theirs, and they didn't end up winning that game, but they won the one after. So it could be a bit of a delayed effect at this LAN, but no team has really exploited their timeouts as much as I think they should have it this weekend.
Yeah, but we're finally seeing it used here pretty effectively in this grand final. And if there's one place that we want to see it used very effectively, it's definitely here, as these two teams so good that any sort of thing could be a difference maker.
This grand final has been teetering on the edge. We really don't, if you're a South Carolina fan, you don't want to see, can't get boost.
Seems like we have a little bit of a problem here, as one of our players is DC'd. So we're probably gonna go back to break for a little bit here as we try and get this fixed, and we'll be right back.
I'm afraid sometimes. I know I get drunk some nights. I know I get way too high. I just wanna live it up with you. I know that it might be tough. I know when you've had enough. It's just how I show my love. Darling, can I live it up with you?
All right, well, we have just gotten everyone back in the lobby. Had a bit of a technical difficulty, but we're going to jump back into Game 6 here as Carolina just took a tactical timeout. Got to see if they can stop the momentum of Charlotte early before it gets rolling too much.
I wonder if that little delay is going to be more of a timeout, or if it's going to hurt him a little bit, as Lazy happened to make a big save already. USC coming out with a lot of offense. Maybe that timeout, that's what they focused on in that timeout, is trying to secure that offensive pressure.
That's already circling the net, trying to find more demos. The one thing I want to see from Carolina is just trying to get a hold of a little bit more boost. They seem to get boost starve out in that game right there, being too stagnant in the net, not enough boost to go around. So really got to have to focus on getting those back corners and trying to get some mid boost as well.
A big pinch there from Coolio, trying to keep it away from any player on USC, not trying to give a lot of space. And Solar, the challenge pass one. Coolio a big clear, looking for the bump, not going to find it. Gonna stay upfield, not gonna find anything else though through that one. Lazy looks to control it through the corner, no boost. Coolio having to recover, make a touch, and get that one away for the time being.
Solar gonna take this one out of the corner. He's not gonna be able to get over Coolio, but this ball high up off the ceiling could be an opportunity for all. I think gonna come through from it. Cats is gonna keep it high above the opponent's net. Gamecocks are really trying to force this issue of high flying balls while their opponent's low boost. That's another shot opportunity. Now Ogg will pick this up with a lot of boost to work with, but he can't get through Coolio.
He talked about them being able to control the boost a little bit better, and so far UNCC has had no boost in sight. This time Knight being able to get some, blocking away Ogg for the time being, and Lazy gonna try and control this one. USC getting a lot of pressure. Just gotta be careful not to overcommit, because that's normally when UNCC is able to break them apart. And right here, almost the shot there coming in for Knight.
And you can see Cats there, as soon as he left the ball in that first man position, immediately ran up, grabbed a corner boost, and then picked up a demo on his way out in that rotation. That kind of rotation from the first man is exactly what Carolina needs to do to break down this Charlotte defense. They just got to keep repeating that one too many times, and Charlotte's not going to be able to hold them off.
Yeah, I mean, basically it's just going to come down to whoever makes the first mistake here, as both teams cementing themselves as great offense and defensive players. Solar going to take this one high, looking for the challenge on Lazy, falling down to Knight. Knight keeping the play going, but Og cutting it away. Coolio getting it past that challenge going mid. Back to Coolio. The shot coming through. That one awkward. And a missed touch there. Going to go straight into USC's net.
Cats again just stuck on the back line with no boost as Knight passes us up to Coolio. A bit of an own goal here from Cats. And that's just not what you want to see. You want to see Cats have boost in that situation, just stuck low, not really having any momentum, anywhere to go there, just kind of a sit and duck back there.
And Coolio with the pre-flip, just making their way back to that play very efficiently as Knight taking it high. Both players up. That might be an open net. Coolio making the recovery, and UNCC racing back as USC trying to submit some offense here. The touch out. Lazy going to get the clear. Both players low, though. Knight collects it, but gets challenged immediately by Solar. Coolio going to beat out one here. Beat out two. The net is open. Is it fast enough? Og is on the way back, but just enough there. Coolio all the way back down the field.
Coolio just getting the touch around Solar, beats Cats to the ball, and Og just not fast enough on the recovery back to that front post. And Charlotte taking that 2-goal lead once again, straight out of the timeout here.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. Most of the time between these two teams, they make a lot of goals, but the 2-goal lead seems to be the cementer for the win. And time to see if USC can make that statistic a little different.
Someone's gonna have to make a comeback sometime in one of these games. It can't just be whoever scores first wins. As Cats, he's gonna pick this up. He's gonna try to make something happen here. Gets around Coolio, but Lazy, that's a pretty good 50 for Cats, and might give the opportunity for South Carolina. But Knight just back in time to keep them out of the net.
The touch there by Cats finding its way to the middle almost dangerously. Og gonna have to make a big clear here. Gets the control high, gets the flip reset over one. And Knight gonna control it here on the back line, looking for a flick over one. The touch by two, gets the shot and not gonna find it on target. A beautiful play, just barely off target.
Og trying to activate a lot of these mechanics, but here's an opportunity back the other end. Cats, again, it just takes one errant touch to get through the Charlotte offensive pressure. Cats, he'll win that ball over Lazy, and Og just camping downfield, waiting, playing cherry picker.
It's amazing how willing USC is to let UNCC try and transition and make an offensive play, and then it's almost like they're luring them in to try and make that play, and then going, yeah, everybody come, and then the moment that they realize all three players are up, they're immediately transferring it down the field.
It's like they're setting a trap almost. They're just trying to bait them in just for a half a second too long, and it seems like it's worked here. Oh, Og, no way! Oh, Coolio just takes the clip away. That one would have been nuts.
And a challenge there almost find its way into the net. Solar gonna have a big clear there, relieve that pressure, but Lazy gonna work past Solar. Cats racing back to try and control it. The pinch comes out, but Knight's right there. The pass mid to Lazy to Coolio and not quite connecting. That would have been amazing had it connected, but UNCC trying to submit some pressure.
Just seemed to try to make one too many passes there when someone probably should have just taken the shot. Trying to get a little bit too creative on the offensive end, but they're going to stay in the zone as this one floats across net. 10 seconds left. Gamecock's going to have to find that offense now, but it's all been Charlotte. And Demo there doesn't help at all either. They're going to have to do it in the air.
And normally, statistically, the team to take the timeout is the team to win, but it hasn't been like that so far today. Earlier, UNCC taking the timeout, and it took a game for it to kick in. So they lost the game after the timeout and then won the game after that one. So maybe that's what happens here for USC, but match point against the team that swept you earlier, that's when nerves start to kick in.
And now we're looking at a grand finals best of 7 reverse sweep right now, which is probably one of the rarest things you can possibly have. The Gamecocks are going to have to get locked in, going to have to try to block out all of this Charlotte pressure, try to just play smart, calm, cool, and collected, and just play that game they were playing in those first 3.
Yeah, I mean, the first 3 matches, you had it all figured out. UNCC changed something. You changed something to try and combat that, and UNCC changes right back and fixes their stuff. So USC they need to find whatever worked for them in the past and just implement that to the best of their abilities. It's what they've done all season. They've just got to be able to do it here.
All right, well, here we go. Game 7 of the first and potentially only series, depending on the outcome here. we could be in for a long night, or this could be it, as Og takes this off the backboard. This game going to be tense. Neither team wanting to overcommit too much, but Knight, he's going to take a shot. Solar awkward in net! And Knight is going to put it in the top shelf, catches Solar lacking on the goal line, and Charlotte on the board first.
Just as you say, neither team wanting to commit too much. Solar creeping up just a little too much on the backboard, looking for the pass across, and Knight realizing that and putting a hard shot on target. Almost impossible for Solar to recover.
Really just felt like a tester shot, just kind of throwing one up at the defense, seeing what's going to happen. Og out off the crossbar. Cats, can he find the double? No, but Solar follows through, doesn't find the shot. But now Og, he's floating in the air. That one bouncing through Lazy. Wow. Now Cats shot. Another save coming across the net as Coolio is going to take this one, try to relieve the pressure.
The composure by Lazy there. All three UNCC players completely boostless, but able to make every save in the net and able to get out of that situation afterwards. Great composure there by Lazy to make the save, and Coolio trying to put this all the way back onto that other side to make some UNCC pressure.
The shot placement just not quite good enough from the Gamecocks, but 2 go here for Charlotte, but the extra beat does help him out, even though Solar is able to get the touch away.
And I don't know if you saw it there, Knight looking for the bump, almost gets just enough, but a great save coming out there from USC. The challenge goes mid. Og, can he beat? No. Lazy is able to recover and grabs boost. Going to try and work this one back down the field to catch the flick. That one to the midfield. Coolio there, and a shot comes through. The veteran puts it away to put them up 2-0.
Lazy just takes so much control here. Cats, again, 0 boost on the backline. Solar throwing himself at that ball. He was one of the ones with the most boost on the field, just kind of throwing a defender off the play there without really, changing or altering that path any.
And the ability the awareness by Coolio there to realize that both players are coming in from either side of the net, so just ripping one into the middle is all that's necessary there to make the goal happen. 2-0 for UNCC. This is the scoreline that USC does not want to see because they haven't been able to come back from it all series.
No team has been able to break the two-goal curse. South Carolina, they're going to have to do it in 3 minutes, but almost 3 they have to get through the Charlotte net, and Coolio just searching, looking for another one. He wants this win bad.
And right now, so far, it looks like UNCC wants it more. They're just throwing more at it. It almost looks like they have more energy. I know that it's the Cars, but they look like they're more energetic on the field right now.
It does look like that. Solar, he's going to work it through too, but again, Charlotte just in the right place at the right time, forcing Og to take a 50 and not be able to move up the field. But this ball just staying around the midfield line. Another demo across the net. Looks like Knight managed to snipe the defender. And now it's looking like 3-0. It's going to be really tough for the Gamecocks to pull this one back.
And yet again, Coolio, so calm and collect. I mean, his name is Coolio, and it's probably that for a reason. Looking really cool right now with all of these perfect placed shots, and that's exactly what this team needed.
Yeah, Knight being absolutely vital to the offense so far. He's been a player to look at as Coolio finds himself a hat trick in Game 7. But again, it comes off the back of Knight. He's been so crucial for this UNCC offense.
Yeah, this team looking really solid right now, playing on all levels. Lazy and Knight making the big control plays and getting it past the players that they need to, and Coolio just kind of lurking around the field. You'll see him kind of sitting in places as Knight puts another beautiful shot on. You'll see him sitting in places that are advantageous and then just coming in when it's needed to make some beautiful shots.
And this one's seeming to get away from the Gamecocks a little bit. Still 2.5 minutes left, but getting more and more desperate as it goes. And every time you don't score a goal on a desperate opportunity, it's just going to go right back in your net. Charlotte piling on in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, and the more you push forward, the more you are going to concede as Coolio puts in a cool 4 goals, 6-0.
Now the Gamecocks just jumping at everything right now, trying to get a hold of any opportunity they can, get any beat that can help them out, but nothing coming through. It's just going to be another goal for Coolio.
And UNCC just looks so solid. And I mean, I brought it up earlier. They've gotten they did the sweep earlier, so they were sweeping one way, and now the reverse sweep, they brought it back and sweep the other way. They just kind of show like they can do it from both directions.
And this one's just got to be so rough for Cats and company for USC. You have that goal. You have them 3 goals up. You have about 4 shots at taking the first series, but Charlotte just comes out swinging, and they beat you in quite a few one-goal games in a row, just not getting that one extra touch you need, not getting that one bump, one demo, and it kind of compounded. It just added up and added up and added up, and now you see Game 7, it's a 6-0 scoreline, and game pretty much was over before it started.
It seems right now that like USC were doing a great job at cutting off every play before it developed, but it eventually started to turn into double commits because they were doing a great job at jumping early and cutting it off, but then the moment that UNCC started executing, they had more than one player jumping to cut that off, and it led to a lot of double commits and led to a lot of space for UNCC to capitalize.
Yeah, this one just gotta tick down here. This series is just about over. But you look to Charlotte, they came out this one, they came in as I think the 6th seed in this tournament, but no one disputing the fact that they were probably one of the best couple teams at the tournament here. Cass is gonna get one back for Carolina right here. But you know, UNCC came out, they just looked so strong on LAN here. You know, all three players working in tandem. We saw it, especially in the last series they played. They're just playing so well in that defensive end, keeping their opponents scoring to a minimum.
Yeah, maybe setting up the Brazil right here for UNCC is the time ticks down. 6 goals here for UNCC, but Cat's almost trying to make the Brazil not happen, keeping some of that pressure high is Solar. And I mean, right now, it just came down to a team executing just a little bit better as they almost get the 7th.
That would have been a wild way to find it right there. It would have summed up this game right here in a nutshell. Just ball pinching straight back into the Carolina net. But you know, props to Charlotte here. They managed to come out here. No one really expected them to be the team to win it except for Coolio himself in the first week of the podcast, but they did it. They came out and they won this thing.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of against odds. They have not really performed very well. I mean, they dropped a game to UNCW. That was the thing that everybody was talking about, because every time UNCC tried to say that they had it, they'd be like, "But you dropped a game to UNCW." But UNCC figured something out before this LAN, and it executed so well and brought it all the way to this grand final. And when winning the grand final, North Carolina is the winner here overall. UNCC, the winner from North Carolina of Carolina Collegiate Clash.
UNCC managing to take it in a reverse sweep and a best of 7 in grand finals. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
I mean, I think it's a first for me too, and I mean, it would have been amazing to see that bracket reset because it would have been so many games because it went to the game 7, but UNCC just putting on a clinic in that last one.
I am glad that we at least got a game 7 out of today. We at least had one series go the full distance, but I think we're gonna have an interview with either Coolio or someone on the podcast after this. Not the podcast.
We'll probably have the trophy presentation. We'll probably have the team come up here.
We'll definitely get
and
the
we'll
whole
give them
team
the
up
trophy.
here sometime soon, but we'll be right back. We'll see you then.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Carolina Collegiate Clash champions, the champions of the championships here. Lord, that's a lot of champions. But congratulations. How does it feel to hold the trophy after an entire season of hard work?
I never held a trophy.
Never held the trophy?
This is my first trophy. I'm pretty happy. I'm gonna go drink Fireball.
That's crazy. That's crazy. But I mean, how does it feel to officially beat USC after your loss to them at the Boost on the Beach?
It was a distance, you know. It was a struggle. They destroyed us last season, and it was a long tournament last time. And USC, let's be honest, man, they're good. But reverse sweeping them, I feel like I could take on anything right now, except Calc 2 again because that's hard. But yeah, it's amazing right now. I want to go to bed.
You're gonna go to bed?
I'm sleepy, man.
You're sleepy?
I'm sleepy.
Well, congratulations. You will be getting a plaque, the first ever plaque on the Carolina Collegiate Clash trophy. Let's go ahead and get the rest of the boys in here. Where are the boys at?
Come on,
here.
come on, children.
Get the whole team in here.
Come on, children.
Everybody get to see the whole team with the trophy. Congratulations, you guys, and we look forward to seeing y'all next season. Are there any final words y'all want to give out to everybody?
Hi, Mom.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, his mom. Knight's mom is the #1 fan. We're gonna get her. We're getting her a jersey. We're getting her a jersey. With the money he won.
I think she got more hype than anybody in the crowd. So. But congratulations, y'all, and we will see y'all next season.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You want to do a
Yes,
trophy
sir.
lift? Yeah, one trophy lift. Trophy lift. Might have to squat down to keep it in frame.
Squat down.
Yeah.
My hand wasn't even on it.
Oh, and the mom is here. The mom's here.
Yeah. Number one fan.
But all right, yeah, for sure.
Subscribe
guys,
subscribe to Presidential Rocket League.
That's
on YouTube.
crazy.
On YouTube.
That's
Thank you.
crazy.
Thank you.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Thank you, guys. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us in the Carolina Collegiate Clash. Be sure to tune in during the summer as we may be holding some more public tournaments, and we will see you all then.
I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. Fallen one too many times, feeling like it never ends. Back again, square one. Tried to leave myself behind, looking for a better place, not to stay alone.